steady shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing dry. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me like the waves can kill me to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the burning sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never hide. Holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh, this is
Today's show is dedicated to Emily Wang, who just made an announcement about some things in her health journey. As someone who is such a strong pillar of the community and such a dear TFT community member, from all of us here, we are wishing the best for you and good luck. Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 5 of the Americas Regional Finals. My name is Nekra, and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm so excited to be here at the start of our day with Hupe-san and Asa. It's been an amazing weekend so far, and of course, this is where we get really hyped because we're getting closer to that Tactician's crown, but how are you both feeling for today?
I'm feeling great, stoked. This is one of my favorite days. It's so drama for some of the players because many will be eliminated, but of course, everyone going for that dream of achieving Tactician crown.
Absolutely, yeah, really excited. All the games last weekend and this weekend have been really fun. The patch is really good. There's lots of different viable strategies. Every player has their kind of own reads. Jisoph was talking in the interview yesterday about some special reads that other players didn't have, so looking forward to seeing what everyone does today.
It's Corky. That was the spoiler. I think that's so cool to hear him talk about those things that are making his game plan really special for the weekend. And today, it's going to be something really important for our competitors to keep in mind. What is it going to be that gets them through this elimination stage? We have 24 players coming into today, and we are going to be making cuts every 2 games before we get to our final 8 that will compete tomorrow in the grand finals.
And it's important that if any of the two, Darknoof or Soyu, gets to the final, that means tomorrow we will have checkmate because they're already qualified. So the whole players, the 8 player, will have been qualified. So that will be something to see. Both of them, Soyu in a good position, Darknoof a little under the rocks. But of course, we will be attentive to that to see what will be the exact format for tomorrow.
I think even though it's only day 2 out of 3 of the regional finals week 2, I think this is really the most intense day because, as Hupa-san said, if we make the next day, you're probably going to make Tactician's crown. So today is the day where you're really fighting for that Tactician's crown slot that all the competitors still in it care about.
And the Tactician's crown is going to be so exciting because that's where we get a chance to crown our set champion for Space Gods. And it's coming up right around the corner. It's actually next weekend. And so I feel like all of our competitors, not only are they going to be trying to get the title of regional champion, they're also going to be making sure that they've got all of the preparation to go into that next weekend strong so they can get that TAC crown. Let's take a look at all of our competitors really quickly to see which of them actually made it to this event. It was a lot of players, especially when we take a look at how play-ins and how week 1 went, but we only have a couple of players left here as we take a look at the bolded players that are left.
Absolutely. The 24 bolded players are the ones still on the field. They've pretty much come from all kinds of places, coming from rank ladder or the tier 2 tournaments, some from pro circuit last, from performing well in the pro circuit throughout this set. So yeah, all sorts of methods to get here.
Yeah, I just want to highlight Upset Max coming in from planes, doing the long run to get there. And as you mentioned, rank players. These are players that were the best of the best, the elite on ranks throughout the whole set. And that means Artix, BCLF, and Black Sheep are still alive and trying to fight for that Tactician crown achievement, Nekra.
It's so exciting because we already got a glimpse of what our competitors are going to clash as we think about set 18, seeing all 32 competitors that started out yesterday, but there are only those 24 left. As we take a look at our standings, we'll get a chance to show you where our competitors are going to be starting today, and unfortunately, our fallen soldiers from yesterday. These are going to be the 8 players that got eliminated after 6 games concluded.
so many players being not favored, but things that players that you consider that could be advancers. Jose deleted from Latin America, Cottontail doing an amazing run throughout the set. Me First of Fate and other players that we lose and has been so prevalent during TPC. So tough to see the faces, and these are the players now in danger zone.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see from the last slide that some of the players were eliminated with 21 points, whereas these are the players who made it. Sessico with 22 points, so just one extra placement in the game a lot of times. That's the difference maker.
And it's going to be tough because, as you're saying, like, these are the competitors that with these points carrying over, they're starting off on kind of the wrong foot. Weijin Iverson and Robin Songs are two of the players that stick out to me as competitors that have won original finals that need a lot to actually make up for today. But I'm also looking at competitors like Marcel P, another regional winner, alongside Soju, who actually did win a cup, or 2 cups, oh my gosh, in the TFT Pro Circuit this set. He's still looking great in that 10th place position, but with how narrow the points are in this area of the leaderboard, you can't take your foot off the gas yet.
Yeah, and of course we're seeing here the rest. These are the players that want to maintain the spot right now and go directly into tomorrow. Disho dropping the 40 bomb, Me First of Fate, Cambuli, big names here. And of course from Brazil Tech, one of the content creators you with from the regions that is also have seen an amazing run here, Asa.
Yeah, absolutely. These players have a pretty big cushion coming into today, where they're not getting as good placements because of their performance yesterday, but they're still going to have to do well. At the end, it cuts to the top 8, so yeah, only 8 out of 24 players can make it. Everyone's going to need to perform well all 6 games today.
Well, the games yesterday were good, and in case you missed them, here's a highlight package to catch you back up to speed. Welcome back to the Americas Regional Finals for Space Gods.
Get a big fall off here. We'll see. Yeah, hits the entire board there, but the Blitzcrank ult also hitting a lot of AoE. So both boards, it's going to be another really, really close fight where the LeBlanc hits the Blitzcrank, is onto the Nami now.
She hit the dummy!
And the LeBlanc is just barely going to finish it off. The Lulu doing a good job on this left side, trying to get through all these units, but there's just so much front line. Also, this Morgana is walking straight to our backline. The Dragon's on the backline as well.
They did at least upgrade to Morgana, like you said, but I'm not sure if it's enough compared to Setsuko, who added a bunch of 2-star 5 costs onto their board in comparison with Sona.
But the Graves on the other side has now gotten a lot of upgrades. I believe got another final upgrade this previous round, hoping to take down this front line as quickly as possible. But the Nunu is standing strong. The Blitzcrank has reset and is now walking into the backline as the LeBlanc continues to attack the rest of the board.
We're waiting on the other fight here to see what happens because it's a Rek'Sai versus a Galio. Rek'Sai versus the world trying to pick up this fight win with the extra damage with Primordian here. Oh, it's not enough though.
The double kill! Could be the final fight of our day between Konda and Black Sheep. Level 10 Dark Star versus level 9 Fast 9 Konda's board on the other side. The Vex is continuing to ramp up and is currently untouched. The Blitzcrank trying its best, but the health bar for Cho'Gath will not fall down. Black Sheep bringing it back exactly when he needed to.
This just makes me so much more excited to see what we're going to have in our games today. But let's talk a little bit more about the stats. What comps did our competitors actually lock into yesterday, and what found them success? We'll first start by taking a look at our top comps from yesterday.
Yeah, the LeBlanc Flex is kind of like AP Vanguards. There's a lot of synergies within the traits, a lot of triple trait units that can give you Shepherd, Conduit, just a lot of these traits that enable the AP lines. Legendary Flex is kind of an extension of that. It's kind of the players who perform really well and are able to make the legendaries. That's why you see the average placement is so much better than a lot of the other comps. Yeah. And then the Nami Riven, performing really well with emblems. Samira not doing that well. A lot of it's because it's contested by Nami Riven. If there's like 3 Samiras, 3 Orns out of the pool, it makes it a lot harder to hit your board.
Yeah, more difficult to accomplish maybe the Vex Flex that you need that tempo to get to level 9 and roll deep. You don't have the leeway of the LeBlanc to help you get there, so you really need to pop off. And Jinx reroll Necra is one of the comps that we've seen that is the safe one, right? You play with Primordia in the early start, you are always strong, and you pressure to try to achieve the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, the top 4 rate is very high amongst the compositions that were some of the more popular, but it's going to take more than just getting a top 4, especially if you were towards the bottom of the standings. That's why we got to take a look at some of these compositions that also have the highest win rate. And spoiler, it's like actually not all of the ones that you're seeing on that page, because you do have to hit specific conditions in order to actually get that first place.
Yeah, I think the one that stands out to me is the Lysandra and Cho reroll. This is actually more of a top 4 comp, but with the right conditions, it absolutely can go first. We saw Black Sheep hit a really early Cho'Gath 3 and have Fire Center with a Dragon's Claw and a full AP's lobby, and just it scales every single round, and it kind of got out of control with the gigantic Cho'Gath.
Yeah, that specific condition that you mentioned, Isa, is so important because we know fast nothing is normally the way you want to risk it. But for example, for Kaiwen and many of the players, when they find emblems, they can cap out an Ami Riven board into a space groove. When you find Anima cash out, when you start with Anima in the early game, you can cash out 400. You can go into mech, and you have so many special items that are so strong, either for the mech or also for the front line. And of course, the carrier Azol is doing disasters right now, Negra. So I'm looking to see for those players in the bottom to try to push it a little more, to try to go for these risky conditions and try to accomplish, obviously, a top 1 and get out of the danger zone.
I will say, though, whenever I watch these players try to go for those 400 anima cash outs, I am always like death gripping my chair. I'm like, I don't understand how these players don't have that fear when they need to go for just the 10 losses in a row in order to actually cash that out. But good for them. I'm glad that some of them were able to make it work. But for the players that are at the top of our standings that have already accumulated a lot of points from yesterday, thinking about Dish Soap right now leading the pack with 40 points, it's going to take just top 4s in order to promote yourself into the grand finals, or of course to avoid elimination. And so let's take a look at some of the compositions that can do that. I think first that comes to mind is the fact that we have hero augments. I feel like that's something that has been a little lackluster. We haven't seen a lot of them yesterday on the main broadcast. I think we were definitely lacking on that, but week 1 they were around.
Yeah, normally
hero augments.
Yeah, go Asa.
Yeah, they're really good when taken from the right spot. If you already have an item, you can usually win all of stage 2 because you have a hero augment with a good item, and then a lot of times these are 2 costs, right? So you would roll on stage 3, and then you would also win stage 3. So you're going top 4 a lot of the times with these hero augments, even if your win share might not be as high as something as a Fast 9 Vex board.
Yeah, and we see first places. We saw BCLF with the Gragas doing work. We saw yesterday Soju, also Arsu from EA, and Soju getting a first place with the Jax. Of course, you need ideal condition. Reach for the stars, and then you need the Lulu on tempo. You need to actually get combat items to go. Prefer you need a good Stargazer, but it can happen. So it's amazing to see the meta so open and so many possibilities, not only to go for a top 4, but maybe with a little luck, try to push for a top 1 in a non-conventional comp.
But don't pick Zed. Zed
No.
did not look... Zed wasn't around, actually. And we even saw a game during week 1 where you picked the augment and then there were no Zeds.
Yeah. We had one yesterday. We had one Zed, he went 8th. Only one.
Yeah, so just maybe don't pick Zed, but everything else is probably going to be very good. So I definitely know that I want to end up seeing a Mordekaiser. I would love to see the Heat Death Augment get picked, and I always think that one is a lot of fun. But let's also talk more about the competitors going into today. We did get a chance to kind of talk about some of our original final winners that are still in the competition, but I'd like to take a moment and just kind of remember the rest of our regional final winners that we have had. It has become a very wide hall of champions, and it's something where I feel like these sets go by so quickly that sometimes we forget just who has been able to achieve this impressive accomplishment, especially when the tech crowns are right around the corner.
Yeah, this is not even half of the total winners. This is since set 11, so that's important to watch. I want to go for the early night right now for CMB. KO Coliseum, looking great, went 9th. That was the second time for him being on Tactician Crown. Brazil dominated that regional championship in general. I remember Quinta also doing amazing there, Sheiko. So, of course, players to watch here that are already alive and still trying to push to achieve tomorrow and another chance for Tactician Crown.
Yeah, for me, I'm really interested in watching Marcel P. This guy sent me a message in set 10 saying, hey, like, I'm really struggling to make Tactician's trials, which is just so far away from where he's come from now. And he's just improved every single set. He's had a better results making trials, making cups, making pro circuit, making regionals. And the last 2 sets, he made the Tactician's crown and also improved his results. He went dead last in set 15 and went 39 out of 40 in set 16. So I'm expecting him to do better this set.
What you're saying is in 38 sets, you will finally be the champion if we keep on this particular trajectory. Hopefully it's an exponential increase, you know, like you start to build that momentum and then all of a sudden you'll scale up to that top spot. But I've always loved Marcel P's energy, just his positivity towards the game, and just how much he really does think about improving. And I think you can see that a lot in terms of just his stats for this event. And hopefully this is going to be one where he can come into today with a good head on his shoulders and continue to climb through those rankings.
Yeah, amazing spot here for him. And another player to also highlight here is Brosev. Similar possibilities, a player that has started as a coach, learning the game throughout. So Brosev really has been stepping up, looking for possibilities there, and trying to find a spot also as a pro player. We already know the strengths he has here, Asa, and now the chance for him to keep stepping up and doing a great performance on Tactician Crown.
Yeah, absolutely. Brosev, I actually passed on TFT coaching to Brosev, and he's a fantastic coach. A lot of the other competitors come to Brosev to get coaching. And he made his first Tactician's crown last set, and I would say he has a similar story to Marcel P, where he's actually been mostly doing better every single set. So I have high expectations for Brosev as well.
Yeah, I totally believe in him, and also Dish Soap to be able to make it back to another Tactician's crown. You know, we got a chance to talk to Dish Soap yesterday after he did drop that 40-point bomb on the competition, and I felt like he sounded very confident about his chances to get through this weekend. So I hope that's something they can keep up today.
Yeah, having also given us a little information about the study group right now, right? He says, no, we're friends. We're not actually a formal study group. So it's like he's talking with Phoenix, he's talking with Soju. They're not full study group, but they're supporting each other. Hey, I didn't know what happened this game. What's up? Or maybe they can just chat about the game and have a little leeway, right? Have the stress down. The hours are long to prepare, and of course it's great to watch the evolution of from being an official tryhard study group to actually just enjoying the game together.
But he's also won 2 Tactician's crowns. You know, like this is a player that even though he was absent from last set's Tactician's crown, this is someone who has always kind of been there. And so I definitely think that it was a surprise and also a minor disappointment. But he's looking great, and I think that he will end up making at least the grand final lobby tomorrow. Hopefully I didn't just jinx him.
He's winning with Corky, you know. So if you're winning with Corky, you can do whatever you want, right?
Yeah, he's going to make it work for sure. But there are a lot of competitors, while Dish Soap has a lion's share of Tac crowns, there's players that are chasing their first appearance at the Tactician's crown. And these are just a handful of the competitors that are hoping that they will be able to make it there.
Yeah, absolutely. At the top, Wigbug, Toddy, and me first or eighth. I think some of the players who were more favorited coming into the event, but a lot of the players down at the bottom, maybe lesser known players or like less pedigree, but a lot of them are doing really, really well. Brubra, Upset Max, Tex, all of them in me first or eighth is there twice. All of them are, I think, in the top 5 or 6 of the standings, just having an amazing day 1 on week 2.
Look,
yeah, I mean, and for all of them, the possibility of achieving that first Tactician crown Necra is so huge. And I've met a lot of these players, and they really, really want this for the first time. And any of them who gets it, I will not be surprised.
I was going to make a joke that me first or eighth is on the graphic twice because one of them is me first and one of them is me eighth.
Which one will we have today?
Who
Hopefully my
knows?
friends.
That's the
I gotta
question.
tune in and find out. Well, hopefully we'll get a chance to see that, and maybe it's gonna be on me first. But go to CompeteTFT.com, scan the QR code, get your compete card, come join us at these sub-regionals, and maybe even at the Tacticians trials. I know it can be a hard road to get there, but if you've been watching these broadcasts or you've been watching these co-streamers, hopefully you are getting a lot of information in order to learn TFT from some of the greatest voices in the game. So please check out the rest of these co-streamers. They are also going to be streaming in other languages, and so hopefully you'll be able to get all of your bases covered for today. But that's gonna do it from us. Are you both ready to get into the games? We've got a long day ahead of us with all these eliminations around the corner.
I want to see
Yes?
it, man. I want to see anima. I want to see early anima. I want to see people going for that full lose streak. I want to see people actually risking on particular lines like Bishop did with the Corki, or just trying to play what the game gives you, right? With the right condition, Asa, you were talking about this during the break. Anything can actually work in this meta under the right conditions. So you really need to be prepared for what the game gives you and the destiny, and embrace your destiny, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. The patch is really good. There's a lot of viable comps, and I like what you said about the high risk lines, because there's an elimination every 2 games. A lot of players are going to be in a spot where it's like, hey, I need to get 7 points this next game, so I gotta take like one of these high risk lines in order to get that. I can't just go for kind of a lower cap and maybe like a Jinx reroll or something like that without the right conditions.
But you also have to think about the players at the top end, because after 4 games, we are going to be promoting 4 players into the grand finals as well, so they can completely skip out on those final 2 games of the day. That points leader is Dish Soap, who is going to be in the first lobby that we will follow, and the players on the bubble you got to keep an eye out are for Robin Songs, Black Sheep, and Setsuko. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to our casters, Gangly and CLE, to get our day started.
Thank you so much, Necra and the rest of the analyst desk, to bring us that pre-show. I am so happy to be here, Jack. We have got quite a banger of a first lobby here, right? We've got some accolades from top to bottom. Dish Soap and Setsuko sandwiching this lobby kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of the caliber of player that we're going to be watching today.
And the caliber of game that we're loading into, with Morgana being our encounter. We're gonna have all prismatics, and so it is gonna be the highest of caps this game and the most mayhem possible. So I'm excited to see where these players can pilot their boards to.
Triple Prismatic is interesting because there are so many compositions in general that are enabled by specific augments or by a certain number of resources. I think of specific rerolls that are enabled by artifacts. And so what I love to see from Prismatic is that it actually, to me, feels it's almost more stable, because on stage 2 you have to set up your board extremely well for the rest of the game, or you're just never catching up in the late game.
You also have to have synergy in your augments, right? Because they're so warping. If you get, something like late game scaling with hedge fund or, invested, where you get a lot more gold and can use that more wisely, more efficiently, that's really what's going to take some of these boards from, scrounging for a 4th to absolutely steamrolling for a 1st. So we'll see if we get some of those crazy combos as we go throughout our game. The one thing I do know is that Setsuko's got to do something crazy.
Yeah, I believe it's him and Black Sheep are the 2 players who are really kind of feeling the walls closing in on them. With 2 games before that cut, Setsuko especially, but Black Sheep and Robin are both feeling that too. You really have to make it count and start off your day with a solid finish.
Okay, Trait Tree, very common option here for many of our players.
That's a pretty good one. Space Groove coming in. Timebreaker as well, really nice.
There's so many things that are good in this line. I think especially because you're going to play Riven later with that Space Group emblem, you can play 3 Timebreaker now, which will give you some extra resources, and possibly even play 4 Timebreaker. I do think that Psionic emblem won't be the best, but we're keeping our eye on the right side of the screen to see the rest of our augment choices come through. Got a couple of these item ones come through for Conda and Tex, as well as Robin Song's going for that Prismatic that he'd prefer, and also some artifacts come through.
Yeah. Lots of buried treasures. Actually, an augment that I personally was not putting as much stock into, but seems to be very popular here. Items in general are being taken. And then I love Upset Max taking the very late hedge fund, letting everybody else kind of pick their lane, and then determining from there that, hey, I have an opportunity to play Lost Street, play more economy focused. And also keep in mind, this is Thresh and Soraka, so Thresh will give you an opportunity to make a little bit more money, so maybe scaling that augment a bit more multiplicatively.
And I think one of the things we know about Upset Max, and specifically his playstyle, we had a chance to interview him this week, and he talked about how he was kind of this open fort fast 9 player. That's like kind of his roots, and so this will play straight into that this game. The other thing we need to know. What?
You can already see it. 37 gold for Upset Max, right? And everybody else, of course, is, you know, sitting at a humble between 0 and 10. Robin at 15. But yeah, Upset Max already very willing to play a volatile playstyle to try and get himself back into the game. He's not in a bad spot by any stretch. 32 points should, I believe, put him in the top 10. But he wants to be able to solidify himself out on that first cut.
This up taking dead leader caps is fantastic, depending on where you end up. You know, AP Flex is kind of the name of the game right now, and especially when you can convert all that AP now into crit alongside with that Jewel Gauntlet alongside it. This soap is looking to, you know, play a solid, humble 4th place game with this scaling item.
Yeah, you could see even on his face there, he really wanted to be able to play a bit more tempo and try and play for as one of the 5 streaking, the 5 win streak players of Stage 2, and takes an early loss there to Conda. That Talon 2 just showing so much power, even in the early game. Oh, it's a nice take off of Living Forge.
Especially because there's so much in this lobby for resources for so many other players, whether that's items or gold. Now I get a little bit of the blessing of both, and you're not just taking streamer skill essence where you only get 2 of these artifacts. You get more and more throughout the game, and so for Phoenix here, this is going to be something that really helps him in this early game to maintain and keep up with those who have high econ, but also have some board strength.
As we're taking a look, looks like we will have 2 players contesting win streak at the moment, 2 players potentially contesting a loss streak. I don't know if anyone's going to be willing to full open and contest Upset Max. My guess is that he'll have a pretty easy time being the 5 loss here. Better Together and Mystery Loot. So, I mean, this is the one time that you probably won't see ever. Actually, I say that everyone did kind of snap Thresh except for Robin Songs there. But there are worse Soraka picks that could have happened. Robin Songs being the one person to take Better Together, and it looks like he is going to be better off alone as everybody else takes the Thresh boon.
No, that's so sad. He is kind of angling towards this Anima line. I know it is 2-5, and I don't believe he has it on board yet, so curious to see if he does get it this turn, because that would be a huge plus. Tex also near having, he does have Anima if he decides to go that way with the Jinx on board. So there's many of our players that are looking to play around this if they can.
Yeah, I was thinking at first with him holding the Jinx, maybe he does want to lean more into Jinx, but the item situation does not look ideal. Oh wait, actually he sold the Alawi, didn't he?
Was that that might have been a mistake. Either way,
I thought that Max would not be full opening. Maybe he was scouting Max's board and saw something happen there, and then Max last second sold. Because otherwise, that feels like a really odd decision from Tex.
I mean, Upset Max is 70 gold. So this guy's off to the races when it comes to econ, but also maintaining that 5 loss streak really continues to push that. You know, his income will come significantly through the interest, but also maintaining that streak will be huge. As Tex continues to get more and more items, we're going to be able to play a composition that really desires a lot of items if we stick with this, because you have so many of these upgraded units that can be carried throughout the game, and so that was what he's hoping for. But we're on board with Setsuko trying to maintain his win streak.
He and Conda are the 2 players in a position to maintain the 5 Space Groove on this talent. I mean, we've seen time and time again how good a talent 2 can be in the early and even in the mid game in stage 3. You can do quite a bit. Up against a level 4 board, so almost certainly going to be a win for Setsuko. He should be able to guarantee the 5 streak. And this is kind of prime Setsuko. This is what you want to see. You want to be able to see him play fast, get a lot of the resources that he can early game, because there's one thing to know about Setsuko is that he has historically been one of the best players in the region at being able to cap out boards. And when you think of triple prismatic portals, that's kind of the question that the encounter offers you is, do you know how to reach the cap of your board? And Setsuko, the answer is almost always yes. So I'd love to see how he pilots this with the Space Groove line to get there. And Conda is going to be joining him, by the way. 2 5-streakers through stage 2.
And Upset Max, unsurprisingly, is the sole lost streaker down below. Robin Song's also at 80 HP. We saw him take the extra HP, the only one to do that. And so it will be something to keep an eye on and see if he is playing Anima as well and trying to get that streak going in that direction. Because we've seen how popular and powerful this can be. That is people's game plan if they have it. And so being able to get that uncontested to 400 cash out is a winning recipe.
Ooh, we're in 2 found for Setsuko. That's huge. Yeah, let's take a look at Robin's board. We will see it. The Rageblade Deathcap Slam. Okay, so not playing...
Vex.
Not... yeah, I mean, I guess it could be. The item slams are a little bit interesting here. Maybe it is just some sort of Vex angle, but yeah, I mean, clearly not trying to play into the Aurelian Soul, unless he's willing to just Pandora's items them entirely and just flip. No, he really wants this Rageblade.
Very interesting. And I'm curious, like, I believe the Stargazer's the altar, and you don't really want Rageblade in that either. So are we playing towards LeBlanc? Maybe? As our cash out angle?
Sense. Yeah, that does make the most sense. So yeah, maybe it is just playing towards LeBlanc. And then I wonder what Radiant he is going to be greeting for then. I imagine
Invested?
if you already have... I mean, Invested would be pretty interesting.
I mean, he's not trying to win.
He's not. Like, this follows the shape of his game very well, right? He's going to be losing for quite a bit. The problem is, when you do take Invested and Pandora's, you are losing a lot of combat power that you could be getting. So the combat power is coming in the upgrade of your board, because you're kind of guaranteeing that you'll upgrade your board with the economy, or you're hitting it a little bit faster. The problem is that eventually everybody else should be hitting their boards too, especially with how many resources come into a prismatic lobby. So we'll see. Looks like Robin did end up taking Invested, so we'll have to check back in a little bit later on in the game.
Well, someone who is also taking a gamble, Tex flipped the coin, and depending on what you're looking for, I'm personally looking for the Radiant item almost every time, and that will be what happens here. So this Kindred will be scary. Already having a Kindred on level 6 means that this board's trait web is filling out nicely. It also means we could probably go for the Yi version instead, maybe a fast 9 idea, especially with how many people right now in this stage of the game are trying to lose streak. I believe Konda is trying to also work his way down, and Dissoap has a scaling augment as well with Invested. So there's an interesting shape to this game where now Setsuko is one that can probably just run away with it alongside Black Sheep.
Yeah, that's a great call out. So many augments are picked up on 3-2 that are basically letting people just skip the stage entirely, and there's almost nobody apart from Setsuko and Phoenix and Tex as the 3 players who are saying, hey, I want to contest being strong on stage 3. One thing to note, though, is when you are one of those players, you are actually gambling a little bit more, because if you're one of those players that's trying to win stage 3, you invest in winning early, and then you don't, there are a lot of players in the game that are going to be trying to outscale you, and surely the odds are a handful of them will.
Okay, Black Sheep hard commit Psionic has a Sona from Luxury Subscription. That sounds pretty good.
That is pretty good. I mean, get you 4 Psionic pretty early. There's going to be a lot of combat power. We're going to be seeing this Pike 2 putting some work into against Phoenix there. And Phoenix is one of those players that we said was trying to invest in being strong on stage 3. Playing Hold the Line, it's not a huge commitment. It's not like you need to be winning stage 3, but it is the combat power compared to the econ that others are taking. So not going to be feeling great for Phoenix. I don't think anyone's going to be taking Soraka's Embrace here. We'll let them decide for themselves, but historically speaking.
And our observers will get to work. looking at what they all get randomly, because it's not easy for us to understand everything that they get from these. We do know that for a majority of our players, we did get like 2 cost and lesser dupe or some rerolls from that first time around, but now we'll see what we can get from this one. We see Phoenix getting that 4 cost and a component anvil, and it's a good 4 cost for him here, already leveling to 7, now putting it in and making that Leona 3. This is going to be a pretty stable board for the rest of the stage, but it is sad that they lost their streak just last round.
Yeah, and at 64 HP, you're not particularly healthy, and you're sitting in the bottom 3 there, but you've got board strength. I think I would actually feel a little bit uncomfortable if I'm Phoenix right now, because I do have a clear game plan for how it's supposed to go, but some of these other boards feel like they're going to get to a very, very scary place very quickly. Also, we should note that Upset Max, I believe, met Robin last fight, because we do see that Max is on the 1 win streak and Robin is on a 7 loss. So unless Max got to a place where he actually just decided he wants to start winning, that could have been Robin griefing his loss streak.
But Robin did cash, so it was below 100, and he did have some anima items on board, and so
just
clearly, yeah, something changed here for Robin and his plan in this game. Upset Max, though, is looking to play around LeBlanc. This is something we saw be very popular over in EMEA and quite successful for many of our players. It's kind of a default game plan.
Yeah, I wonder who he lost to last fight, because this board looks pretty nasty. This is exactly how you want to be set up, even going into stage 4. Really, from here, it's just kind of finding a handful of upgrades you can get out of the Bastion package if you'd like. But this is a pretty stable board, considering he is just sitting at 82 gold and getting 8 gold of interest every turn. So probably feels pretty good if you're Max. You're not even that low HP coming out of stage 3. I think another win against Dish Show, but one of the players who was sacking stage 3, taking invested as well.
Up Max's spot is disgusting, honestly, because I think we might even be aiming for level 9 and just play around Vex and full sell and get to that, Vex 9-5 board that we have seen be able to win games if we can get to that spot. It's just very difficult to get there. But somebody that most definitely could get there is Setsuko, who is already still at 100 HP, still has a strong board and is looking to continue that. But I don't know if the direction is super strong yet with the amount of units we have.
Well, I mean, for Setsuko, I think the emblems kind of point us in a specific direction, even if we don't have the items quite yet. What I'm curious to know is whether Setsuko will just hard send it to 0, knowing that there are so many people trying to fast 9 and play for the top 4, or if he actually sees a world where he can greed this out and maybe go 9 a little faster. Because I think if I were him, I would be very tempted to wait to 4-2 and just send it to 0 and roll every single turn until I have my board upgraded, because everyone else is going to be getting very strong. So I think you probably want to cheat some wins on stage 4 where you can.
Upset Max did decide to send it here on level 8 and hit so much of this board. He's a pair of Blitzcranks also, and this is looking very, very good. We know this to be like a cheaper, very stable board, and it can cap around 9 as well. We still have a good amount of gold in our pocket and a lot of that gold on bench, and so this is a great spot.
Yeah, this is really good. It always feels a little weird when you're holding this much gold on bench, because you're losing a lot of value, right? You don't want to roll because you want to be able to go 9, but at the same time, you're holding, what is this, 10, 14, 18, 22 gold worth of units on your bench that you can't help but feel like, hey, if I just upgrade this is all that money that's on my bench is now on my board. And I'd much rather have the money on my board than on my bench.
Here we go, our final prismatic of the game. Earth's grab bag being interesting for players here. Robin is playing around that 5 Shepherd package as well, so don't think he's going to go for that. Hold the line, though, is one of the best for this because of the extra frontline units that come with the spawn that comes from there. Conda taking more econ, and Tex also taking that in the form of rerolls. Man, so many of our players are going for some crazy caps.
Robin's spot looks very scary. So he not only did lean into the loss streak alongside Max, he also opted into the exact same line, right? We saw Max also playing loss streak into LeBlanc, but he did his roll down with, 50 more gold than Robin did, and did a full turn earlier. So Robin, despite having the full loss streak into invested, is going to be playing with a LeBlanc 1 right now.
But don't worry, he's got frontline Teemo. So that is Biss in this setup to give some more AP to the backline. It really is. I do think that he's going to be stronger than a lot of the opponents here in this stage, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not everybody else is playing off of a 10-loss streak, and so while this board may look a little bit weaker than Upset Max's, I guess it is probably much stronger than most of the other boards. Also, it's worth to call out that because he was taking the drip econ of the small Anima cash outs, he was able to get 3 items on Morgana, LeBlanc, and Karma, all of which are upgraded apart from LeBlanc, who has a really strong item setup once you get there. So Robin's spot, if he can find LeBlanc 2, we saw even yesterday in the EMEA broadcast that Scapeus made it to a top 2 on LeBlanc 1 before finally upgrading it and winning the game. So LeBlanc 1 can sometimes be stable enough if you have the front line and the additional damage around it.
Dissoap has been stacking this Deadliest Caps throughout the game, and it's not really where you'd expect it to be at this point. I mean, it is an extra 70 AP, which is a lot, but it is not going to be something that is going to destroy boards. And he's kind of playing an unconventional line here.
School. He's playing, this is the first patch, if any of you remember. You play around this Bronze for Life Victor Nami board that you can play on 7 and play for a 3-star Victor, 3-star Rost, or you can even just go 9 and add a little, add the Rost in then. He's playing it without Rost. So I think once he actually gets to level 8, is able to add the Rost, his board is going to be extremely powerful.
I climbed so much LP with this comp. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was abusing this really hard. Anytime I saw a drone uplink, I would click that instantly. But it's time for some more Thresh. We do have players choosing the other one because if you have a Mega Tank, Blessing size is quite good. So Setsuko, Max, Dissoap, Robin, all choosing that as well. So not as many players choosing this. And it also will lock in some of our boon choices. I believe Robin will be Soraka, which is good for him.
Yep, that's true. One thing he does need desperately is some HP to go alongside the board that will be slowly making its way. Hop back over with Tex. I was a little concerned about Tex earlier on in the game when we saw that he had 3 tiers trying to play into this line, but it looks like he found his footing. Guess he found a couple of Reforgers, because I don't see any tiers on this board anymore, apart from the Spirit Visage. So Tex is looking to play relatively textbook. I would say we are a little behind on our Jinx. I think we would be much happier if we had a 3-star Jinx and a 2-star Belveth right now. But all things considered, certainly not a bad spot, and has been able to maintain a little bit of an HP lead. That said, I don't think the HP is large enough that we're feeling locked into a top 4. We really want to make sure we can win a couple more fights, as it looks like he will take another one against Dissoap.
I do think Dissoap is playing very interesting game, staying above 70 gold, knowing that's going to bank him some rerolls with invested, going to be sending it on 5-1, which I imagine Tex will have to do as well, because if we don't hit then, it will just be lights out. Konda, though, was our player that had Tiniest Titan, was trying to play around maybe a little bit of a later loss streak, and is on a 9 loss heading into stage 5. It is quite scary. I'm not sure if he's going to cash out something huge, but he is level 9, 40 gold rolling right now.
Yeah, that's true. Konda rolling all his gold, finds the Vex too, but Dissoap on our screen right now end up sending it a little bit early, saying, hey, listen, I could wait for the perfect interval, I could wait for a couple more rerolls, but this fight feels really important to win. And I think that sort of recognition is something that can't be understated in TFT. It's really important to know when you need to win and when you're allowed to lose. As we hop on board now with Black Sheep, who we saw playing around the Psionic, the Voyager board, still playing around the Pike 2, the Sona 1, so nothing too scary on this board, and it does feel like Black Sheep might be one of those players who is not long for this world if he can't get his board upgraded soon.
We did high roll the Sona from that luxury subscription, but I think the problem is that you load in and you get Psionic hard commit. You're not necessarily very happy with that one. It's just a little bit awkward. If you would have got something like Space Groove, you'd be jumping for joy, but not the situation in this game. But somebody who we do need to keep an eye on is Robin Song's 10 HP, but Konda went for that fast 9, Vex 9-5 online, and it will be rolling for more upgrades. We do have a few of them already.
Ooh, Fiora 2 could not have come soon enough because we have no Vex items, but we certainly have things that we can throw on Fiora. Actually, we could even just make a TG and then have an open Sterex as well that we could throw on the front line. We could throw it onto Graves if we wanted to move the Rage Blade to the back as well. So I think there's a lot of item movement that we're going to have to see from this round. We still got 15 seconds, though, so we still got some time.
Curious what the choices will be here. Might be able to put adaptive on something that needs more mana. That could be a backliner instead. Maybe we can reforge some things. We do have 2 of those on bench. Taking our sweet time to decide what to do. Going to be making the Deathblade. Going to be getting some more gold here from our Thresh. It will be lots of our players going with Thresh. I believe the only one who did not is Robin Songs. So everyone else will be rolling the dice.
Okay, I really like what Conda ended up doing here. We saw yesterday there were, it's very common when you are trying to make items for everyone to land in a place where you're sitting on a 2-item Vex and a 2-item Graves and a 2-item Fiora. But he opts to make these gloves and then throw that Giant Slayer on the Graves to try and get as much value as you can from your upgraded units. Meanwhile, Robin Songs, who might be sitting on his last legs and at 26 points in a scary spot in the tournament, still just on LeBlanc 1. LeBlanc will fall. It's still the Karma, though, and the Morgana's still alive. One more cast from the Karma should do it. Able to take a fight against against Black Sheep, rather, but you really need that LeBlanc. Oh, it looks like I think that was...
I saw it in shop. Yep.
2. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
LeBlanc 2 coming in from Robin is huge.
Black Sheep trying to stabilize the rest of this board. We'll hit another huge upgrade. So this is exactly what we're talking about. Almost all these boards at this point are strong. They are really good boards that could win lobbies other times. This is a triple prismatic game where so many of our players are doing crazy things. Upset Max is probably the craziest of them all, who is now level 9 and on that 7-win streak in a row. And we'll see Conda on the other side, who is now scaling up that Graves.
That is not who you want to see on the other side of the board if you are Black Sheep and you're on the 4 loss. Your board's not bad by any means, but we're seeing the Fiora 2, the Graves 2, even the Vex 2, and a strong front line there. Yeah, everything on Black Sheep's board is just going to crumble. And at 25 points, this 8th place finish might just mean the end of his regionals run. He'll still have one more game, but you can see the frustration on his face there.
Robin Songs looks like he did take a win there. Soap down to 17 HP. Our current points leader overall. Now facing some danger here. We did get to 8. We did get that Rost in. So we're getting so many stats from all these different areas. The problem is, it's just not enough versus all of these crazy boards.
When you consider the front line is a big part of this too, right? When you are looking on the other side and you're seeing Tahm Kench 2 and Nunu 2 and Morgana 2, and you're sitting with a couple of 3 costs and 2 costs as your front line, I just don't know if you're buying enough time for this board. And on top of that, still just sitting on the Nami 1. We'll see, up against the Jinx board from Tex. He did find the Jinx 3 though. The question is, does this Jinx board just burst through this front line instantly?
This AoE damage should be a bit of a good matchup, but now that the Zakali's on the backline, just deleted that Nami, so the shred is gone, the damage from the wound is gone, and Soap down to 1 HP.
We see some loss on the bottom. Looks like Robin Songs is going to be eliminated as well. Phoenix takes a loss. Not sure if it's going to be enough, though. Phoenix down to 15, and Setsuko on a 4-loss streak. We can see has been banking up those time breakers, so I think we're going to be going 9 here, trying to find a way to actually get our win out. We need Blitz 2 is the first thing. Add Blitz 2, find Shen, move your items around, finds a Shen pair. Doesn't actually have enough gold to buy everything, but there we go. Blitz 2 is going to be huge, and we can move 3 items onto the Blitz as well. Imagine Bloodthirster, maybe, or Protector's Vow? Yeah, okay. Protector's Vow also makes a lot of sense there. Move some stuff to our front line with the Vanguard. Still sitting on a Last Whisper that does seem a little unnecessary, but it's okay.
Oh, man.
Take what we can get.
Soap fighting people spiking on rotation here. It's very unfortunate for the start of his day because we know he has to play 4 games to stay on top in that top 4 to instantly promote throughout today. And starting your day with the 6th after only having top 3s is not the ideal recipe, but still possible. Soap falling out here in 6th place. Setsuko stabilizing heavily here, while the rest of our lobby is now falling down and getting close. Upset Max, 2 losses in a row.
Max taking 2 losses and sitting at a very awkward apart gold-wise, right? 45 gold means he doesn't quite have enough to level up. And if he rolls, what's he rolling for? Right? He's going to find a Ross too. I don't know if that's the difference maker that's going to be winning him these fights. I think instead he'd really like to be able to try and go 9, add another Voyager in, or another 5 cost to just give his board a little bit of value. But he really needs to win this fight first. This is going to do a lot to determine Max's placement.
This is not who you want to see on the other side, though. Conda now having 3 items.
See, though?
I don't think you want to see Laser Ballistics Graves with Choke now on the other side. Conda's Graves will be doing an insane amount of damage. Everything is upgraded. Everything is itemized. It is going to be terrifying to try and beat. This LeBlanc does not even have time to ramp up. Upset Max falls out in 5th place.
Hex also going to follow there with a 4th. Honestly, understood the assignment. Played his Jinx reroll, got a top 4, got out at 34 points. I think Tex is feeling quite good there. On the other hand, Phoenix, who we were saying looked like he actually had maybe a hard game ahead of him based on how strong everyone else was looking, was able to find Bard 2 and is now looking for a little sneaky Asol 3.
I mean, that would be a great way to get him there, because I don't think there's anything he can do to beat either of these boards. The interesting thing to note is that Setsuko was kind of on death's door, was lost streaking a bit of the end of the stage, and now has pushed himself into the top 3, which is exactly what he needs. We did get more re-rolls now in the bank. We are still a few off. The Blitzcrank 2, though, will be a huge upgrade to this board.
Looks like it is going to be Phoenix versus Setsuko as well. So I think we're going to have to watch to see which Blitzcrank on either side of the board is able to get on the key targets on Phoenix's side. If you can, if Setsuko is able to remove the Nunu or the Leona from the fight early, I think he's going to have a much easier time breaking through this front line.
Setsuko's board on the other side. We'll watch that Blitzcrank and see where we can throw this Ornn to, if it will stun the whole board and do all the damage it does. And the Bard almost gets it onto the back line. The big Nunu cast comes through. Phoenix's board is looking like it's going to stand strong here. The Leona still has not fallen down. The splash damage coming through does not take down the Bard as it's trying to get through the Riven. The Blitzcrank's still alive, right on the razor's edge. Setsuko takes the win.
Okay, I thought that was going to be an extremely unlucky fight for Setsuko, and it actually was. The first Blitzcrank punch fizzled because it attacked a target that died while he was in the animation, and it didn't have a chance to target the next target. So Setsuko almost got that fight stolen from him based on this Blitzcrank, but thankfully was able to pull it out. And again, sitting at 22 points in dead last of the remaining field, this is exactly what Setsuko needs to keep his life in the tournament.
We did get word that Conda lost to Phoenix's Ghost, and so we're now hoping that it's not a scenario where one beats the other and Setsuko can't get through here. He won throughout the game, kept the HP as high as possible, got to level 9 and tried to cap the board, and it looks like this Vex is ramping up and trying to get through all of these units. The Blitzcrank going to do another punch here, get the primary units into the air. Setsuko looking to take this game down, but we will have to go another round.
And Setsuko has been playing this game so textbook, using the time breakers on stage 4 and stage 5 to be able to bank up rerolls so that when he goes 9, he's able to hit everything he needs. Conda's looking for a way to upgrade his board, finds the Nunu 2, is going to be getting out of the Tomkins 2, and with the Protector's Vow, that is a meaningful upgrade. If you're able to get CC down on the Blitzcrank, on the Riven, on the Nami at the other side, Morgana 2 found as well, that might buy you enough time on the Vex. We'll have to see though.
Was a good pivot there, able to upgrade all the units and take a little bit of the risk there to get that gold back, but this will be the final fight of our game. We'll keep an eye on these Blitzcranks specifically. It is not on a primary tank for the side of Setsuko, but instead trying to wrap around the far side. The splash damage coming through, trying to take down that Shen in the front line. Onto the Graves now is the Blitzcrank, but does reset before that happens. It is now the Vex versus the Nami. It will take him down. Setsuko not securing the first place, but Conda coming out on top.
Wow. Really well played from Conda. And we had talked about how so many players were setting themselves up to try and spike in the late game, Conda was the one player that doubled down on it, right? Taking not only the econ on stage 3, but also the same on stage 4 and saying, listen, you guys can all tussle on stage 4. I'll see you in the end game. What impressed me though, Jack, was his ability to pivot on level 10 when he recognized, hey, what I have on the board right now isn't working. It's able to find the Morgana 2, the Nunu 2, and finally get there. Now, we could talk for hours about everything we just saw, but the good news is you don't have to listen to us anymore because we've got the analyst desk ready, waiting on the wings to break down everything we just saw. Analyst desk, I'll hand it off to you.
I think what Gangly means is that he could talk forever. I think COE is just at his mercy. But yes, I'm back with Hupe-san and Asa. Let's talk about that first game. I feel like there were a lot of big takeaways, but number one is that AP very much on the menu for our players.
Yeah, we're talking about this, Seiza. The possibilities of flexing AP is so huge this patch. You have the Fight Shepherd, you have the Vanguards, you have the Conduit that we saw Phoenix also going into that line. And that opens up to a possibility of then going fast 9, or if not, just trying to get your placement. But of course, if everyone is playing the same, it's a little more difficult to try to find that LeBlanc, that front line that sometimes is a little contested.
Yeah, absolutely. It just makes your entire board more expensive when everyone's looking for like LeBlanc, Nunu, and just the same units.
We are going to be jumping into a game that is finishing up, and so let's take a quick look around to see what we've got. And it looks like we've got the Samira reroll there for Arctic, who's streaking. We've got the Lulu reroll, which is proving me wrong right now for GG9, and then also for Darth Nub, this very cool looking level 9 board.
Also for Darnu and DG9, this is great news. They were in the bottom of placements, and of course they want to ramp up. Today's big elimination day, so right now being top 3 Asa, great news for both.
Yeah, both of them you can see on the right, 23 and 24 points. Sesko was the lowest coming into today with 22 points and also got a good placement. But yeah, these guys really need these top 2, top 3 finishes, so very good for them.
It's fun to see this doing better. That was a composition that we looked at coming into today, and it felt like it was struggling a little bit, but you've got the double artifact for the Sniper's Focus and the Gold Collector on the Nami. I feel like that's gotta actually be putting in a lot of work here.
Yeah, making it work, right? We know it's a comp that depends on additional either artifacts. Normally, emblems is the name of the game. We saw Setsuko playing a very similar board with emblem ramping up and getting additional possibilities. So for now, GG9 will get a ghost, showing us a little of this Lulu that has been great sometimes and sometimes really hasn't performed. And we see they're making additional economy, and this is one of the reasons why it's so good. So we have a Mountain Lulu just pressuring the economy for everyone.
Yeah, he's got the Jax Hero augment, but Darth Nub, I'm a little surprised that Artix is on such a big win streak because Darth Nub actually has a 400 anima cash out with the echoing bat blades on the Fiora too. So yeah, I'm surprised Artix was able to be. We didn't see the earlier fights, but I'm really surprised Artix was able to win so many fights with Darth Nub in the lobby. Maybe they just didn't fight each other. Although Darth Nub did take a loss at some point.
What is it about the Batwings on the Fiora that you feel like should make this composition win versus the Samira Ornn reroll?
Yeah, so this is one of the 400 anima cash out items. It's not anything special compared to the other ones, but each one of those is almost as good as a Radiant item. So in a lobby where everyone has gold augments, if you're up kind of a full Radiant item, it's kind of a prismatic. It just gives you a huge advantage over the rest of the lobby.
And we're seeing it. I mean, normally this is a comp that lacks frontline. Having the 2 emblems, the 2 brawler emblems, makes it so beefy. The damage is there, the beefiness, and now it's just walking time here for Dark Noob, trying to be present here up against Artix, who is in a difficult spot here.
I mean, that's going to be another loss for Arctic. So I think you were just ahead of the curve, Asa. Seeing Arctic's probably downfall in the future. He ends up going level 9. Are there any upgrades you feel like he could make to this board that are actually going to turn this around for him, or is he just 2 fights away from getting knocked out?
I feel like the 400 anima cash out is insurmountable. There's not that much that Artix can add. His board kind of already fit perfectly, so he chooses to just add, I believe, this Pantheon just for Replicator for the Nami, who's his secondary carry with a Gold Collector that actually gives AD. So really like 2-item Nami.
Yeah, this is totally the Dark Noob show, trying to have fun here. We need to enjoy the full damage coming from the opposite side. Kindred doing damage, the full itemized grave here, also with the modifiers. And Artist takes a huge chunk once again, and looking like it's just a matter of time.
Well, I wonder if there's anything to be said about something like a Jin 2 upgrade or even a Shen 2, because we are off of the... And then you could put the Gold Collector onto the Jin instead.
Also, the Sniper is pretty good on the Jin. I feel it helps. I don't know if it's enough, but for sure you need to have a chance, right? You need to maybe think about it and look for an out. You know it's not working, but so you have to try something. Go for the Hail Mary, totally.
Yeah, Artix chooses to commit his remover on neutrals in order to save time. A pretty interesting decision, but it shows that with only 30 seconds in this round, he's really saying, hey, it's like, this is not enough time to make all my decisions. And I think that's a really, I really like that from Artix, like recognizing that time is a resource, because you really want to spend a lot of this time thinking about positioning. Which I don't know if he's going to have enough time for. He did not scout at all. It's okay, though. I mean, it just shows how difficult this game is.
I felt like this fight was really close, though, and maybe it is going to be this Shen 2 with some items that's going to make a bit of a difference. But as we get this potentially final fight loaded up, we've got Darthnub on the other side that was able to hit 10, and I feel like this board just got even stronger despite the upgrades that Artix was able to make. And so this one, not even close. And Darthnub's going to finish this out with a first place.
A statement for Darthnub, playing amazing on Tac Round. Now, once again, already confirmed to go to Tac Round and wanting us to go to Checkmate tomorrow. Remember, if Darthnub or Soyu advance to final round, we'll have Checkmate and everyone will be confirmed to advance, because 7 placements are already there on play. So clean play, Necra, and once again, the possibility of looking for that outs that give you so much possibilities. Here it is, 2 Brawler emblems for him. Having the cash out that you mentioned, Asa, it was just too much power.
Yeah, absolutely. The echoing bat blades on the Fiora. We didn't see all this game, but very, very good with attack speed users, and Fiora has a very high attack speed. And then Artix with that Samira reroll, which was not actually performing that well. We actually see he was contested by Brabra, well, soft contested Brabra with an Ornn 2 in 6th place. So he was able to overcome, some Ornns being out of the pool, making it harder to hit, but was still able to take that to a second.
We're going to look back on some of the highlights from the full game we were able to watch for our first game of the day, just in case you missed it. We did end up seeing that final showdown between Konda and Setsuko. And this was an interesting one because Setsuko, like right out the gates, ended up getting that triple emblem from the trait tree. And it felt like they were tailor-made to be able to go for this vertical space group. Even just getting one was really off to such a great start.
Yeah, I mean, the double phase, right? Before Setsuko just keeping strong, keeping the tempo out and trying to win out. And now the last lobby that we just saw, Darthnub looking for a comp that, once again, is not working so far, but in the right condition makes sense. So Master G maybe was not the one that did the most damage there. Graves did a lot, Fiora did a lot, and you have the full brawler giving you additional time. So sometimes the name of the comp is not actually the one being the protagonist.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of times the Master Yi comp, like that's the guy who's going to carry you through your stage 4, but these guys are making it all the way to stage 7. So once you get to like stage 5, 6, 7, that's when you're really going to rely on your legendaries, the Fiora, and the Graves to pick up the slack.
I'm going past that, and we're going to talk about our standings because, coming into today, we ended up talking about some of the players towards the bottom. We had Setsuko, who ended up getting a really great result here. We also saw a great result coming through from Darthnub. Like, he was doing pretty okay, but I think this was also just a really great point for him to kind of make a comeback. And I also got word from CLE that Wei Iverson also took a second place. So I think when we get a chance to actually look at the standings once the games are all finished and tallied up, we're going to see a very different picture than what we saw at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, and it's a good moment to remember the format. Today, we will have 2 games. This was the first one. We have one more, and then we will cut 8 players. So very important to first be safe from that. And then after each game, or actually each 2 games, we'll have 4 eliminated and 4 advancing. So it will be like a ladder coming forward. So of course, you need to be safe at the right time. But of course, you want to have as much points, because if not, one bad game totally eliminates you. It's a lot of pressure, and players need to be there every game and every step.
Yeah, absolutely. Even for the players who are not at the bottom, they're not really just trying to be safe, because if you just barely make it into the next cut, you're going to be in the same position where you're really going to need to go like 1, 3, or get some really good placements. So all the players at the bottom are really trying to get as many points as possible. They really have to lean into these kind of risky 1st or 8th lines just to survive the next cut after next game, but also the next one after that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a hard one because, we only have one more game before we cut the bottom 8. And if you think about just kind of where the points were distributed amongst places 17th to 24th, there was a little bit of a gap there that I think especially our players towards the bottom are going to have a really difficult time overcoming. But for somebody like Wei Iverson, who was at that bottom part, 24 points, that was not a lot to work with. And so I think that second place is going to be very big. But if you took an 8th place, I think I am worried about Black Sheep in this case, since Black Sheep did have a low number of points coming into today, and did take that 8th place in that first game as well.
Yeah, normally it's a very difficult position mathematically. We'll check later, but it seems like that will not be an option for him. And we're making calculations here, so probably we'll have like 36 to be the advancing point, but that's something for the next game. For now, Asa what do you do in this situation? You cannot change your game plan, right? You just go clean. You just center. Do this guy meditate in this moment just to be like present in the exact moment? Any recommendation for mental when you know you're one step away every time?
Absolutely. I think part of the difference in these high events is not just how you're playing against some of the other top players. So everyone's making such good decisions, making such strong boards on every stage, but it's also the pressure. Like playing on this stage is just such a different experience than playing on ladder mentally. So what I like to do, remind myself to get enough water every game, stretch out, and take some deep breaths. Make sure you have enough oxygen going to your brain, and just try your best to ignore what's happened in the past and focus on your future, the game right in front of you.
Yeah, one more game for our competitors here. And so if you're looking at the ticker below, you can kind of start to see where the points have totaled after this 7th game. And so the cutoff right now is going to be between Darth Nub and Brosif. That is a 32-point tiebreaker for the two of them for 16th and 17th place. So if you're below that, those are the players that are in that danger zone of being eliminated. So you're talking Marcel P, Wei Iverson, only 1 point away from that 32 points, but still, of course, need a great finish in this final game. And then Setsuko, GG9, 29 points. Robin Songs and Toddy are at 28, and Black Sheep at 26. I believe is mathematically eliminated from that cutoff. So for this next game, we are going to be focusing on our players on the bubble. Toddy maybe has a chance, but needs a first place. Wei Iverson needs a top 3 to be very, very comfortable. And we still have to look at Marcel P as well. We're going to hand it back over to our casters, Sealy and Gangly, to talk more about this next game.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. And I think they said it perfectly that for this game, the main characters are those players on the bubble, right? Those players like Marcel, like Weijin, who are sitting directly below it, but then alongside that, people like Soju, who are certainly not safe at 34 points, and Toddy, who's even dipping a little bit below it, but with a little bit of a miracle, could make it through this cutoff.
And I think that with the amount of stars in this lobby, there's so many people to root for, especially if you're a BR fan. You need Toddy to have that big comeback in this game. You need Weijin to now just hold on with a solid top 4 and Marcel to do the same. And some of these other players, if you take an 8th place, if you're Wigwug and you go 8th, you will be in danger. And so Soju in a very similar position, and especially with their rivalry, neither of them want that to happen.
You know, if you're a relatively new fan to competitive TFT, I'm sure you know Weijin Iverson as one of the most demonic players in our region. He doesn't really ever lose, but you might be a little bit surprised to learn that this spot is not that unfamiliar to him. It actually feels like it's very common for Weijin Iverson to be behind earlier in the tournament, and it feels to me like when his back is up against the wall, he just always seems to perform. So yes, maybe not a favorite spot in the tournament right now, but I don't actually feel all that worried for Weijin quite yet.
Let's see what we get. We do have Scouting Party as our encounter, so we see the extra reroll there at the bottom to able to get the augment that you especially want to start this game. So we'll see which ones people want. Wigwug going immediately for Patience of Virtue, which is great if you're trying to lost streak and play around that. So curious if they have something else on their side. 3 people already taking Magic Roll.
Yep, and that's a pretty good one. We've seen Slightly Magic Roll be a very popular silver augment. One thing I do... Well, let's see. We're going to be able to see them. Slightly Magic Roll is a completed item for CMB. I believe it was gold for Marcel. And at some point in time, we'll be able to see what Kai Wang's was as well.
Pile of Champions,
Soju
maybe?
As well.
Oh,
It
it's
could've
probably
been Pile
rerolls.
of Champions.
6 rerolls, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. 6 rerolls. And there's one more we got to check at some point. Soju as well. He's got the health. Okay.
Combat there. I think there's a couple ones that are interesting to call out. Weijin and Toddy taking the same one with the delayed artifact. So it'll take 8 rounds, just like the Echo God Boon, and you'll wait 8 rounds and then get the choice from there. And so playing around those artifacts allows for a lot of different rerolls to be particularly enabled. And so it's interesting though, because you don't know until you get that artifact what you can kind of play around.
Yeah, that's a great call out. I think when you're taking something like Latent Forge, it's not all that uncommon to play more of a lost streak style for twofold. One, because you're not actually getting the value of your augment until later in the game. But second, because if you are actually just full open and you have nothing committed on your board, you can actually react to the artifact that you get and then build a board from there. So it is kind of unique. I don't know if this actually does mean that either of these players are going to commit to full loss, but I think in general of the augments we saw, I don't think there was anyone. Oh, I guess Wigwug was the one person who's probably saying that he's willing to lose most of stage 3. Ironically, he is someone who won last fight too, though.
Yeah, he's playing around this Jinx reroll, and so when you're printing units with Primordian, it naturally upgrades your board, which is a great spot to be in for him. He had a lot of these units already online, and so not having the Belvet, though, does mean we'll at least have to buy something once during this stage to get Primordian online, but for now, we'll try to kill as many units as possible, stay patient, bank our rerolls, and see what we can do. We gonna win this round? No. Okay.
They're starting to get a little fast. Yeah, that would have been the scammiest 2-win streak of all time from Wigwug, but not today. Also,
I don't believe we have anyone in this lobby so far playing Anima, which for many of our players that love to play around, that more aggressive style, that more, lost streak and a cash out, that would be the ideal situation. For Weijin, though, this might be a little bit more comfort zone. We're going to be printing Leonas. We're going to have the opportunity to play around either Fast 9 or something with LeBlanc. And LeBlanc has a lot of great artifacts that work with her.
Yeah, that's a great call out. And I think, again, because you're able to build your board on stage 4, it is similar to if you're playing full Lost Streak, where you can see what your artifact is first, and then if you feel like there is another lion that is within pivot range, you still have the ability to do that. Granted, we're going to be playing for Vanguard. We know that for sure, right? We're going to be playing around a Leona 3 for stage 4, so as long as we get an artifact that can fit on a board with a Leona 3, I think Weijin will be feeling pretty fine.
This is a battle of the win streakers right now. The Mordekaiser will get that last cast off, which will be huge to soak that up. The Zoe cast won't do enough, though. We do get that one more Leona. We make 10 gold, but no win streak for Wage and Iverson. Makes it a little bit rougher, but we know that stage 3 will be pretty good if we can get to Leona 3.
Keep in mind, Marcel was the slightly magical roll that gave him gold as well. Oh, Blood Pact coming through? No. Okay.
No one.
Not today.
Oh, CMB. Here we go.
CMB. There we go. That's some
Congratulations.
Money. I'll take that. That's a win streaker too.
I think we have a couple people. Yeah, Marcel now joins him on that win streak. Makes a little bit of sense there. Knowing that they want to keep pushing that. Tony does not go that direction. So only a few HP lost for them. So it is a good investment for them for sure, especially as they have the HP to spare early on in the game. But I do think for those who are rerolling, Wage and Iverson specifically, I think about Wigwug with his Primordian reroll, getting this Hex, getting all his HP on these Mega Tanks that we have on our board right now will be huge.
Marcel with the Rageblade Slam on Lissandra also looks like he's probably leaning toward the Shepherd line as well. We have just seen so much LeBlanc seemingly come out of nowhere. This was on the radar of some people going into regionals, but I do feel like it was kind of flying very quietly until we saw it just pop off in EMEA yesterday, come to America is very similar, and now it does feel like the most contested line we're seeing today.
I mean, Marcel clearly going that direction. Wigwag having Jinx 2 already is quite incredible. I'm not exactly sure where that came from, but does have great items alongside that, has that extra sword on bench. We won't be win streaking this stage, which is expected when you're not particularly buying units from your shop. We did buy one for sure this time around, and we have the Belveth online. So it will be a good spot for Wigwag, scaling up throughout the game. Kai Wang on the 4 loss, but CMB and Marcel on the 4 win will be the one to keep our eye on.
Note that the 2 players that are on the 4 win are also pretty rich. Marcel getting the gold off of his magical roll, and CMB taking the Blood Pact. So 2 players who are actually able to navigate both playing, I mean, I would not necessarily playing greedy, because Marcel did not have the choice, but CMB in that case certainly being able to say, hey, I'm strong enough that I can take this money and still potentially 5 streak here. And you can see why. I mean, this board is disgusting. And I don't think there's a world where Wajan's board is able to ever win against CMB. This Talon's going to make it into the back line and just start cutting through everything.
The odd thing, I mean, interesting thing probably for Wajan is we're really poor, right? Like, we're not making 20. I'm sure we'll sell the Meepsy in the back and we'll get to 20 gold, but to be at this HP, to now have a Leona farmed, it's feeling a little rough. At the top of our board, we do see both of them continuing their win streak and Kai Wang continuing the loss streak at the bottom. And so everyone's going to plan where Wigwag continues the 4 loss streak for himself down below. But it's awkward because Soju's also contesting that line.
Yeah, the question is how many of them are actually trying to play LeBlanc, because if we have Marcel, Soju, Wajan all playing LeBlanc, and Marcel is the only person that is rich, then that does mean that Wajan and Soju are going to be in for a very, very tough time. And Wajan, keep in mind, at 31 points, he needs a top 4, but there are so many people at this 31 and 32 point threshold, and then there's a 2-point gap between that next spot, which means we could end up in a really weird position for the threshold where it gets a lot higher than normal or even lower. It's just, you can't really ever be certain. You definitely do not want to find yourself with just a contested 6th place this game.
One thing I do want to call out as an uncontested line that many of our players could pivot into, even if you're playing Leona early into the game, is Xayah. This is the Serpent, and we know that to be one of the best ones for Xayah in the late game. So we can play around Leona in the front line, then get some snipers online, build towards those items instead. I don't know if that's going to be in their brain as we move throughout this game. I do know for Wajan Iverson, he does hate playing contested, so he'll probably do everything he can to get away from that.
3-2 Augment will probably give a lot of these players a lot of direction on where they want to go. Oh, and we are going to be seeing the 2 win streakers. The Talon on the side of CMB. Question is, does he find his way to the Lissandra before the Lissandra can burst him down? One more cast from the Lissandra. Does not hit the Talon. Now the Talon's on the back line. The front line is falling from everything else. Yeah, it looks like it is. The board's just dead. Marcel's going to be able to keep this 6 streak going. And again, coming off of the econ start of the magical roll, this is an amazing spot for Marcel.
Level 6, 40 gold still, looking real good. More silver augments to come through though, so we'll be able to once again have as many rerolls as we would like, and so we'll see if we can get the exact one we're looking for. Late game specialist for Marcel P is very interesting from this spot because you want to go fast 9 from ahead. You have the ability to go fast 9 specifically with these items playing around Vex. I don't know. That sounds good to me. Wajan Iverson did hit 3-star Leona. We saw on the right side of our screen, and the rest of our augment choices coming through. Do it.
A lot of thinking there.
Yeah.
End up taking it. Now, there is an argument that investing a bit more on stage 3 by taking a combat augment could give him a decent amount of gold, right? If he's able to continue this streak into a 10 streak, it's not going to give you the 27 gold of a late game specialist, but it'll give you a decent amount. So I'd like to see if Marcel's able to keep this win streak up through the rest of the stage as well.
I'm not sure this board has been played in the history of TFT. We just have a Zaya, Samira, Corki, Leona 3. I don't know. I don't know what's happening here, but it's going to win rounds, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I can't help but once again call out how poor Wajan Iverson is not being on a win streak here as well. And we were just looking at Marcel being at 40 gold level 6 last round. It means Wajan is, what, 25 gold behind Marcel, maybe even more at this point in time. Tom Kench could be something. Doesn't really fit, but getting the Oracle in can give you a little bit of money.
Okay, we'll put together
his willingness to move the pieces round by round.
Yeah, and I think we'll be able to put together something that's a little bit less strange as we go throughout the rest of this game. He's just, praying for a high roll at this point, right? Like, you just kind of need this Leona to show up, or the LeBlanc to show up on 7, and really just hoping that we can get that online before the other players. Camberley is uncontested on this Meeple line. We are printing Jaxes from this Caretaker, so we know that will be maybe 3-star if we want to go that direction, but for now, just a solid 2-star tank to solidify our front line while we figure the rest of our board out.
Whoa, I don't think I've ever seen Corki on both sides of the board this patch. We're witnessing history here with Wajan Iverson up against Camberley.
Not very close here, especially with the Bramble Vest.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much front line. The Corki is a great hit for Cam, but I think he accepts that he's going to be lost streaking. You can see he was even greeting Econ there, still level 5, so that he can make 50, try and spike a lot harder on stage 4 instead. Okay, Solar Hex versus the 3-star 1 cost. Camberley and K3 Soju both opting to take the 3-star 1 cost, it seems.
I'm obsessed with clicking this one. I'm going to be honest with you. I love just figuring out how this can fit on my board, at least in the mid game here, and getting me either further in levels or figuring it out later. But it looks like half of our lobby, or nearly half of our lobby, went with the 3-star 1 cost. So curious to see what everyone gets. We'll see Wigwug here pick up his.
Aatrox.
We could use it.
You would have to put it in over Maokai, I guess, right? Oh, he's gonna drop Primordian for it. Interesting.
And we're not gonna slam. Huh. Okay. Well, Kaiwing though, level 7. He was not gonna slam Even Shroud this fight. Okay. So. Oh man.
Yeah. Kaiwing.
This is a
spot's pretty.
This is a spot.
Is this? I mean, he has all of these free rerolls still, but it doesn't. I imagine because he's leveling to 7 here and is 30 gold, that it means he's actually trying to win. So I don't know if he's trying to reroll on 7. No, okay, he has the dual gauntlet slammed as well.
And we did get our artifact coming through for Wajan Iverson. Will be a frontline one, really profiting off those resistances that we did get. Tody did get his as well, so we see that he did win this round. So the waiting has paid off for both of our players. Wajan trying to regain this econ, but we are going to be super slow level 8. We do have a Nunu, and so we can play that.
Yeah, so there's something we saw in the last game and it fit more easily on the Setsuko's board, but we have seen that people can play super fast tempo, and then when it goes to stage 4, you throw in time breakers, because Timebreakers is going to be giving you the rerolls on loss, and if you don't think you can win stage 4 anyway, then you might as well get the econ. I guess the difference with Weijin is that it does kind of feel like if he can find one LeBlanc, he will win some fight. So it's a very awkward spot, because if you spend all of your gold and miss, I don't really know how you dig yourself out of it as Weijin. So we'll have to check back in. We'll see how he navigates this kind of tricky spot.
Tony really hoping he can take a win here, but Kaiwing desperately in need of stabilization. 10 losses in a row and already spent gold to stabilize. This is one of those positions where you're thankful you're at 41 points already, because I don't know if we're going to be escaping the Batsu.
Yeah, I can't help but agree with you. We'll see. I mean, 50 gold 7 with nothing pumped into level 8. Yeah, that's pretty bad for Kaiwing. Even Toddy's spot, though, I mean, we're not particularly rich either, and 50 HP is not that healthy. I will say there are fewer Space Groove players than we've seen. I guess actually might be Kaiwing, right? Kaiwing might be the other person who's trying to play into Space Groove. So Toddy and Kaiwing might be contesting each other at the bottom there.
One thing to note, though, is Marcel P on that 10 win. 70 gold level 7, contesting many of our other players, and so I would steer clear if all possible. But we do know he's going 9, so it's like, yeah, I'm contesting, but like, I'm not really, because I'm not, you know, Toy Story where he's not aiming for the truck.
Yep.
That's where Marcel's going.
Mm-hmm. Kaiwing gonna be using those free rerolls, looking for some Namis. We're finding Rivens. We just have no money. We don't have any room. Did find one Nami, though. Gets 5 Space Groove in. We've got some items. 2 of the Anvil should get us items on there as well.
I mean, this is the same line Toddy's playing, right? Like,
yep.
It's very awkward. Marcel does get the LeBlanc online, not LeBlanc pair, and did roll very heavily on 8 to try and stabilize it and get to level 9. And this is going to be a big test for Marcel's board here. We know this Nami to be one of the best AP flex units in this patch. We see it standing strong here. The splash damage going onto the back line, especially with the extra Hex in the wound coming through. So that is a sigh of relief for Kaiwing. We have at least a second to breathe, taking out the win streak in the lobby and breaking his own loss streak.
Yeah, I do wonder. You can see Marcel's holding the time breakers on the bench. Is he going to keep his current board and try and contest a couple of fight wins, or is he going to kind of just sack it and say, listen, I lost 4-1, I might as well lose a few more? He's definitely one of the least pressured in the lobby. As we go to our final augment, Duo Q picked up here.
It looks like we had a full pivot from Camberley because we got this 3-star Cho'Gath. We had the Jacks stacking up throughout the game and knew that we would get those on level up, but instead now we're full Dark Star because we have this solid front line.
Did not find a 5 cost that we were really looking for. I mean, we can fit Blitzcrank on the board, but obviously the Jin would have been ideal. Don't find a Kaisa 2 though. Kaisa 2 and
or Karma 2?
Yeah. Huge whiffs for Camberley and a 34 HP.
We're not even Karma pair.
No, we're not. We do have a lot of gold on our bench, so we can sell some things, but I'm not even sure how much.
I mean, this Jin is going to be awesome when it's a Jin. It's got great items, but we have to get there. And this is actually, we were talking about this pre-show a little bit about this Dark Star line. Is it feels kind of like old school TFT where you'd play verticals counting on getting one of these 5 costs on your board, and if you missed, you just went 8th, and it is looking scary.
He just lost to Marcel's board with Timebreaker in. Marcel was trying to lose. That is not what you want to see for Camberley. And 36 points, that's 4 points over the break point. It should be fine, even if he does go 8th here, but it does put you in a tougher spot for the next cut.
One thing to note, Weijin Iverson, still level 7. He is playing around the similar board to everyone else, but has not gotten to a spot where we want to push levels and contest that. Instead, we're playing around a solid-ish board. We have a few 3-cost upgrades, which might be able to carry us a little bit longer, but we have lost 2 times in a row, facing Marcel's board on the other side.
This is a great time to be fighting Marcel if you're Weijin Iverson. And I think it is an interesting. See, I wasn't sure if he was going to be playing into the LeBlanc line or not. It does feel like with these items, it's just not likely, though you can fit everything onto the Karma. You could maybe pivot into Space Groove if you feel that Kai Wang and Toddy are both just going to die, but Toddy's on a 4-win. So I don't exactly know where he's going to land, but I actually liked the slow level. He knows that Marcel is going to be going to 9, so he's not pressed for time that much. And Soju did roll down, so he has the ability to react to what Soju does. We do see a lot of frustration there from Cambuli, who's just not happy with how this game has gone.
I mean, well, I don't know what you're supposed to do here with no Jin. I don't know if we got the opportunity to get it from this God Pengu or not, but it is quite unfortunate for him. 8 losses in a row after getting this. We'll see if we can... Oh, okay, 1 upgrade. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Kaisa 2, Karma 2 are found. That's great. Probably not quite enough. And this is, what is the name of this? The other frontline hex that will freeze them, right?
Cryogenic Hex.
Cryogenic Hex. And that might be the source of his frustration, where he's split between both the Cosmic and the Cryogenic Hex, both of which would be great on his Cho'Gath, but I guess he can't really fit them both on right now, and doesn't want to switch the Cho'Gath onto there quite yet. Weijin is level 8 now, though.
He did go to level 8. He does have that 2-star Nunu, which is fantastic for this front line. The back line, though, is just a little bit to be desired, but I think for now this could be serviceable with the amount of damage that we have from just even our front line. Cambuli walking away from the PC. Yeah, you got to walk that one off for sure.
I think we've all been there. Sometimes the best thing to do is, yeah, take a walk, reset, try again once you're in a better headspace. We're checking back in with CMB, though, one of the other slightly magical role players that we were watching from the beginning. Landed on a Xayah board with very, very good Xayah items, even finds the Jin, but I think maybe just not enough upgraded there to really stabilize the board. Not having the upgraded front line, not even having the Xayah 2, just won't get him there.
I'm very surprised Kai Wang was able to even hit this board. We see Tuddy's Ghost on the other side, who is on a 6-win streak, so this will be a huge test for Kai Wang. Our 4 costs are upgraded, though, which is going to be huge. We have good items. We're missing the 3rd completed item on this Ornn, but versus this Ghost, should be able to stand up.
Yeah, the Nami is strong on the other side, but like you said, is the Ghost board. We should be able to get enough splash damage from our Nami onto theirs, and yeah, that last cast will do it. Kai Wang will live to see another day. And we see CMB taking another hit, really needs to find the upgrades to the Nunu and the Xayah, or he will not be long for this world. Oh, actually, no, it was him. He actually took a win. It was Wigwug that took a loss there.
And Wigwug's almost hit everything on his board.
Yeah,
it's now just a lack of items, too. He's just got, no, not very much of his board itemized here. And I know that this Treasure Dragon augments, or time, that's probably not what it's called now, but that's what it used to be called. Will help us fill out our items. Marcel P is level 9. He did get all the extra gold. The LeBlanc is gone. The Vex is here. It is time to upgrade this board as much as possible.
Bard 2 coming through. Vex pair is really nice. The problem with this board always comes down to, can you upgrade the front line? Because even the Vex 2 and the Bard 2, while very powerful, they need a little bit of time to ramp up, you know? They can't just get all the juice out in the first 5 seconds. They gotta give them some time to squeeze.
The good news is we have a good amount of time to figure it out, right? We have the upgraded, we have a lot of HP to work with. We have the upgraded backline, and we have, I mean, the big problem is our front line is super contested. We know Weijin, we know Soju are both playing around these Vanguards, and they're currently 1 and 2 in HP. So we may not even hit our frontline upgrades.
Yeah, that's like the classic problem when you're playing around the Vanguard frontline, right? It's so contested. Trying to find a Nunu 2 in the late game can be so difficult. On the other side, yeah.
He just reforged that Morello into a Protector's Vow, by the way, when because he has the Hex with the burn. So and put that straight on the Nunu.
Because I was going to say, the problem he had with his board is that he didn't have a way to make a 3rd frontline item for this Nunu. He had to make an Ionic Spark on one of the slots, and then, and we take it. Sometimes it just goes that way. Wigwug down to just 3 HP. I'm a little surprised to see that this spot ended up as a potential bot 2, because it looked like his spot was pretty decent for most of the game, and 34 points is close enough to the bubble that I think you're very concerned if you're Wigwug.
Yeah, I think our thought is around 36 or 37. I don't know how his tiebreakers are, but if he can squeeze out just even one more placement versus Kaiwing, that would be ideal. But Marcel P loads in on the other side. Will the scaling from these hexes be enough for Wigwug?
Question is, can we kill the front line fast enough on Marcel's side? Because if Wigwug can break through everything, maybe you can get to the back line, but no. It looks like it's going to be a pretty fair front to back. Wait, everything is falling. It's going to be close. Last cast from the Jinx, just barely too slow. Oh, man. Wigwug going out in a heartbreaking 7th place there. CMV follows him in 6th.
Gonna put him right. This is gonna be some heartbreaking tiebreakers. I already know it. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna be a bad one. Toddy, though, is the player to keep our eye on, and Wajan Iverson and Marcel P. The players that needed to show up that were behind are showing up. The players that were right on the bubble put themselves right on the bubble again. So we will see how this ends up on our analyst desk at the end of the game. But for now, we know that these top 3 in our lobby currently need to stay that way.
Wang is the only player below 30 HP in this lobby right now. So if he's going to win or end in the top 4, he's going to have a long road to get there. He'll start trying to get against K3 Soju, though. Soju's got a lot of damage from this Karma and a lot of frontline, but it feels like we're just bashing our heads against these 2 boards. It's going to be a really close fight. One more cast with the Karma doesn't clear everything. Yeah, wow. Wang will stay alive.
I want to call us for accountability, and specifically myself. I said this is one of those games where escaping a bot 2 seems impossible. He's now maybe even into the top 4. So props to Kaiwing. Continually underrated by us. Excited to see him continue to perform well in this tournament.
That is true. He hears us doubt him, and he knows when to turn on the jets. Toddy does take a loss here, but sitting at 61 gold, I don't think he's feeling that much pressure. He's got a lot of room to grow, too. That's an important thing to keep in mind. There are some boards right now that feel like they're pretty close to their cap, and Toddy actually feels like if you gave him 30 more gold, he could make a board that could maybe just win this game. He still has his items on Anasis 2. He doesn't have a Shen on the board yet. He's not even level 9. And is about 50 gold away from leveling, so if he can make it to neutrals and still have 2 lives, I think he actually could be in a spot where he can go even further and threaten the top 2.
This Nami splash damage is proving to be a big problem for our players that have that big tank in the front line. Thinking Wajan Iverson, K3 Soju specifically with those Leonas, and being able to have the backline access is massive. Kaiwing, again, we see maybe taking another win there as well, where Wajan Iverson will take a loss, so no one falling out, just everyone coming back down and making this lobby very, very close.
Wang's still looking for the Shen 2 and the Blitz 2, so if he's going to lose, it might need to be now. If you give him 2 more rounds and another Oracle farm, there's a world where you're just not coming back. He will be up against Toddy, though, who is another player who has not spiked. So it's 2 players who have not actually reached the full cap of their board yet, and this is actually pretty bad for the rest of the players in the lobby. Okay, it is the ghost of Toddy, so maybe not as concerning as it might have been. So Kaiwing should be able to pretty easily deal with the ghost of Toddy, unless this Gwen 2 does something disgusting. No, doesn't look.
It was definitely trying. The attempt was there.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things I want to call out, and it's not something we can see across the board, but is the dichotomy of God choices. We have 2 of our players going for Evelyn. That would be Soju and Marcel. So they will be taking bigger losses as both of them take a loss there. I'm sorry, Marcel did win and Toddy took a loss, but both of them going for the durability, but the risk involved where the rest of them going for the Yasuo hexes and improving those. So we'll keep our eye on the Evelyn and see if that makes any difference in the placements in the lobby.
Soju does find the Sona 2, so to go alongside the Karma, we have a lot of splash damage on the side now. Depending on what's dropped from the Dragon, if you can get some items onto the Sona, maybe Soju can turn it around because it does feel like he's the most likely to end in 5th place right now.
Did anyone abduct the dragon? That's what I want to know.
That's a good question.
I don't know if anyone had this Bard on the board at that point, but would be very fun. I do think Soju is at 34. Putting himself in this top 5 means that he should be safe for this next cut. He's already one of our players who's made the Tactician's crown. And so, personally, I'm cheering for this guy to make the final lobby so we can see some checkmate.
Okay, re-itemizing in general. Putting 3 items on our Blitzcrank, 3 items on our Sona 2. And we are on the same side as the Nami on the other side of Toddy, who is level 9. Oh, yeah, level 9, 50 gold. Actually did not roll down.
I think he knows he has 1 life left after this. Maybe we can try to go for a 3-star 4 cost if Kaiwing does die here. And so we'll go for that Nami, go for maybe one of these other frontliners. It will be a big win for him anyway. So maybe he's just aware of a situation, knowing his matchup, knowing the strength that he does have. Soju going out in 5th.
Weijin takes another loss too at 50 gold. He's gonna go 9 now. Wow, this is the board. We haven't checked in on Weijin in a while, but I'm pretty happy, I think, to land in the top 4 if you're Weijin Iverson. Still playing around the Zoe 2 and just the Asol as your main carries. Toddy's still greeting at 50 gold and he's gonna be playing against Kaiwang. We saw him win against K through Soju. I would be very surprised if this board can win against
Level 10.
Kaiwang. Whoa, levels of 10 with no gold.
Whoa! He just skipped 9, went straight 10, and knows that this is the fight for his tournament life here. He needs to go first in this lobby, so he risked it all to go level 10. We'll keep an eye on these Nami bubbles and the splash damage that goes with it, alongside these Blitzcranks, seeing if we can get any of these primary units up in the air. The Ornn from Kaiwing does not fly. The Blitzcrank does fall down right before that. The last bubbles coming through are gonna be huge.
Oh, it's gonna be so
survival going to be coming through. The Nami from Kaiwing is enough, but Toddy stays alive.
I think Toddy realizes that he needs Kaiwang to die in order to try and upgrade the Blitzcrank 2. There's already a handful of them out, and it's really hard for him to find that upgrade on 9. So he says, listen, if I go 10 right now, maybe I have enough to get out Kaiwang, but no, he cannot. And it will be Weijin versus Toddy, 2 players that are still, like we said, sitting toward the bottom there, 31 and 28 points respectively. And Weijin has not made any meaningful upgrades to this board since going 9. So this might be one that Toddy can win.
This is AP Flex at his finest, right? We're seeing just AP backliners with a very solid front line, and I'm very curious if this can stack up against one of these more meta boards on the other side with the Space Groove. We're seeing the Blitzcrank get the wrap onto that Leona, knocking it up into the air. The amount of damage coming through from the Aurelian Soul is high. The Nunu cast comes through, but the board falls down quite quickly. Weijin Iverson may be able to avoid 4th place if Kaiwing falls out as well.
No, it looks like Kaiwang is going to win against Marcel, and so Weijin will have to hope that a top 4 is enough to keep him safe. It is going to get him in very scary territory as he gets 5 points, putting him to 36, meaning Cambuli is still 1 point ahead of him. He's tied with Wigwug now. It's going to be a very close point threshold. 34 might end up being the exact bubble, or 36 rather, might be the exact bubble.
I got my apology form ready. This guy's spot looked doomed. I'm not lying to you. And he brought it all the way back and is now a threat to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, heads up play from Kaiwang, and I believe, was that malicious monetization that he took as his 3rd augment, even opting to say, listen, this is a low roll spot that I need to get money and stabilize my board right now. For now, though, Toddy and Marcel, the 2 players who have been mixed streaking for the back half of this game, are up against each other. Marcel with so many upgraded legendary units.
Wow.
But we can see we've got the Shen on the back line now. So much of that is falling. Seems like Toddy will not be long for this world. Will go out in 3rd and at 28 points. Might be a little bit too low for him to move on in competition.
I think that these tiebreakers are going to be just crazy. So we'll have to sit tight and wait for those calculations to come through. But it is CTG on top, baby. Marcel P versus Kai Wang, the 10 streak versus level 10 on the other side for Marcel. I'm curious if all these upgrades are enough to now finally take down the fully upgraded Kai Wang Space Groove board.
Well, if history has taught us anything, I think the answer is yes, because I actually think he might have beaten Marcel's board without these upgrades. We'll have to see. Positioning is good for Kai Wang. He's right on the Nunu. The Nunu cast will come down, though, and get onto the Nami, but one Blitz ult will come through, take out the Nunu, displace him. The Ornn gets displaced from a different Blitzcrank on the other side, though. Now the front line for both are starting to crumble. Can this Ornn hold on? And no, actually, it looks like Marcel was able to get there. 31 points, taking the first place finish to slingshot himself into a very good position. And Jack, 8 players being eliminated. This is the game where you had to show up.
I mean, he is a competitor through and through, played collegiate tennis, was a top Clash Royale player. Not Clash Royale. Yes.
Yeah,
right?
something
Yes,
like
Clash
that.
Royale. Something. Anyway, Marcel P. Clash. Anyway, he is just a competitor, and we saw it come through there, showing up exactly when he needed to. CTG on top, baby.
And Marcel doing it in a way that feels a little different than last regionals when he won, being the loss streak player, this time showing up, doing it from the win streak. So Marcel showing his flexibility and the ways he can win. Now we are going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the analyst desk break down everything we just saw, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. It has been 2 games to start out our day number 5 of the Americas Regional Finals, and that means it's time to eliminate our first batch of players. And Hupeson Asa, it's a heartbreaking one. We'll start out with what happened in this last game we just watched on stream. Kambuli going 8th is on the precipice right now, but Wigwa going out in 7th is even less points than where Cam is.
Yeah, Wiggle needing points. Also, Weisha needing a first, needing a second, and getting a fourth. We'll see confirmation later. And the name of getting here was Marcel P. Playing Flex AP, playing with the Vex, and then having possibility to pop out. Space Group is a good comp, but was contested. We saw 2 players going there. Kambuli going last, also with that possibility. Toshi going level 10, so a lot of pressure in this lobby, and was a little chaotic, I think, Asa, but maybe because of the pressure. So we're starting to feel actually what happens when we have that elimination on the line.
Absolutely, yeah. The Kai Wayne, his spot was looking really bad with a 10 loss streak into contesting the Space Group with Toddy, but then they both managed to top 4. The Cosmic Hex on the Ornn from the Yasuo 2-1, able to stack up a lot of HP, really synergistic with this Ornn, giving a ton of frontline, allowing Space Group to scale throughout the fight was really effective.
Yeah, it was a third that was needed for Marcel P and Weishan Iverson in order to avoid elimination, and a first place for Toddy. So unfortunately, Weishan Iverson and Toddy didn't make it. When we take a look at the standings, you'll see the rest of the 8 players that will be eliminated alongside of them. And that is so tough for Robin Songs. A first place, and it's not enough to avoid that cut.
So tough for Robin. Wigwood, one of the also up-and-coming players that had a chance to go, and Weishan, of course, has to be the big one here, having a chance to once again represent, being recognized as the best of American region right now and maybe in the world, and now having a chance, having a tough break today. Asa, we lose Brose, we lose Setsuko, Black Sheep. I mean, big names here not coming up for the next day.
Absolutely, 36 points was not enough. You needed 37 to make it. So Kambuli, despite taking an 8-8 due to his good performance from day 1, just barely made it, just enough points, but he's going to have to start really picking it up in these coming games. VCLF Darthnub also making it by 1 point, Soju barely making it as well. Again, Soju and Darthnub are the ones who are qualified to the Tactician's Crown already.
So if they're able to make it in that final lobby, we get checkmate. And if they both make it, then 9th place is actually going to be going to the Tactician's Crown alongside our Championship Sunday Finals. Here are your players that are towards the top. Dish Soap, after taking a 6th place in game number 7, brought it back with a 2nd place in Kai Wing. Not too far behind him now with 48 total points. And so after we say goodbye to 8 players, now what we are looking forward to is going to be the next cuts that happen in 2 games time. We'll be eliminating 4 players, but alongside that, we're promoting 4 players to the grand finals. So Dish Soap, Kai Wing, Me First or 8th, and Brubra Who. Those are the 4 players that right now look like they are trending towards going to that championship finals after 2 games.
Yeah, they need to maintain it. It's only 4, like you mentioned, Nekra. It's not easy. You need to really be up there. D-Show may be the only one because he has maybe a leeway to play there. Have the 41 gesture already in the 50s and having a possibility to keep ramping up. So great for him. And now almost starting the lobby here, Nekra.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the competitors on that bubble. 38 points is what separates the K3 Soju from Marcel P at 39. And so all eyes, though, on Darthnub and Kambuli. Can they make it out of that cut at the bottom 4? One way to find out is to see how this next game goes. And so, Asa, Hupe-san, I'm going to throw it back over to you and also tagging Gangly to cast this next game. Have fun.
Thank you, Nekra. Yeah, here with Asa and Gangly. First off, obviously we see the faces of the players where we're still shocked about the elimination. Tell us a little more about it. Thoughts and feelings from you.
I mean, I think the thing that stands out right off the bat is Kambuli. Taking the 8th to start off the day. Listen, he had an amazing day yesterday, and there's nobody that doubts that Kambuli is among the best in our entire region, but I think Asa can probably attest to being in tournament and having 2 really bad back-to-back performances. It can shake anybody's mental.
Yeah, I think Kambuli is a great competitor, but yeah, after going 8-8, even if you physically and mentally, you feel fine, I mean, I find it really hard to believe that any human can play their A game after that. So really hoping that Kambuli is able to bounce back from such a bad start today.
Yeah, so tough here. And obviously, that's exactly what you need. I mean, you need to keep playing your game. Sometimes the game is not on your favor. You just have to keep going. Tough for him. Not finding the Jhin. We remember finding the late Kaisa there to stabilize. And now here it is. Looking better. Still, we see some tension there. But of course, this is a pro player. So many times in TAC round, streaming now, loves TFT. And if someone can come back, for sure it can. But looking rough there with only 37 points.
Absolutely. Also, Darknub 37 points. And it's also the added pressure, right? With these 37 points, there's going to be another cut after 2 games. So you're not really just trying to get like a couple top 4s. You really need those high placements when you're at the bottom of the standings like this.
Well, the good news is that in the last cut, we cut 8 players from the bottom. And with this next cut, it's 4 players from the top and only 4 from the bottom. That does mean that even if you are in the last place, you're only 2 points away from the cutoff. So I don't think anybody is out of contention right now, right? I think it's actually worth it for you to just take a breath and say, hey, I technically, if I can only play for a top 4 right now, it's actually kind of okay for me to take two top 4s or maybe a top 3 and a top 4. And even if I'm at the bottom, find a way through the next cutoff.
Yeah, it's the beauty of the change of format. You're always playing for something. Obviously, having the possibility to go that way is so important here. Conda, with a humble start here, finds the 2 emblems, has the not anything premium. Maybe the time breaker can be useful, but at least these are emblems that work well together. There's a possibility to try to make it happen.
Yeah, these are the traits on Ezreal. Timebreaker, really good for early econ. Sniper. This could maybe be used in the space group composition that runs Timebreaker and oftentimes Samira, but really interested to see what Conda chooses to go with this. I wouldn't say these are super synergistic because Ezreal is just not really a carry, but if he's able to hit the Timebreaker, it's just really nice extra econ from that.
On the other side, we do see Cambly taking the advanced loan, opting to take a lot of econ up from the very beginning of the game. And if we can compare to what some other players are taking, Phoenix is another player who will be playing like a similar shape, right? Taking patient study. Both of those players are saying, I'm not going to be contesting a lot of wins on stage 2. I'm totally fine losing early, playing for a higher econ, try to get my XP, level up, and spike later on in the game. And you see it already with Cam. Sitting at 23 gold means he'll be getting a lot of interest that many of the players just will not have access to in stage 2.
Yeah, early games for him, good front line together with the Cho'Gath and Rek'Sai. Has a Jinx, so try maybe thinking about that angle, and of course being open to possibilities. Ginso opens up normally the AP line, obviously the Fast 9 as a possibility with the Vex, but we know Cambly is open to many possibilities here and will just try to at least have a decent direction for now.
Well, yeah, I was actually totally wrong, by the way, about Cambly's. I was saying that he was taking the advanced loan, being very willing to sack some of stage 3, leverage the interest, and that's not what he's doing at all, actually. He's even leveling to 5 on 2-3, has multiple upgrades on his board, and it's kind of just using this additional gold to oppress the lobby rather than playing more slowly.
Yeah, of course, when you win rounds, you get 1 gold. So if he's able to win all 5 rounds in stage 2, which he's very well set up for, you can make back a lot of that extra gold you spent going to level 5. It costs 8 gold, or 12 gold to level. So you're losing like 1 gold of interest per round, but if you get 1 gold from winning and streak on top of that, it can be worth it.
Okay. Me First of 8 here, a player that, I mean, is one of the players that we don't see when people are talking in podcasts, when you guys are doing the roll down together, Gangly and Jack. Maybe not as a high player, or you don't see it in the chat, but it's a player that is well deserved also to have a Tactician crown, having the possibility to be here, being good on TPC, and now having a chance here with a humble start here with the Shepherd. And he's always there. He's grinding, he's learning, and he has been improving so much throughout the sets.
He might be the region's best kept secret, right? I think that's kind of where Me First Rate has fallen, because you're right. He falls kind of into the shadows of all the big streamers that we get to watch their POVs. They have huge fan bases. Me First Rate is not a super public figure, but I remember thinking even last set, his run was kind of overshadowed by the historic run of Legion Iverson and then Michael and Chunnington as well, because he was someone who performed quite well in the TPC, especially when you consider relative to people's expectations for him. I think you're spot on, Hoope. He's a player who deserves much more credit than what a lot of people give him.
He's doing extremely well in this tournament. Second most points in his lobby besides Kai Wayne, who is second overall to Dish Soap, very close. Extremely high points. Really looking to get out in 4 games if he can. But even if you don't get out in 4 points, if you're at the top end, you have a very high chance of making it through the next 2. So very well positioned to make it to Tactician's Crown this set.
Yeah, 100%. Now we're seeing RTRX just trying to hold, already committed to the AD line. We see the last Whipper here for him. For now, decent in HP, just trying to hold up. Not an additional. For the Gragas is pretty good if you're going into this normally primordial angle. He decides to go for the Psionic. And it's a good tank, decent, also with good damage, and just trying to maintain tempo for now.
We have a Mountain Stargazer here, so we have a Darth Nub over here with really early Stargazer, going to be printing those Stargazer emblems with the Mountain. Kai Wayne also has Mountain with Trade Sector, so Kai Wayne likely going to be looking into that Lulu reroll, whereas Darth Nub with Worth the Wait got Aatrox, which also goes into the Lulu reroll composition, but can also go into Xayah as well. So I would expect Darth Nub to kind of lean towards Xayah while Kai Wayne goes towards the Lulu, but we'll have to see how these 2 Stargazer players try to stay out of each other's way.
As we go into the last fight of stage 2, just want to call out, Camberley did finally find a loss there, and that means that Conda is now the only player in the lobby that is threatening the 5 win. Remember, Conda was the player that had the spreading roots with the Timebreaker and the Sniper, so did find the Ezreal, but is able to make it work with a pretty honest, humble board. Nothing too egregious here, just some solid front line, upgraded back line, the Sniper giving the Veigar a little bit of extra damage. See who he goes up against, though. It's going to be Darth Nub. That's great.
Pass
Darth
here.
Nub. Yeah, Darth Nub trying to secure his 5 loss streak, so they're shaking hands. Pleasure doing business with you. I'll take my 5 win, you take your 5 loss.
Also, that's one of the spots that you feel so good about it, right? You have a very humble, as you said, gangly board, so you're not spending that much gold. You make 30 here, and you're looking good for the next phase. You were not actually expecting to win out this much, and of course, now you have more possibility, more flexibility to play from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. Kondo was earlier holding Stargazer units, but I think given that there's already 2 people with the Mountain and he didn't have it early, now holding Space Groove units on the bench, that's one of the compositions that can use the Timebreaker and use the Sniper with that Samira, the Pantheon for Replicator, maybe even the Riven, although the Riven is not as useful when you don't have the Space Groove emblem for her. But Konda definitely looking to go leverage his streak into the Space Groove line.
If you are playing it with the Sniper emblem, I imagine that does mean that the Sniper emblem ends up on the Nami, and if so, there is the concern of how much value does an emblem on your main carry give you compared to that being a 3rd full item.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the trade-off, right? That you want to see. In terms of item economy, it's always good, but it's exactly what you're saying, right? That's your main carry. So you want him to do the most amount of damage and obviously try to flex a little more to try to find a decision. Kambuli locking in once again here, trying to maybe spread out and trying to get out of the 2 8 places that he just received. And we have confirmation there that he has the Leona being printed after 50 mana. It's not the premium one, but it's a good one to try to find the Leona. For now, not printing many, only 1 on the board.
I also just want to very quickly touch on, I don't believe we talked about this before, but because this is Golden Gala, taking Advanced Loan feels pretty good because you know that you're not going to be missing out on a Prismatic Augment on 3-2. So Cambuli is expecting to see a Silver Augment, which is exactly what you want to see when you're set up with a lot of econ and have the Advanced Loan on 2-1.
Absolutely, you can see Kempley with the Rage Blade slammed. Only has 1 copy of Leona, so probably not going to go all the way to the Leona 3. but very likely to go into this 5 Shepherd line. Could potentially go into Vex, depending on how well the rest of his games go, but just based on his HP, most likely we'll have to roll down on level 8, looking for that LeBlanc 2 with the Rage Blade.
Okay, small graph. This is a comp that uses so many items. Thinking about that Vanguard line or Shepherd line, AP Flex that has so many carries and so many possibilities of tank. So good items here, or anything that the game can give him, can also have a chance here. Kaiwen rolling on 6, trying to be stable with the front line, doesn't find the Jax, finds the Emilio. So at least the damage is there, but really needing the Jax. Finds the Lulu now on level 6.
Where's our
and now
front
damage
line?
on place. Yeah, the front line is shy now.
Yeah, I think Kaiwen, I would roll a bit more in Kaiwen's spot, even though he has both his backliners upgraded. When you're investing a lot of gold on level 6, you're making a trade-off. You're getting less power for the end of the game, so you really need to be winning these rounds in stage 3. Yeah. And I'm a little nervous with Kaiwen's 1-star frontline, but if he's able to win this round and then get it soon, then he should be in a good spot to win out the rest of the round. And we can see the other Stargazer player with Deathblade Slam, so they will be staying out of each other's way.
Aatrox 3 holding it down for Darthnub, who's going to take a win there. Start to stabilize his game on stage 3.
And Conda looking here to be stable once again. Losing the win streak, but holding strong. Now finds an angle here with the Samira, pair of Samira, finds the Ornn. I mean, this is decent spot, and we know this is a great composition, at least for the top 4, without the 2 tanky that is not a premium comp. We haven't seen it pop off, but normally this is the comp that you want the emblems. You were talking about this, Asa. It's very, you have already the vertical with the space groove, and any emblem that you can put in, it always works. It always makes sense. We saw Toshi in the last game with level 10, and still he could make synergies happen because of the possibilities that this vertical gives you.
Absolutely, but it's looking like it's going to be contested with me first or 8 taking Spready Roots, 2 random emblems, but getting Space Groove as one of those random emblems. So likely we'll be contesting Conda in this line. We'll have to see how they both choose to navigate it.
So many emblems coming through all over the place. Also worth it to note that Darthnub did take Earth's Gambit. And so when we saw him win that fight on stage 3 or on 3-2, does mean that he is going to be getting a spatula to go alongside the rest of his Stargazer composition.
Okay, 4 cost with a 3 cost. That's very interesting. You can get a good high roll here. We see a little split, but many of the players looking for the high roll, trying to find some stabilization here. So it would be interesting to see if anyone actually can find that Nami that is so important. Also, the Tampkins will get a priority, as we see many players going into the Star Group line that uses this tank.
Yeah, it looks like almost everyone took a 4 cost. Darthnub I'm really worried about. He's kind of set up to play Xayah as the main carry, but Xayah's best in slot items requires a lot of bows. You really want as many bows as possible in Darthnub's position, but so far he has 0. So hopefully he'll be able to get some of those at some point. Otherwise, I'm very nervous for Darthnub.
Scam looking here, just trying to maintain whatever the game gives him. Finds a Aurora that is very strong. Normally an Aurora with good item, with good frontline, is able to take you to level 9. But of course, Kambuli needs to be a little stronger here, find that 3rd item as soon as possible. And for now, the Mordekaiser is the one holding the front.
You can see still holding on to that economical advantage from stage 2. Even on the right hand side, you can see most of the people who are level 7 are sitting around 40 gold. So Cam, alongside with everything he's holding on his bench, is about 10-15 gold richer than the average player in the lobby. He's going to take a loss there to Kaiwen, who has found a 2-win streak since rolling deep on level 6. So I think Kaiwen very happy about that outcome and was able to get back up to 50 gold. Whether or not he wants to continue to roll on 6 or go level 7, he now has that freedom.
Absolutely, me first or 8th we here already have the Samira 2 and the Riven to hold the Space Group emblem. So me first or 8th already hitting a ton of the units he wants here. Has Reforger as well in case he wants to change any of the other items around, but probably will keep both of the emblems. The Brawler goes great with Pantheon, who's Timebreaker with Riven, and Replicator with Nami.
Yeah, 100%. He has the Nasus for now, just trying to make that switch in the future. and of course trying to be as strong as possible. Upset Max here, still holding the Lissandra as the holder of the items, and it looks like he's strong enough just because of the front line and taking a chunk here out of Conda.
I love that every time we see Upset Max on stream, he's lost streaking. He is just addicted to lost streaking. I think his stats, we saw it yesterday or the day before on broadcast, something like 19% top 1 rate, 20% 8th place rate in his entire career since set 11 over the course of not an absurd number of games, but enough games to give you an idea of the way he wants to play the game. He's very comfortable sacking the early game and making those big pivot turns where you can't really make that many mistakes in the late game. And you know what? It's working thus far. 42 points puts him in a reasonable spot in this tournament.
Yeah, over here we have Artix, another AD player. This lobby has a lot of AD players. We see Artix here with a double Deathblade. Conda we saw with a sniper emblem and a last whisper. I'm a little nervous for Conda's spot actually because it looked like he was getting bullied off of Space Group by potentially me first of Ace. And Phoenix, another AD player, rolling down for the Master Yi comp. Yeah, this lobby has an unusual amount of AD.
Yeah, this is interesting. He really he committed a little early into the game. He had the knife edge, the edge of night. So already going to the line, finds the early Graves here. Graves is an excellent incorporation to this comp. Normally it's the win more. Finding it this early means that if he has the time to stay stable and step up, this could be the additional damage that this comp normally lacks.
Interesting to note that he did level and roll on 4-1. Does mean that he'll have a little bit less gold than if he had done it on 4-2. And I'm a little surprised with how much health he has, that he might have felt pressured to level on 4-1. I feel like
normally
waiting one extra round does give you, maybe enough to actually upgrade something here.
Yeah, normally you want to level on the even intervals before stage 5 because otherwise you'll have, on this round you'll have like 4 out of whatever for your extra experience bar, 4 out of 68. But because Phoenix had patient study, his perfect interval was actually on 4-1 this game.
Ah, okay.
Even still though, you do lose on that 5 gold of interest that he would have gotten if he had waited an extra round.
Okay. Yeah, makes
I'd
total
really
sense.
like to see I'd really like to see the drone moved off his Master Yi, because the drone is an AP item. It's maybe worth like a quarter of an item on an AD item holder. So he's kind of like 2 item Master Yi and 2 items Graves. I'd really like to see all 3 on one of those units. Darthnub's still not able to get any bows.
Wow. So going for the full AD Saya here, of course, a unit, as you mentioned, you need the feathers to come in as soon as possible, and getting that bows is important. So it will be more as a bursty Saya, if you will, for now.
Yeah, I think Zaya, if Darthnub can get 1 bow, he can go Ginsu, which is not the ideal. He'd rather have red buff, but of course that takes 2 bows. But Darthnub really, really hoping to get a bow from this next god offering.
Andally on the other side has rolled down, found just a LeBlanc one, but we've seen in a lot of games how much damage even just LeBlanc one can do if you have the proper front line for it. So even though Darthnub does have more upgrades on his board, he's not going to be able to take out Cam quite yet.
Yeah, something similar here with Upset Max. 1 LeBlanc, frontline not already committed on not 2-star, finds 1 Morgana, 1 Blitzcrank that helps, but normally the damage is on the back. You really need the frontline to be on place here. Doesn't find the Nunu, doesn't has the Ilawi, so tough pot for him. He really needs the tank to give time for the LeBlanc to ramp up.
Yeah, Upset Max and Camberley both contesting the 5 shepherd line, but Camberley hitting the LeBlanc too that he didn't have last turn, but has it now. So good spot for Camberley. Does need a 4-cost frontliner, has Morgana and Nunu paired, so either one of those hits would put him in a pretty stable spot.
5 Shepherd will give him quite a bit of frontline. You can see it's actually holding down the fort for a while, but that Ribbon 2 is just doing so much, is surviving for so long, and the Samira and the Nami on the other side eventually will whittle him down. Conda is actually one off Samira 3, by the way. We can see that going for the Ornn 3 and the Samira 3 rolled on 7. And Lesser Champion Duplicator is offered through the Varus boon. So Conda is going to take that. be able to potentially just lock in a Samira 3.
Yeah, also
Yes,
great for
absolutely.
Kaiwen here. Playing the Lulu, being closer, still doesn't have anything 3-star. So great chance for him now to roll and use the additional resources.
Yeah, the duplicator is absolutely huge value. A lot of players, when they see the Varus God, are more likely to play into these reroll lines because the duplicator is worth about 20 gold is how much it would cost you to find a copy of one of these units.
What is that shop? Wait, what?
Oh,
What? Contested Space Groove Orin 3 manifests out of the sky for Conda after he takes the duplicator.
after he finds a Jin on level 7 and reforges the Timebreaker into a Darkstar emblem to get the 2 Darkstars.
All right. I mean,
Okay, the
that's
Space
how it
Gods
goes.
are in favor of Conda here, 100%, and now in a perfect spot to start winning. And he needed this, 37 HP, and now in a perfect spot to pressure the lobby for a lot of few rounds.
There's a lot of damage though from the Master Yi board. Kindred 2, Yi 2. But no, okay, not going to be enough to break through that Orin. Just too much damage as well on the side of Conda. Everything will fall. And the health totals are pretty similar actually. This is a pretty small disparity from the top to the bottom. You can see even Me First Wraith, who is on a win streak currently, he's at 56 HP, which is not that much more than our players toward the bottom. You're talking about maybe 2.5 wins more than the person who's at the bottom of the standings. It's a very close point total.
Asa, we've seen people playing frontline AP Flex or normally the LeBlanc with Shepard, with Vanguard. We saw the Conduit variation. Is there a preference? I know you need to normally flex it or try to do what the game's like. Do you have any particular preference and why?
Yeah, I mean, really, you just want whatever 2-star 4 cost you can hit, like you said. But I'm not entirely sure between the Nunu and the Morgana if you have both of them who takes priority. I've seen people, if you have both, you want to itemize the Morgana since she scales better with items. But if you have the choice of one or the other, I'm not sure which one is better. There's inherent Vanguard synergy that you have the Alawi, so when you do play the Nunu, you will have Vanguard for him. Yeah, it's looking pretty bad for Upset Max, who has a birthday reunion, but is not going to be able to cash out on the level 9, most likely.
He's gonna miss the reunion. That's so sad.
No,
They're having a party without him.
poor guy, man.
Darthnum
That was good.
finds Jin 2, by the way, and also can get a Rage Blade off of the Treasure Dragon.
Okay.
So he's going to be able to find attack speed. I mean, I guess you might as well just make the Jewel Gauntlet. You
Yeah.
have Karma on your board. I mean, the thing is, it does leave you in this awkward spot where you are...
Hold on, Karma.
Well, yeah, we talked about this last game where it feels really bad when you end your game or get to this stage of the game and you have 2 items on 2 different carries. And with Darthnub's spot, he kind of has 3 items on Jin, but he really doesn't because 2 of those items are emblems. So he doesn't actually have a 3-item carry at all on his board.
Yeah. Kaiwen is the one that look strong here. Has everything on place, has the emblems coming up, so he will keep printing emblems here and with a chance of going prismatic here and just pressure the lobby and printing here. And looking to have fun. Normally we haven't seen him smile so far, and they're having a little fun there, knowing he's in a good spot.
Yeah, Upset Max with a 5 Shepherd board. Still does not anywhere close to cashing out the birthday reunion. Going up against Kaiwen, who both of them 0 gold. They both hit their entire boards. 2-star, 4 cost, frontline and backline for Upset Max. 3-star, frontline and backline for Kaiwen. It's looking really close. I think Kaiwen's going to take it though.
Morgana 2 does seem like a difference maker. That last cast was so clutch for the Morgana.
Oh my god.
Oh,
so
Lulu.
close.
But yeah,
Wow.
the Karma ult coming through. Upset Max.
I mean,
will
that-
see another day.
Yeah, I love that comeback. I mean, I love it and I hate it. The comeback mechanic from TFT that if your carry moves, because, I mean, you're winning, so the carry moves, you lose that little time, and actually the one who was losing wins against you. That's so good, and also makes you think about positioning. Maybe you want to have and be on the same side of the carry. There's so little things about TFT that are still random and makes the game, for me, interesting. And anything can happen, and you cannot mathematically think about all the possibilities and go for the perfect angle. There's something that can go wrong, and you need to be prepared for it and just play for your bets out.
Yeah, I've been playing TFT a really long time, but I learned from replay during like set 11 or something like that about if you have the weaker front line but the stronger back line, then you actually want to be opposite side to your opponent to make their carries walk.
Okay.
But it's like it's just such an unintuitive thing.
Ardix taking a big hit, Phoenix as well, and now our bottom two has shifted from being Upset Max and Kaiwing to Phoenix and Ardix. Phoenix playing around the Master Yi that we saw from the beginning of Stage 4, found that early Graves, but opted to not play around it. And actually feels like a pretty reasonable setup, all things considered, right? Has Group Hug, one of the best augments you can take when you're playing multiple melee carries like this. Was able to find things relatively early, but just has not been able to keep up with the overall board strength.
Yeah,
Yeah,
doing
it
a
was
little of
pretty-
the engage. Go.
Suspicious of Phoenix's Graves decision because he was 0 gold without even his a lot of the main units upgraded. So Graves, you really is only useful at 2-star. So I was a little unsure about it, but he decided to get out of the Graves and back into Kindred.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the best decision, especially when you don't have gold. Now he's japping here, knowing that it's a tough pot. Needed to find that angle, and against 3-star is just not enough. This is a
Wow,
boosting
3 players
composition
dead.
together with the Master G, and we're losing Upset Max, Phoenix that we just saw there with the Master G, and RTRX also on 8th place.
That's what happens when the health totals are so close, like we were seeing before. The first Wraith, though, we saw him angling toward the Space Groove, even though it was contested, was able to get it all online for the most part. Still looking for a Blitz 2. Also still just on the Ornn 1 as well. The Morgana 2 will do a lot, but I'm not sure that this board looks... I don't know that necessarily that the 7 Space Groove is like the cap that you really want to see. The Ghost Fight will be pretty good, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
what
with
you
the
did
Emblem,
here-
you usually play 7 on 9. But yeah, he really needs the Blitz 2 to cap out.
Yeah. Still playing the Nasus here, just trying to do whatever he can, waiting for that Blitzcrank. Couldn't find also the Tam Kench to have an additional frontline, but finds the Morgana. That is a great replacement here, and loses probably here. Yeah, taking a loss here against and taking the L. Me First of Fate eliminated here in 5th place, and now he's still okay in points, but now a tough pot coming in for the next round. Remember, in this round, they are just accumulating points. Next round, we'll have a cutoff. 4 players will be eliminated, and 4 will advance directly to finals.
Absolutely, we see Konda after hitting that amazing 3 Ornns and 2 shops, and right after the duplicator from the Varus god, has been on a 7 win streak since then after that huge spike.
Sometimes all you need to win the game is more dog's kiss. Darth Noob, though, able to find the Rage Blade, like we said, now has 3 items, kind of, on his carries. An item being an emblem on each one of his backline carries, but surely this is dealing a lot of damage. The front line is starting to crumble, but there's just a lot of those pieces there. The Nunu is about to die for Cambuli, and just going to be backline against backline. And that Karma cast is actually able to do so much damage that Cambuli will fall there. And Kaiwing will take a hit but stays alive, which means Cambuli will go out in 4th place, but does get a top 4, bouncing back after those 2 8th place finishes. So I think that could be a breath of fresh air for Cambuli, maybe exactly what he needed to kind of reset and get his mind back in the game.
I don't know if exactly, because he's very low in points right now. So, but of course, he's a safeguard, right? He needs to be. He's tied in 16th place right now, so it's tough. I mean, a 4th it gives you an ideal way of thinking. It's only 4 will be eliminated, but he wanted more, and we saw it in the expression. He really needs to win, and now with a 4th place, he will have to go for the first in the next game.
I went here leveling to 8 and then finding the 2-star Twisted Fate on 8. I was actually kind of curious whether he would choose to play this. It looks like he still wants the Nunu 2. The Twisted Fate, nice for giving Fate Weaver to the Milio 3, but Nunu 2, of course, just a much better unit individually. We won't get to see what decision he makes as he does not find the Nunu.
He will be up against Darth Noob's board. It is the Ghost, but there's just so much power on the other side of this board. 3 carries that are going to be doing a ton of damage. But the nice thing about the Fate Weaver is that because you're going to be giving extra damage to your Melio, it gives you a little bit of an opportunity to try and break through this Stargazer frontline before they can break through yours. Seems to be the name of the game here, even though Karma can bypass it. Oh, close,
so
but
close.
no. Kai Wang is going to lose there. Darth Nub takes a win against Kanda. And now Darth Nub actually seems to be in a position where he could win out.
Yeah, Darth Nub was not able to find a single bow the entire game. He got his first one from the treasure armory, but Mordog finally smiled upon him. He got the red buff, double bow item he so desperately needed from his last component anvil here. So
one
that's
life
huge power
off.
spike for Darth Nub.
Okay, is it enough here? I mean, looking strong, just trying to hold, be opposite side of the carry would be very important for him just to get max value out of the sniper. And he does. He's opposite side here from the Nami and from the Samira. Position is good, but is it enough here, Gangly, to take the win?
You can see a lot of the damage coming through on that ore, and it does get displaced as well from the Blitzcrank. And actually, the Samira board frontline might actually crumble if the Orin falls, but now you can see, oh wait, it is so close. One more Samira cast is not going to be able to do it. Kondo won't die though. He's still alive, he's got one more fight in him. 6 HP versus 3. Too many very close. Is there anything Konda can do to... Yeah, okay, that's
Jin
one
too.
thing Konda can do to upgrade his board.
Yeah,
Question
that's
answered.
one thing to do. Jin 2 on 8 is a good thing to do if you're losing.
We have the Jin 2 on 8 battle going on here of Darth versus Konda. No items though, just the Morellonomicon. Oh, and positioning is very interesting here. Look at let's watch the Nunu in this fight to see where he's actually going to go.
It should be a good angle here. Trying to get their access to the backline. There it is, hitting both carries here. The Nunu, Konda in a difficult position now because the front line is popping in, and now the damage from the sniper is a lot less. Darnu looking strong, but the damage from the Samira comes up is not enough, and we see the laughter here. Joy from Darthnu taking the win here, and Konda also has to be grateful and happy with the second place.
Yeah, Darth Nub, we saw just barely making the cut, right? 36 was the cutoff. He has 37 points, so that first place for Darth Nub is much needed. Of course, Darth Nub already qualified to the crown, so a lot of the other players are probably going to be happy to see him make tomorrow. That'll take some of the stress off their shoulders.
Does anyone else feel like Darth Nub, we talk about this guy and we never actually refer to him as the reigning world champ? He's actually he was the champion of the last set and kind of took it out of the jaws of defeat out of nowhere last set. And we got to put some respect on this guy's name because he's making the deep run, making the comeback. It's already locked in, like Ace has said, but he's here to make a statement at regionals.
Yeah, Void player. He loved the Baron Nashor. We will go directly to the desk, and they have additional information for us, and of course, break down this and whatever is happening in the rest of the lobby.
Thank you so much. That was such a fun game to watch, and especially as they were saying, the points came in when they were needed most. What a great run so far from our reigning TAC Crown champion, Darth Nub.
I was saying so much good stuff, I promise you.
You
I was saying the
always are.
The story of the lobby would definitely be the mountain being just the star here. We saw Kai Wing mastering it perfectly with the reroll version, and Darth Noob really just playing the flexible fast 9, being able to cap around as high as possible and really just absolutely dominate this game in the late game. And it's making the standings very interesting.
It really is, and especially Konda having a great day. I think Space Groove was one of those compositions coming into this weekend. We were kind of wondering how it was going to fare after week 1. It was so powerful and also very popular. It struggled yesterday. It was hotly contested, and even in a couple of games that we saw today, it has been a very, popular comp, but it's worked out great for Konda and a huge comeback for him too after going first place in the first game of the day and an 8th. So he's kind of submarining right now, going with the flow.
And that's kind of the story of what's been happening all day is when players have their back against the wall, they've been performing. And that's what makes regional champions. That's what makes tacticians crown champions. We're seeing Darth be the perfect example of that here in this lobby. And there's so much good TFT play happening. This patch feels really balanced. There's so much to do with all these emblems, different ways to play the game. And it's just fun to see the mastery of set 17.
This patch really does feel very balanced, and I love that there are also hero augments still being selected. I think that's always the staple for me, or kind of the identifier. If I feel like a set is balanced, is can you still play the hero augments? And I love that there's just a nice variety in the mix there for the compositions. Let's take a look at our standings, though, because we only have one game left before we make our sandwich cuts. We're going to shave off the top, promote them into the grand finals tomorrow, and we're going to eliminate the bottom. And right now, CLE, there is a very hotly contested 44 points separating 12th and 13th place.
Yeah, for those on 44, you gotta perform here in this next game. Artix is the only one really playing from super far behind alongside Camberley. They both need to play for that top 2 situation, but if you're on 44, you have the ability to almost, you can, and it's a spoiler for the next slide, you could jump into the top 4 or fall out of the tournament if you're at 44 points. And so we'll be keeping an eye on all these players.
47 points right now. Yeah, three-point cutoff, a 3-point difference between the two cutoffs is insane. A lot of congestion right now in terms of how many ways those points are getting split. But the top 4 right now still firmly Kaiwing and Dish Soap. And Marcel P going first. Congratulations to him. He solidly put himself in the race to promote early.
I mean, just great performances from all these players on this screen. I think Dish Soap maybe hasn't had the same consistency he wanted from today. He's not currently at the top of the standings, but Kai Wang is just putting on a show we've seen in our past few lobbies, and I'm excited to see more.
Maybe people have started to catch on to some of that Dish Soap tech. The Corky making appearances. Well, I'm so excited to look at the stats for that after we finish our games for the day, but we're only halfway through. One more game, we make our sandwich cuts. 2 more games, we will finish out the final 8 that we'll play tomorrow for the regional finals Golden Spatula. And CLE right now, it's kind of been interesting to watch who is in that race. I mean, Kai Wang's AVP is crazy. It was Dish Soap leading the day yesterday after getting 40 points, but Kai Wang today has put up solid top 3 performances in all of his games.
And I think one of the most interesting parts is the stakes of making the final lobby are so incredibly high, because if you don't know, we have 7 slots available to be taken at the regional finals. And if either Darth Noob or Soju makes the final lobby, that means if you're making final lobby, you are going to Tactician's Crown. And so getting out in that first sandwich cut and going there means you have at minimum a 7 out of 8 chance to make it to Tactician's Crown. And so I'm just pumped to see who can perform well in this game and clutch up and get to that final lobby.
But hey, if either of those players already qualified make it, then we also get treated to a checkmate lobby. And that's always just such a fun experience as a viewer to watch unfold. But it's going to be some work cut out there for Darth Noob and Soju. 1 point separates them. 44 points right now is that cutoff for the elimination after this next game. And so Soju and Darth Noob, they want to make sure that they're getting all the points necessary. I think a lot of players are rooting for at least one of them to make it into that final lobby, just so that it is a guaranteed win and you go to that Tactician's Crown.
And, obviously Checkmate is very fun for viewers to watch, and it is a good way to define who the regional finals champion is. But I think almost the better part is it's not as sad for the person that would go 8th in that final lobby.
Absolutely.
And so it's so heartbreaking when that happens. And so I'm really rooting against that being the case.
Yeah, I really hope that we're going to have a great show tomorrow. And of course, for our competitors, they're feeling confident. Because, come on, CLE, we know America's is taking home the TAC crown again.
I mean, we have a knack for it. It's something that we just do. Even when we're maybe not the best player in the day, we can clutch up when it matters most. And I think Darth Notes is the perfect example of that.
Yeah, we've so how many TAC crown winners from the Americas do we have? We've got Darth Nub as our reigning TAC Crown champion. Dish Soap has 2. He's in 2nd place right now in our points. And then we also have, of course, the very first one, Replay, who kind of kicked it all off for us and said that NA is not going to be a stranger to these World Championship wins.
Oh, and don't forget Malala, right? The greatest set of all time.
Of course.
Winning the first Vegas Open and then going to that set championship and taking that for himself. I think that specifically, we have the Vegas Open 2 coming up soon. So I'm excited to see if we can have one of our America's players go back to back and hopefully rival that once again.
That would be amazing. And I always look for those stories of dominance because I think with TFT being that game that has that variance or even just amongst the players in a single lobby, it is so exciting when you see players be able to make those repeat performances. For now, though, it is looking like we are going to have a potentially new regional final champion. Of the competitors that are left, though, I think Dish Soap has won one. Marcel P has won one. And the top... those are the two players that stick out to me at the moment for just the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, and it's been a while for Dish Soap too, right? He won before the Merging of Regions back. Oh, I guess it was set 10. So right before that was the NA regional finals still. And so he hasn't had one since the Merging of Regions. He actually hasn't won a tournament since he won the last Tactician's crown in set 13. So he is going to go into that final lobby with a vengeance. I think all he has to do is avoid a bot 2 and he'll be through. And so that's what he needs to prepare himself for.
I think Kaiwing, though, is mathematically in. Did you say that already?
I believe so. I didn't say that here. I'm scared.
Okay,
so.
Well, I think, okay, so maybe CLE doesn't want to show off the Citadel bias, but I think Kaiwing is comfortably solidified a spot in the final lobby tomorrow. Can Dish Soap join him if he is able to get that 7th or better? Let's find out, everybody, jumping back into this game. We're going to have Gangly, Hupesan, and Asa take back over.
Thank you, Desk. And we start with a Shen encounter. So the first augment that we will see will be the Prismatic, and this will start things up. A lot of Prismatics being prioritized, especially the economy ones, and the ones looking for reroll angle.
Absolutely, I love watching Prismatic games that have the most exciting diversity of augments. You have people getting really strong early game augments, really strong econ augments, and enabling potentially even like level 9 on stage 4. Really strong reroll augments, and Trait Tree is the one I'm always looking out for. It's a really, really strong augment, and just really exciting. It allows people to play compositions with 3 extra emblems that
Gangly,
they might not have otherwise.
What does it mean for BCLF, for example, to come back after so many sets?
Oh man, I mean, I was saying for a while that VCLF was someone who, from when you think of the Brazilian players post-merge, he was one of the titans that it felt like just fell from grace. He was one of the best Brazilian players, one of the first ever to qualify to the Tactician's crown. Of course, not the first, but in the early era of Brazil. And then when the merging of the regions came, it just felt like he wasn't there. He made it to regionals and didn't do very well. And we had many other Brazilians come and kind of take his place at the mantle of Brazil. And for him to come back now, all of these sets later, and not just show up to the regional finals, but do it commandingly, #1 on the Brazilian ladder, and now threatening to Final 8, I think it means a lot for his legacy.
He was also the point leader on week 1, so performing really well on this patch. We'll see if he can keep it up. But VCLF, Tex, and Soju, all 44 points. So, and CNB, actually, all 4 players with 44 points. So all of these guys are really going to look for a top finish.
Immediate double Trait Tree here, going for a Bro and for D-Show. And 2 players also going for the kitchen, so additional emblems and the possibility to cook. I mean, they know the power that right now emblems have, and in good hands. Of course, if you're now on gold, maybe just starting off, maybe emblems are not the best idea. You really need to be present. But in case you're wondering, you try to play exactly what D-Shot has. Try to play the Space Groove, try to go into this line, and of course, D-Shot now in a great position, having Timebreaker for the Riven and having Space Groove in.
Well, this is a pretty nasty setup from Dish Soap. No, we have Timebreaker, Vanguard, and Space Groove. What, do you handpick these 3?
Absolutely. Space Groove pretty much considered to be probably the strongest single emblem, but then Vanguard, obviously, there's 2 Space Groove Vanguards of the game, so he'll be able to use that throughout the entire game. And Timebreaker, of course, synergizes very well with the Riven that the Space Crew emblem usually goes on, and the Pantheon that gives the Nami the Replicator. So really, really, really good start for Dish Soap.
We're interested to see Bro what his angles is. I mean, better than this is very difficult. We have Timebreaker, and of course the possibilities here is to go into a different angle for CMB, just trying to get the Shepherd in as early as possible and holding some units on the line there, trying to think about Primordial. He's still not decided on what is the path here.
Tactician's Kitchen will, in addition to giving you the emblem, also does give you the Tactician's K. It's one of those. I forget which one of the +1s it does give you. Maybe the crown. And so, one thing you do have to keep in mind when you're taking this emblem, or this augment rather, is that you have to be able to play a composition where you can support an extra unit on your board. I think it's really common for players to see the +1 on their board and they think, oh, that's amazing. And it is, because it gives you immediate board strength. But there are times when you have an additional team slot and you don't actually have the money to support upgrading that unit or upgrading the other units that you want on your board too. So not a major deterrent. In fact, it is a benefit to the emblem, but certainly something that players do have to keep in mind when they're playing around it.
Yeah, Morgana being changed to a 4-cost, and Ross just existing in this set has made Tactician's Kitchen kind of popular, because even if you're playing a standard comp and you don't know what to do with the extra slot, you can pretty much always play a Morgana or a Ross who provide really, really good team-wide buffs without having to worry about anything else.
Yeah, for BCLF there with the Brawler Emblem going for the Master G. Dan memes here. We have the Stargazer, that is the board, normally difficult to be played around, so for now maybe just trying to tempo a little with the Twisted Fate, trying to lose here, and of course maintaining a lose streak and trying to then looking for a place to pressure the lobby.
Comeback story, like you're saying, Lupe, does mean that he's going to be wanting to lose streak with the current setup. I mean, we have a lot of like our Stargazer stuff, also some AD things holding on to the Time Breakers. I actually don't know how much of a premium lost streak into Xayah is. I know there were a lot of players leading up into the event that were talking about that being one of the lost streak lines they wanted to consider. Asa mentioned in the last game how one of the best ways to play Xayah is with her best in slot. And having a lost streak will make it a lot easier for you to find best in slot for Xayah.
Absolutely. Comeback story, we haven't seen that much during the regional finals yet, so I'm really excited to see this game. It's an augment that scales the less HP you have, and it gives you a bunch of attack speed. So very good synergy with Xayah. We'll see if that's what Dank Memes chooses to do with it. Already has the one bow, so already as ahead of where Kaiwang was in terms of bows.
Yeah. Oh, was Kaiwang.
Memes now trying to hold up once again, as we were mentioning. So, I mean, he will be on maintenance for a long time here. We already know it. Maybe trying to make some economy trades going in. And we will see Bro finally. Okay, this is Master G in disguise. We see Brawler, we see Nova. Could also be the Nova vertical with Kindred here. I don't know, Asa, your opinion on this. I love the Brawler on Master G, but not sure what is the best spot here.
Absolutely. It's pretty interesting because if you play the Brawler, you can use 2 out of your 3 emblems. So that's usually a good trait, usually a good starting point. He has the 2 Reforgers, so whichever emblem he chooses to not use, he can reforge. But I do also have to say that the Stargazer emblem in Boar is extremely powerful, because Boar is one of those traits that goes up 3, 4, 5, 6, and it gives you more and more and more gold the more Stargazers you play, as well as Boar strength. So really powerful emblem is a Stargazer Boar, but the other 2 kind of synergize, so Barbara kind of has both options available to him right now.
Did you say it gives you board strength?
Very nice.
Yes, Boar strength.
Nice.
It is the 2 trait tree players that are contesting for the 5 streak. Just to mention, Dish Soap and Bra as we saw. And on the bottom side, Tex and Dank Memes both contesting that lost streak. Tex playing around the upward mobility like we saw earlier, and then Dank Memes playing around comeback story. And this is going to be the battle of the 2 streakers.
Yeah, having a chance here to pop off Bishop with a better front line and maybe a little more damage there together with the Briar. So all eyes on the Briar from Bro. If Briar loses, there is no much damage here. and Disho is just trying to outlast the rest of the composition. Rek'Sai is almost down, and it's cool that we're hyping a battle here on 2-6, just starting the round and the game itself. But it's very important for those of them to maintain. Looks like the Briar is going to the backline, but it's just not enough. So Disho should take here the win.
The positioning worked out perfectly for Dish Soap, where all 4 of Bra's units, besides the highest damage unit, besides the Briar, were targeting Dish Soap's Leona, so he's getting maximum stone plate value. And the Briar also scales by taking damage, and the Briar was not targeted at all until the very end, so the perfect positioning worked out for Dish Soap, and he was just able to barely win the fight, even with a weaker board on paper.
Dish Soap taking the Radiant Pandora's items 3, and is taking the Radiant Void Staff very early on.
Yeah.
Soju, yes, thank you. Taking the Radiant Void Staff. It's very common, I think, especially for new players, when you're playing around the Pandora's items, sometimes people can get kind of locked in their head of like, okay, well, do I need to get these specific items? And I think one of the skill expressions that comes with this augment is recognizing when it's correct to make an item and when it's best to greed for a perfect item.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's 36 total options. So if you're looking for exactly one item, you are probably not going to get it in the entire game. So you have to be willing to know which options you're willing to take and play around what you get.
We see a Ginso here coming up for BCLF. That's a Jinx, but it's actually just doing cosplay for Kindred in the future. Tech now with the Anima in, starting late Anima. So Tech doing the tech of the late Anima, probably just looking for a little cash out and just try to be strong and pressure the lobby. Very difficult to do more than maybe 200. I don't think 300 is possible. Not sure here, Isa.
Yeah, I think he can get 300. He does have the upward mobility, which will give him extra HP. But even still, like the 400 is the one you really want for the win out. Even the 300 cash, I don't think is that impactful. So I'm really curious to see what he goes. Cosmic Restart, I think is the option I would go for here. But we'll see if Tex wants to save his Anima.
Got it. Yep.
Oh, nice animation. I actually hadn't seen that one before.
And he gets the anima back. Look at that. He's got the anima. Actually, it literally blew up the units on his board and then turned them into emblems. He had Primordian and anima on his board, and now they're just 2 emblems there.
Yeah.
Gonna reforge that. Gets Meeple and Timebreaker.
Yeah, could be some direction here. Meeple and Timebreaker are played together in the Corki comp.
Yeah.
Also
Yesterday,
has
he
2
showed
Nars.
playing. Yeah. Doing good with the Corki. Of course, not a composition that you're entering the game thinking about playing it, but if you get a lot of swords, if you get the angle, and of course, an emblem, as you mentioned, Asa, having this possibility is, of course, a good line. This should made a top 1 even. The last game of yesterday was a top 1 with Corki, additional emblems that enable him to cap out in the later stages of the game with the Bard, and of course, good possibilities here. Meanwhile, Marcel P finds an early Kindred to pressure the lobby even more.
Playing around the Forged in Strength does mean that Marcel doesn't actually have full value from his Prismatic Augment. In fact, he has closer. He really has a gold augment right now, right? If you think of Portable Forge as being you get 1 artifact, Forged in Strength is going to give you the rest of that augment when you drop below 30 HP. And so Marcel, I think, is probably pretty okay to just play the game relatively slow. I will say he looked very poor. You can even see on the right-hand side, Marcel being 38 gold compared to everyone else in the lobby who was sitting at over 50.
Absolutely, it's a low economy game. Dank Memes with a comeback story will go for the Jewel Gauntlet. We'll go for the LeBlanc, who can use the attack speed very well, and not the Xayah that we were thinking about earlier from his opener.
Okay.
We see optics there, just having an additional damage. Thinking about that late game for Dank Meme is so important. Also, being healthy, right? I mean, you need to lose HP, but you need to get to the moment where you're doing the deep roll down and actually making or stabilizing. So there is a moment where, I mean, you're good with 30, maybe 35 HP, you're strong enough, and then if you lose, you get stronger, but you don't want to lose. And he's getting there slowly, and of course, just trying to get the components in place. He already has the burn, he has the Guinso in place, and just trying to find the units now when he levels to level 8.
Looks like the god selections are relatively split. We're seeing a few more Threshes picked than Kale, but there are some people taking just the component there. A lot of people willing to risk it, take a random boon, and then get your gold. This is, I'm assuming this was the 4-cost shop from selecting Thresh, right? Or is this actually the
probably
natural 4 or 5 4 costs? I think we can assume that was the case there.
Yeah, Dank Memes does find the LeBlanc as well, so it's going to be very happy. That's going to be the item holder of choice, working towards that. Probably 5 Shepherd board, but we'll have to see where Dank Memes goes with that. Also, he got the Cosmic Hex. That's his first 2-1 Thresh, which is really, really good. It's one of the premium ones.
Yeah, and Bishop got the Aurelion Soul quest from Thresh, and he's already playing the composition that best is enabled by the emblems. So great spot here for him, just trying to put now the units in, and we'll have a chance to get an additional emblem for free. Almost for free.
4 Timebreaker in, huh? That's pretty nice. There's a ton of attack speed coming in, buffs for those units, and he's gonna be able to maintain a 9 streak now. And very likely, based on kind of the fights we're seeing, it looks like there's a very good chance of just full 10 streaking. And while we said Dish Soap was not guaranteed into that top 4 cut, this start is making it look extremely likely that Dish Soap is making it into the top 8.
Absolutely, yeah. From this spot, he's got his direction set. He's got the HP. He's got the econ. It's looking. I think Dish Soap can honestly just relax at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Check out the duplicators from the Thresh, so probably went directly into the Ornn, just trying to be strong enough to make use of the upward mobility and then think about the late game. We see also 10 rerolls in place, saving those for later stages of the game. And for now, Tex just trying to maintain his deep run. 44 points for him. Now in a more dangerous position, started strong, but hasn't had the great depth of stakes.
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking about playing around the Gnar, holding 2 Gnars on his bench. That would make sense with the Meeple emblem, but I'm really nervous about this Gnar line. A lot of times you're very weak while you're on Gnar 2 and you're in the process of printing your extra Gnars. So I'm kind of concerned he doesn't have the HP to support it. But we'll have to see what he chooses to play for. And it does look like he will commit to the Meeple emblem.
Does have a lot of roles to go through. He's going to be doing it on neutral. I think a really heads-up play. We've said it all day long. Time is a resource for these players, so going to be doing about half of it now. Goes down to use all the free rerolls. Actually goes down to 10 HP. Still has a lot of things left to upgrade on the board.
Yeah, we see it time and time, right? Before we thought about maybe line selection as the most important, but now, Asa, you were saying time is a resource. Now, Gangly also, your HP is a resource. It's not only the gold and the items that are the normals that you have to think about. So it's so great that the way TFT has been evolved, and you have that recognition. Isn't you say, okay, I will not roll, I have time. But even pro players are saving time because you have to make so many decisions. So I feel that is a learning moment for everyone. Here, CMB, rolling deep, making sure he has time for the transition, making sure he has time to put the units in, making the due diligence. And this is not easy. So you at home that are thinking, no, but people do it in one turn. They don't. They actually prepare the board to be prepared for this, and then they follow a recipe to exactly know when to put everything. So I love this for TFT. People are still evolving and obviously taking the game with respect.
Absolutely, and you can see actually not even finishing his roll down. Like, really want to hit 1 Corki to hold these items that are on the Ribbon 1 right now, but being contested with the Meeple emblem from Tech. So 2 players looking for this Corki, which normally is not contested, but it's going to be really rough for both of them. I'm pretty concerned for both of these players that they're very likely to bot 4.
TMB is going to be the only player on a silver augment, but all things considered, that's exactly what he was hoping for. No one else is going to be getting some crazy prismatic strength coming through. So his advanced loam does pay off.
Getting an additional Corki here just to try to grief the opponent. Trying to find the Ramus, but finds the Tamkench. That is a good replacement here. And just trying to hold up here as soon as possible. For now, has a tank, has a good carry. This should be strong enough for the beginning of stage 4.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm still nervous for Tex because he's playing like a slightly lower tier competition around this this Corki. He does have the 2-star frontline and backline, but he also has a prismatic econ augment. So with this prismatic econ augment, you usually have to be able to get into the level 9 boards. Otherwise, really starting at the next stage, you just go against other players who have the exact same board as you, but they have a prismatic combat augment, and then you're going to start to fall off, which is really dangerous for the amount of HP that Tex has.
Now going to be up against Dank Memes, who is not fully online with the comeback story and still just on the LeBlanc one, so no full board completed there. I think Ace is doing a great job outlining a lot of those concerns. Meanwhile, Marcel, who we did see, was trying to play around that Jinx reel role, but was actually holding the Jinxes on bench while holding onto these Kindreds. Trying to figure out exactly how to make this board work for him best.
It's so tough.
So far from Jinx 3. Right?
Yeah.
We're still 4 Jinxes away. And starting to get bench locked now, too.
Also having 2 Kindreds, it's like he's trying to high roll the Kindred, but he doesn't have space. And this comp needs everything. You need the 3-star Rek'Sai for the front line. You need the Vex. You need everyone to pitch in. And also, you need to be strong now. That's the problem with this comp. You were talking about this A side. You're not strong in the late game. In this moment of the game, you will keep getting weaker in the late stages of the game. This is the moment for Marcel P, and he knows it. So for now, I think it's downhill for him.
Yeah, I think because he has a Forge and Strength.
Yep,
Maybe. Maybe if he gets some good emblems, I think it is really smart to hold the Kindreds because of that. Because he's about to get 3 more items here. So if he is able to get a Kindred 2, maybe from the Scott offering, from the Pengu offering, then that would immediately be a full item Kindred and a full item Jinx on the same board. But yeah, he's really struggling with bench space. I would probably give up on Akali. But I don't know. We'll have to see what Marcel P chooses to do with his bench space. And he's quite far from Jinx, which is the most important unit in the comp.
Being at
Almost
32
everyone
HP
going
is
for the
actually,
trash.
Yeah, you're right. Everyone, except was there one? Looks like I saw a little bit of blue in there. There was one Kale selector among the masses. Peck's able to find another upgrade for his board. Marcel, now at 6 Jinxes, could be doing a lot of rolling here. Wants to stabilize the board, doesn't want to lose too much HP, but also at 32 HP,
Find space.
kind of wants to lose one more fight. Kind of one of the worst case scenarios for losing that last fight. Still 2 Jinxes off, and just sitting at the Rek'Sai 3. It just feels like we've spent so much money and we're just not seeing any fruit produced from it.
Going deep now
Yeah, he is
against
close to
the
Jinx.
Master G. Yeah. Is it enough here, Asa?
I mean,
Backline
he's 2
direct.
Jinxes off, which you could hit with the amount of gold he has. He's probably not favored to hit, but it's very realistic that he could. So it's really just going to be up to Mordog. Is he going to give him 2 Jinxes or just 1? And that's probably going to be the difference for Marcel P's game.
Yeah, call up Conda, find out how he did it last game, right?
Yeah, the cash out
Okay,
here.
there it is.
Pretty good
Static
items, I think.
flickers.
Has 4 forgers still.
Blade's good.
Amazing for Kindred, especially. For both. Okay, 1 Jinx, 1 off.
Oh man,
One of gold.
I mean,
Akali shouldn't be a priority. He
Oh,
doesn't have
no.
crit. He has 1 crit item. He will need to choose here. Only 16. He can stack 1, but he will be playing at 1 life for the rest of the game.
oh, I think he was trying to use a Reforger and accidentally got
Yeah.
a red buff on the Jinx there.
Okay, Evelyn Instinct
right up
on
the Evelyn.
Velvet, pretty good.
Yep. I mean, he does have good items, right? He has an artifact folder for all of his items. It's just about hitting the board. So maybe he can pray to hit like the triple econ treasure armory, right? Getting 30 gold would be one way to get all of these upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, he's 1 off of everything, so, I mean, like, he could easily hit or easily not hit before he dies, so we'll just have to see if it
Needs
shops.
a little bit of money.
This is the
Yeah,
shorting,
that's a
then
great one.
roll down. Okay.
Oh, there's a
Back
Oh
to
my
the
god.
repair. Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
to make the decision. Okay,
Okay,
he needs to,
we can tell our Akali, right?
Yeah. Okay.
All things considered, that is kind of the best case scenario, right? Even if we had hit the Akali 3, we don't really have items for it anyway. So making sure that we hit the Belveth and the Jinx are most important.
Yeah, having the Kindred 2 would have been nice if he gave up on the Akali earlier, but obviously you don't know which one you're going to hit. So chose to go with the Akali, but was just unlucky there.
Yeah. For Marcel also, I mean, 47 was supposed to be around the safe zone, but if he gets an 8th, that means only 48 points. And that's around the cutoff that we will be expecting. A lot of players are now on that possibility of being eliminated with 44. So difficult spot here for Marcel P. He's just trying to hold on, Raz, maybe one additional point or anything possible. Right now, going up against huge tank here with the Ramus and the Corki from Tech.
Everything is upgraded on the side of Tex right now. So the question is, just do you have enough damage to break through this Rammus? The Rammus does fall, but the rest of the board is still alive. It does look like, unfortunately, Marcel will go out in 8th place there. And like you're saying, Hoope, 48 points should put him on the bubble, if not extremely close. We might have our regional champion just praying to have another chance in this tournament.
So yeah, it's going to be really close. Marcel P is going to have to hate watch some of the lower point earners now to, or love watch some of the high point earners to take points out.
And Tech looking good. I mean, once again, the Corki with good emblems, a good position, not being contested, just playing strong, having the Deathblade in, finds the additional goal here. Already level 9 and looking good Tech here. Just trying to hold up, going up against Brobro, who's also pretty strong here with the Brawler, but still hasn't found a way to put it on a premium carry. Still is Brawler Akali, so probably he just maintained here on the Nova vertical here, Asa.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be enough to beat Texas board. I was really concerned about Texas Spot playing the contested Corki, but he was able to hit everything and make it to level 9 with the upward mobility. So Tech's actually healing back a bit, and it's CMB who goes out. Also looking for that Corki. I think CMB was never able to find the Corki 2 and goes out in 7th. That'll probably be the end of CMB's tournament.
Should turn our attention to just the point totals that we can at least see in this lobby, right? If we're saying 48 is the number Marcel landed at, well, what does that mean for these other 44-point earners? Tex, K3 Soju, and VCLF know now that a 5th place will guarantee them a tie with players like Marcel P. So it should tell you that a top 4, you're guaranteed to be above CMB. You're guaranteed to be above Marcel P. And if you can outplace another one of those 44-point earners, you're guaranteed above them as well. So really looking for a top 4 if you're one of those 3 players.
Makes total sense. Brobro here looking strong, trying to hold up, but really doesn't have the damage. And on the opposite hand, Dan Mims looking good, already ramping up the Gwinsus together with the LeBlanc and having the additional pop-off here with the Karma. So Dan Mims looking good, looking strong, and Brobro doesn't find an angle here to close it out and finishes up in a 6th place. He was 47, so he should be safe, but in for the next game, he will be close to that lower level.
Absolutely, Tex finding Bar 2 to augment his board. Playing the 6th meeple, the unit you're usually looking for here is Shen. That way you'll keep the Bastion for your Rammus, which is so important. But of course, like the Poppy 1, much weaker unit than Shen. Surprised he's not rolling with 20 gold here in 1 life.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe he just believes there's a world where he, like, if I die here, I die here, otherwise I'm just going straight to 10. But you're right, it is interesting, especially considering there are ways to upgrade the board on 9. For right now, though, it's him and K3 Soju, 2 players on 1 life. The front line still holding up for Soju, but for Tex it's starting to fall, and yeah, the entire front line is broken now. The Nami will get through. Tex will go out in 5th place, which puts him on that 48-point bubble that we're seeing from players like Marcel P as well.
Yeah, 2 players there, and I mean, everyone was around, right? 44, 45 starting this game. And it will be so tough because now tiebreaker is important. Any point counts to be alive and have a chance to achieve tomorrow and obviously qualify to Tactician Crown. So you still alive, a player that is already committed and already advancing to Tactician Crown and trying just to show his level. I mean, people meme him sometimes, but he has shown time and time the level of elite player that he is, being a two-time winners of TPC Cups and of course the leader in pro points also for the set.
Yeah, a lot of the players still alive, all in this AP line. So it seems like, yeah, there are so many players who played AD in this lobby. 2 quirky players. Marcel P going with a Jinx Read role. BCLF still hanging in there, carrying Kindred 2, Master Yi 2. But this kind of opened the line for these AP players where a lot of them are playing a lot more uncontested than you normally would for this high tier comp.
This soap has been cruising this game, by the way. We have not seen him, and rightfully so, because the most interesting players have been elsewhere in the lobby, but we could see things have been going very well. He's level 9 right now, has lots of upgrades on his Space Groove Graves, and also was able to find a second Vanguard emblem as well. So he was able to play a 4 Vanguard variation of the Space Groove. So not only is he getting the scaling attack, AD and AP from the 5 Space Groove, he also has 4 Vanguard to go along with it, guaranteeing that his fights are going to be pretty long.
Yeah, not only that, Trade Tree is such a strong augment because, as we saw, it allows you to win early game with the early item, the raw stats that the emblems gives. But late game, they're basically like team-wide. The emblems are like team-wide combat. So Dish Soap is actually kind of triple combat augment, which will just give him ridiculous scaling going into the late game.
We see Soyu here also stealing the Elder Dragon, and it's interesting because he's not playing the Bard, so he just maybe bought a bar, put it in, stole the Dragon, and then sold the Bard directly. Flex play here from Soyu.
See, up against Dish Soap, though, we are going to be seeing the scaling power of the Space Group composition come through against the AP Flex from Soju, but everything is just dying. Soju put up a good fight. Question is, does Dank Memes win his fight? It looks like Dank Memes will stay alive. K3 Soju, 44 points, goes 4th, bringing him to 49.
Yeah, Dank Memes playing this 5 Shepherd composition that we've been seeing do so well all day, but normally LeBlanc has been 2 or even 3-way contested, but in this lobby, no one else looking for LeBlanc. Dank Memes able to hit it comfortably and stay on 4 HP, getting maximum value from that comeback story.
Yeah, thinking about the front line now, having the second tank. Yeah.
Might be his last fight here going up against Dish Soap, though. It's just a ghost, though.
Big ghost. Big strong ghost here for that Memes in a difficult position. Normally the ghost has less value because some augments are deactivated. You have, but I mean, so much presence here. Full raw damage from the trade. It could be just enough here for Dishop. Access to backline quickly. The LeBlanc is down and Dishop takes a lap. He wasn't exactly here, and it could be a double kill here for him. Okay, BCLF going down and 1 off. And BCLF is on that, breaks that bubble that you were talking about, Gangly. 44 points and well above the 4th place. He should be in a safe post to advance.
Yep, almost. I mean, certainly. 2nd place here is going to be plenty for VCLF to move on in the tournament. Also, we didn't mention it before, but K3 Soju taking a 4th. If he does stay alive, it also does keep the dream alive of potential for checkmate in all 8 players qualified to the Tactician's crown. We'll follow up with that after the game. For now, as we watch Dish Soap's potential victory lap. We have not seen anyone really have a fight that challenged it too much, but we're seeing some different positioning coming through from VCLF. The Fiora is going to be able to do a lot of damage on the left-hand side. The problem is that it's not really the left-hand side that we're worried about. It's that right-hand side that's got all the damage. Maybe we wrap onto the Graves, though. We'll see. The Fiora looks like she will be targeting him. And then she does explode. So that's going to be it. And Dish Soap is going to be able to take out VCLF, find a win, and guarantee his spot in the finals of the regional finals here at Space Gods.
Oh my God, so great for this shop. We will have to check. We're saying that tomorrow Asa could be checkmate. So there's a possibility that this show is already for sure in. But of course, we'll have to check if some of the other players have an assumption. Any highlights from this game?
Yeah, I mean, Dish Soap, we saw his spot right at the start of the game, and it looks so good. We're thinking Dish Soap might be going back to the Tactician's crown, and he did in style with the first place, just making it there. Marcel P, I feel really bad for because he was just one off of Jinx, one off of Akali, one off of Kindred, and one off of Bel'Veth, and just wasn't able to hit in the right order to preserve his bench space. Had to sell off a Kindred and saw Kindred like the next shop, and then just brutal 8th place finish for Marcel P. If he just got just one extra copy of some of those units, his entire set would have been different.
Yeah, 3 other players will join this shop and will advance to the finals. And of course, 4 players will be eliminated. That information will be after the break, so don't go away. The desk will explain what will happen from now on.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is day number 5 of the Americas Regional Finals for Space Gods, and we are about to experience our second round of cuts today. And I'm back with CLE to break the news.
You guys like my hat?
I do.
Not
like
spoiling
your
anything.
hat. It's a very dashing hat. I
Thank
wonder
you.
why
Thank
you
you.
could be wearing that hat.
I'm a little excited. I just, I'm excited to look at the scoreboard.
Stickers.
Oh, I have more. You want to see them?
I would actually like one, but for another time. Let's walk back through the memories of this game first. Marcel P took a very risky line, wanted to get the Forged in Strength, and did lose a lot of HP in order to get those artifacts. They felt very hand-picked, being able to get things like the Gold Collector at the very beginning to really help enable some of the AD on this comp, but just didn't have enough HP to withstand the rest of the slobby.
I think these opening prismatics just continue to warp the way games are played. Deck means playing into that lost streak line and just playing around comeback story, knowing that you can play around low HP, and then the tale of two two trait trees, right? Dissop
Yes.
really having handpicked, knowing that he was locked in for this top 4, ended up winning the game, which was just a statement on top of that. But, and then you had Bro, who was down at the bottom half. But it was just a fantastic game, showing really the prowess of Dissop, really knowing how to cap out boards.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that he's always been very well known for, though, right? Even though, I think for a lot of his journey, we see him playing around some more just, straightforward compositions, trying to play around those 4 costs. But if you're looking at somebody who can take those 4 cost comps and convert them into first places, it really is a player like Dissop. And I feel like the Space Groove line reflects that nicely. Now, the rest of this lobby, though, when you look at how it played out, Soju needed points. That was a player that I think everybody's kind of rooting for to make that final lobby in order to actually have a checkmate format. He's one of the competitors already qualified to the Tactician's crown because he won 2 cups for the TFT Pro circuit. But he did get knocked out in 4th place there.
Yeah, I mean, points are points, right? We're scrapping for every single position here. And I think Marcel P is probably the most interesting one to keep your eye on. That 8th place, putting him in danger. And so I know our scoreboard is going to be interesting. I'm very curious to see who will be making it to the final lobby and what that means for everybody still playing.
Before we played this last game, it was 44 points for that cutoff to avoid elimination. But now when we take a look at the standings with another game under our belts, we will be dropping the bottom 4 and promoting the top 4 to the grand finals. And unfortunately, we are losing Tex, CMB, Artix, and Kambuli. CLE Kambuli had a rough day today after going 8-8, almost scraped through, but that 7th is going to send him home.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to come back from those starts, and he gave it a good effort. Wasn't quite able to get it done here, but I do think Marcel P going 8th place, putting himself right on the tiebreaker and winning that tiebreaker, keeps him live in this tournament, gives him another chance to make it to the final lobby.
I mean, those 2 first places definitely helping out that tiebreaker there over Tex. But as we look towards who will be playing the rest of these games, Upset Max, VCLF, Conda, and Me First or 8th will play out games 11 and 12. And congratulations to Dishsoup, Kaiwing, Darth Nub, and Dank Memes making it to that final lobby tomorrow.
I mean, if you're wondering why I was so happy and I had my hat on, I have all these stickers right here. I'm excited. 2 CTG in the top 4, and Marcel P is still fighting for that. And here's the biggest piece of news. Darth Nub made the finals. That means we have checkmate tomorrow. And that also means
That's right.
9th place could get real interesting if Soju sneaks his way in. So these 2 games mean so much.
Yes, and that means the points are even more important. Because if Soju does end up making that final lobby, 9th place is a huge accomplishment for somebody. And if we take a look at how these final 2 games are going to play out, I'm excited to be a spectator for this. We should see some really great games, and it's also only 1 lobby to follow. We have 8 players remaining that are going to vie for the championship Sunday spots. And I think when you take a look at these players, it's very interesting. Marcel P, of course, previous regional champion. He's a competitor that a lot of people are looking at to hopefully maybe get that 2nd title, or of course to have a better performance at a Tactician's crown. And then there's Soju, somebody who is, despite the wins that he has had in the TF3 Pro circuit, winless in the regional finals or the TAC crown.
Well, and I want to call this out too. Only half of these players have made the TAC crown before. And so we've many people who are going to be making their TAC crown appearance for the first time. And those 4 players are Upset Max, Me First or 8th, Phoenixa, and Bro who have never made it to that stage before. And so I know that they're hungry to add this to their resume.
I'm going to let you have fun with this one, CLE, and take it back over with the casters.
Thank you so much, Necra. It was a very dashing desk, if I do say so myself. Joined now by Hupe-san and Asa to take us through these final 2 games. Gentlemen, this is my favorite part of TFT, these final lobbies, to see who can play this chess match and come out on top.
It's a strategical, right? Or tactical, if you will. Only 4 points separates every player, so they have 2 games to propose the game plan. With 4-point difference, you don't have to go first, yes or yes, in the first game. You can propose maybe a top 3 possibilities. You have to take risks, of course, because you're playing against the best of the best, but you have some options. You have some leeway to actually express the level and obviously get what the game gives you. Then, after this game, next game, we could see someone really pressuring the lobby and take additional risks to start.
Absolutely. Also, with this encounter, what the game gives you is going to be really impactful. On 3-3, every player gets the artifact anvil, so that will give you 4 choices. And whether you choose to commit to a line based on your artifact, or maybe you've picked a more committal augment leading up to that, that could be a huge game changer for any player in this lobby.
Especially looking across here, those rerolls are really enabled by specific artifacts. The problem is you don't get to know which artifact is till 3-3, but it will be a huge swing in momentum for these players that can get these 3-star units online and really power them up with an extra Ornn artifact.
Yeah, you mentioning those rerolls. He's holding a misfortune that we don't see much, but of course, downcore would be a great possibility if you get their artifacts. There's significant things that can happen. We see the Poppy hero augment immediately being rolled here, right? That will not be the decision here. And thinking about augmented power, obviously having the possibility of being stronger and maybe stacking the early stages of the game.
Latent Forge is a really interesting option. You would get both your artifacts about the same time, and then that gives you a lot of potential to synergize them together. But it looks like he's thinking about the Tiny Titans. Marcel P is the lowest point player out of all of our remaining players. So at 48, so he will need a good placement. So maybe thinking about Tiny Titans that could synergize with a big anima cash out.
And Marcel is a player that really loves playing from low HP. Like, one of the things he is so good at is figuring out what board we're going to play later, cashing out of whatever it is that he is doing, and using that to push his board forward. It is where he's most comfortable, but he just needs to find the uncontested line. One of the things to call out, though, is that 4 of our players rolled the dice and were able to get some unique rewards depending on which number they rolled. So I am very curious to see who got what and how that will impact their game plans.
Yeah, there's a good chance some of them could have gotten the emblem that is so huge. We're seeing upset match right here with Werdeguet Pantheon, and we're not seeing any Pantheon, so that means he's immediately using it for economy. He knows he will get it in the other round and have a possibility, obviously, to take a chance here.
Yeah, there's some. This one gives you a random 2 cost. There's some luck whether you get one you want or you not. But even if you get one you don't want, by the time you get level 8, that's going to be like 6 copies, which is like 12 gold. So even he's not happy to get Pantheon from this. He was hoping for something else to get 3-star. But his game is far from over. You're still getting a decent amount of econ just by selling the copies.
I mean, 20 gold here, and we'll get 2 Timebreaker on as soon as we level up again. Being able to get that online, we'll get that next turn. So a pretty good spot, especially if we can get this Milia online to start getting some extra resources that way, because we know that the main way to get resources are through Primordian, through Anima Cash Out, or through this Timebreaker. And so many of our players will be playing towards those routes here early on in the game.
Yeah. We see a little information, some of them getting rolls, additional size and strength. So obviously, I mean, overall, good possibilities and stats that you get from this augment. So if you're playing ranked now or playing later after the games today, be sure if you get silver, you have to pick this likely magic roll. It's just too broken, and obviously it gives you good value always for it.
Absolutely. We also saw Upset Max sell his entire board, trying to deny Marcel P's Anima possibility. Really, I mean, that's one player who, if they do make it to that 400 cash out with the Tiny Titans, is probably going to outplace you. So nice defense for Upset Max for the entire lobby, trying to break Marcel's loss streak.
Well, I don't even think Marcel has anything on his board. There is no anima. It's just straight econ for him. And so he's just using that HP as a resource to get more money, which makes a lot of sense here for his game. Looking across the lobby, though, we're seeing multiple people on a 2-streak, now into 3-streak, Bravo Rahu and Soju being the 2 there. Divine Intervention being snap picks for many of our players, really showing how this lobby we played almost everyone onto the Echo besides Soju so far.
Going for that special loot at 30 HP is just so huge. So what are the options here? What bounties are this guy expecting here, Asa?
I'm not sure, but these players all seem to think that it's worth taking. Only a few players taking Varus' 3 cost. Good for 3 cost reroll, but not sure who will actually be benefiting from that.
Yeah, writing it down.
Maybe Konda has a Samira pair from that, but Brava.
One of the things I love about regionals, just getting the pro play great spots. So if we see everyone here taking that, we have to take it also and get that additional value for free. Phoenix, on the other hand, with the Primordial looking strong, has the double sword, so he could propose a Corky angle. Not having the meeple start is obviously a little difficult. And we're seeing now BCLF has the slightly magic roll. He got the emblem and now going directly into the Stargazer line.
And this is a really good spot for him because this is the mountain. This is what we've seen be a winning formula for many of our players. If we can able to get infinite emblems, get to that Zaya, or even reroll Lulu, we can win this game. And for VCLF, he's already in a good position right in the middle of the lobby points. But I think one of the most interesting parts about this final lobby idea here in our elimination stage is the points switch really fast. Just making it to this final lobby means you have a fighting chance. And so if you can put yourself in the top 4, that means directly other people are going in the bot 4 and losing points. And so every placement will matter.
Absolutely, VCLF getting that spatula from the slightly magic roll. That's what Hoopa-san was talking about. You have a 1 out of 6 chance of getting basically a gold augment's worth of power from your silver augment. And VCLF, we'll see if they're able to leverage that Lulu reroll into a high placement.
So you're here having fun.
Streak.
Yeah, looking good. Good position here. Playing around the Misfortune, obviously waiting for that emblem artifact that we will see on 3-3 and having the option to play the Challenger Misfortune. Already 2, 1 on bench and trying to high roll the possibility, of course, a composition that can use also additional maybe melee artifacts for the Urgot. So you have some many outs that can work with the artifacts.
We did miss
also
something.
To call out Marcel P and Upset Max both fought each other on 2-5 with 0 units. So they both broke each other's streak. Terrible position for each of them, as neither of them streak into neutrals and they have low HP.
You just call each other's bluff, and the bluff was met with, hey, I'm also doing the exact same thing. So now they both have to figure it out and know that they don't have the resources to go with it. I would say that Marcel P having the extra HP, it will give him a little bit more wiggle room to work with, but now direction needs to be found ASAP. And it looks like so many of our players are playing around a bit of a Primordian start to try and get extra resources that way. Are we going to win?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, Marcel P's Anima game plan not going to be able to be carried out. Anima, of course, you scale based on how many losses in a row you have. So Marcel P's Tiny Titans trying to get the extra HP for a big Anima cash out is not going to be able for him to do anymore. Does have some pieces of Jinx reroll, but might go into that. Also a good user of artifacts.
Yeah. It's not normally the composition that we want to go if we want to go up levels, but we're saying that it's only 4 points that separate these players. You can try to go for a decent placement first with the Jinx and then try to risk it on the other hand. We keep here we saw you the only one with a win streak and just trying to hold up, already slamming the blue buff, so committing directly to the Misfortune.
On his magic roll, he was able to get another completed item, which we know item power often can translate into these win streaks, and that's exactly what's happening here. Soju is one of our players that has already secured his TAC crown, but is looking to make a statement here, saying that not only am I one of the best players in North America, but I am prepped for this Tactician's crown.
And Tactician's crown is going to be on the same patch as this one right now, so if you're going to get some practice, you might as well do it now.
Yeah, exactly. Having a chance here, important. Okay, only silver. Silver is not the most flashy one, but of course there are some things that can be synergistic with what we have right now on the board, especially the artifacts. Feeling lucky here. Exiles, nothing impressive here.
Flip the coin.
Maybe not the...
Man. Ooh. Bro, who took Recombobulator? I'm very curious to see what they recombobulated into. We have a Graves on 3, too? Hello? What?
Yeah, the Jewel Gauntlet's not going to go along with the Graves, but has other items holder, and obviously it's still very, very early in the game. He just reforges his Jewel Gauntlet immediately, but unfortunately has 3 tank items. Belt is still good for Graves. Could go into Sterix, could go into Striker's Flail. But yeah, Graves scales every single round, so getting one so early will allow this unit to become very powerful. But he still will need to upgrade into a Graves 2 for it to actually be good. And just based on his econ situation, 40 gold, level 6, I'm not really sure that the Graves is going to be that useful for him. Honestly, I think it might be a trap.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. This could be a bait. You don't have a 2-star. Of course, you don't need items. So exactly, you need the front line. You need to wait for the items for the Graves. But it shouldn't be strong enough, even with the upgrades, if you don't have this 2-star. So, bro, I mean, it's the worst of 2 paths, right? You already invested an augment. It's only a silver. So do you either commit to the Graves and try to play around it and lose a space and lose a little tempo for now? Or you just say, okay, I lose a silver, but I need to maintain tempo some other way. For now, using it, and now we're seeing the artifacts with some pretty interesting decisions here for everyone.
Phoenix, we see playing this Jinx reroll, which we know might be contested by Marcel P, but I'm sure we might make room for one another on a different line. We'll take Yasuo's Blade Work here. Across the lobby, though, this will be something for each player that will impact their game plan. We're seeing Kappa Juice for Conda on a Samira too, so this is one of my personal favorites just because it's funny to watch all of these hats stacked super high.
Conda with the extra Samira on bench and the duplicator augment. So once again, going for the Samira reroll line that we saw him play earlier today. Doesn't have any orange though, which is very impactful. Orange being the most important unit in the comp, even though we usually call comps by their carries, their damage carry being Samira, but no orange, making me a little bit nervous for Conda's spot. Also level 640 gold is just, these 3-cost rerolls are so expensive. You need 27 gold for the orange and the Samira, not even counting the rolls. So I'm pretty nervous about Condo's spot.
Yeah, tough part for sure. We see 4 costs and 3 costs. We are seeing many people going for the 4 costs as possibility, but now the Echo being also the decision here for most of them. Which was it from the Echo?
It was a 5 cost, but delayed, I think.
Yeah, in 4 rounds, Soju and Conda, one of the only ones to go for Varus on the left side. I believe there's 2 of these Varus boons for Soju, so he will be going for a bit more of that star level, plus more 5-cost odds later on in the game, where everyone else will be going for that Echo item. Phoenix also splitting his choices here, so it'll be very interesting. Look in the right side of your screen, we can see all the artifacts selected. Soju going for a little bit more gold generation. Brahu getting that mittens specifically for his Graves. PCLF with the Thresh's Lantern for the front line, and the rest of our lobby, 2 blading what is it called? Blading jewels? Jewel? What is it?
Yeah, Blighting Jewel.
Yeah.
That is what it's called.
Yeah.
It's basically like a death cap. There's not really a good user in this set. It reduces magic resistance based on like instances of damage, so it's really good with like damage over time champions like Virus, Malzahar from a previous set, but it just gives a bunch of AP. You can treat it similar to a death cap.
Big disagree. Yeah. I think this item is BIS on LeBlanc, and I think that's why we see both of our players having Rage Blade plus Blighting Jewel. It is a crazy thing because I believe it procs very quickly on him.
Sure, LeBlanc can proc it quickly with her fast attack speed.
Yeah. Checking deltas here, and yeah, for sure, LeBlanc in a great spot here, and going for that possibility. That means 2 players are going for that Vanguard / Shepard flexible AP line, going for the LeBlanc and then thinking about level 9 to try to pressure the lobby even more. Upset Max here, holding the units and just trying to maintain strong. Miguel, Soju with Collector, a great item also here on the Jinx, so just trying to funnel gold and of course having the additional crit chance to have a good possibility. Holding the Corkis, very interesting for him, and that should be the angle for him already having a Deathblade and trying to maintain tempo to go to level 8 with a good win streak.
Yeah, Soju being one of the only players taking the Varus one. It makes sense, he's on the win streak, so he wants the immediate power rather than delayed power. And of course, Konda would rather get 3 costs than 5 costs, looking for that Samira reroll. If Soju manages to pull this 10 streak into neutrals, that would be that'd be very good for him.
He'll farm some gold as well, hopefully from his artifact that he's able to get. There's a couple right there, able to get this win streak as well. So not only is he gonna be rich from his streak, he's gonna be rich from his all of the ways he's getting econ this game with 40 gold, level 7, 10 streak, and also farming gold from his item.
Yeah, good spot there for Soju, maintaining strong as you mentioned, 100 HP. And now Marcel with a decision, goes for the cash out here. Finds additional items and just trying to pressure the lobby. He knows he wants to go to that fast 8 composition and just try to pressure as much as possible. He is contested, so he needs to maintain pressure here, save HP, and be in a good spot to roll down as early as possible.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little nervous for all these players who have the Rageblade Blind Jewel. They're going to compete for each other on the LeBlanc. And me, first or 8th, doesn't have the Blind Jewel, but has a Rageblade Jewel Gauntlet, so I think that's at least 3 players who are looking for this LeBlanc, and it's not very likely that all 3 of them will have a LeBlanc too. So very, very nervous for Marcel P. I'm gonna show a bit of bias and say I hope Marcel P gets a LeBlanc too.
I mean, if CLE is showing bias for CTG for 3 days in a row, I think you're good, man, with Marcel P. By the way, you owe us all stickers. You gave me a hat, and I appreciate you, man, for that. You owe us stickers for next time.
I got them. I got them. I showed them.
Okay.
Don't worry. Okay. I have plenty. I do think, though, it's going to be a battle of who's richest, right? Marcel is 73 gold level 7. We don't know how much everybody's pre-leveled. Upset max is 70 gold level 7. So much gold to go around, where me first rate is also 68 gold level 7. So it's looking very, very equal. It's just a matter of, who gets the rolls today.
Absolutely. I mean, that is TFT. At the end of the day, it is a very nice game. There is so much consistency. There's so much decisions that you can make throughout the game to maybe already be advanced by now. But once you're put in this situation, it's just really stressful. A lot of it feels like it's going to come down to how lucky you are. And this is a huge win for Marcel P.
Huge.
Yeah.
Getting this win right before he rolls.
Big round here. Needs to select as soon as possible and roll immediately here.
Ooh, Vex. That could be his out here.
Bard. Yeah. Okay, there's the full switch. 30 gold to work with, but a lot of gold also on the bench. Okay, sells the Graves, so fully committing to this line. Trying to find the LeBlanc, the only one so far. And a decent front line there with the Mighty Mech.
Hey, so we're going with a Voyager setup instead.
Okay.
Yeah, he has a 2-star Mighty Mech, and thinking about playing the Vex instead of the LeBlanc is a stronger carry for now, but the LeBlanc does give you the Shepherd. Really, really strong team-wide trait. So decides to just commit to playing the LeBlanc for her trait. Items on the Morgana 1 instead of the Mighty Mech 2, a little bit surprising to me. I'm curious if he'll choose to move that next round. And obviously a lot of decisions to make this round, so you're kind of time pressured. So yeah, I expect him to move to the 2-star, but we'll see.
Yeah, it was a good roll down. He rolled everything. He knows he's contested. He needs to get here. Regretfully, only 1 LeBlanc. He really needed the pair, because now you're in the jail of 0 gold in level 8 and you need to fish. So now it's not up to you. It's up to the game. It's up to variance. And this is exactly a position Marcel didn't want to be. Finds the Morgana 2. This is so important. So important.
Here comes the blessing. just a TG from the blessing from Echo. So that will be, a good bit of power for the board. Upset Max does hit the 2-star LeBlanc. He does win that lottery, where Me First to Wraith did take reinforcement, but decided to go with the frontliner in the Nunu instead. So he's playing around Vex, edged that out, and also now has Leona 3.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. Marcel P actually found a Vex pair. So if the Pengu can give Marcel P another Vex, he is the lowest HP in the lobby. I mean, that could completely change this game. He is locking, as you can see. If Pengu gets him another Vex, he'll be back in it with really good frontline and 2-star backliner.
Yeah. I mean, it looks good, right? He has the front line holding up. He has the dual gauntlet with the additional procs. And this should give him enough time. The Morgana is looking so huge there in the front line. So it's just a matter of defending the LeBlanc, making sure no one has access to her. And he should be able to pop off. Meanwhile, he recovers economy to find a 2-star.
Vex.
Oh, he
took the Vex. Vex 2 online for Marcel P. This will be a huge swing. He does have that frontline upgraded already. He's possibly able to go 9 and then flex around a whole different board that's uncontested.
Yeah, that's such a huge hit for Marcel P, because even with 2 Vexes, you're not really likely to get a 3rd Vex on level 8 with 0 gold, but getting this Vex from the Pengu can, it can allow him to play a completely different composition.
Yeah, gets a 4th one for fun, just for the treats. Upset Max here, holding the Corkis, important, trying to grief. I believe it was Soju, the one with the blue buff and Deathblade. So just trying to make sure that, okay, there it is, that's the soul. And just trying to, there it is. Soju doesn't find the Corki, only one. So Upset Max playing defense, knowing that he prefers to go directly here on the front end and just trying to grief the rest of the player in any way they can. Playing good TFT.
I mean, but Soju still hasn't lost a round. So, I mean, he's sitting pretty at 100 HP. He did spend a lot of gold on this roll down and still doesn't even have a pair, which makes it a little bit awkward. But, I mean, when you're at this HP, you can lose for a while and still make that top 4, especially when Riven does stuff like this.
So beautiful.
Yeah, Soju's got double combat augments, has the Riven 2 and the Rammus 2. He'd rather have the Corki than the Riven, but the Rammus and the Riven both can easily carry him through this stage.
Also 40 gold. I mean, knowing he's not hitting the Corki, didn't stay on level 8, finding the level 9 as a possibility, and then looking for the Bard and additional meeple options to get stronger. Bro here with the little Graves from a long time ago, who should be very strong right now in terms of improvement, but is this strong enough, Ace? You were mentioning that we need him 2-star. At least he has 3 items and he has a lot of upgrades. Is this enough for him to try to, I don't know, push a little more? Level 8, only 26 gold now.
Yeah, I don't think Barbara is going to top 4 this game. Like we were saying, the early Graves seems good because you can get a lot of upgrades on him, but with the amount of gold he had, it makes it extremely unlikely he can actually upgrade this Graves. And I feel like it's kind of a trap to invest into it, because you find yourself exactly in this position where you have no possibility of Graves 2, and then you're carrying a Graves 1. So I think it was kind of a trap for Barbara.
I do want to check on Kondo, who we're seeing on the other side. He hit all of his 3 stars and now has lots of hats to stack up throughout this game. I hope someday we can get this off the screen, because it is just so fun to watch. Our final items coming through here, and the boons as well for each of our players, will be very, very impactful. Curious to see how Kondo will finish out his board. Looks like it will be a good amount of things to stop, get some anti-heal on the board, get some more mana for this Nami.
Yeah. 39 hats here, fully indexing there on the space group. I don't love it particularly. I feel it's more of the same stats. You already get AP and AD, but of course, in a unit like Samira that love base stats, is looking good for now. 39 hats, and obviously, as you said, maybe with the 70, we get to the range of 60, 65, we can start seeing that pop off the rest of the screen and maybe trying to look for an angle. Bro with probably his last life and trying to fight it out here on next round, 5-1.
Yeah, Brubba just relying on this 1-star Graves. I have a hard time believing that he's going to survive against anyone in this lobby, but we'll see. A lot of other players are low HP, so if he is able to miraculously pull out a couple wins, he could save some placements here. Going up against Phoenix, who has the Jinx 3, the Bel'Veth 3, the Rek'Sai 3. I don't think Rubber's going to survive this one.
Another quick update is that Soju did take a loss, so no 15 streak for him. So I guess he's just bad at the game and can't Mr. 100 this game, but we'll figure it out later. This Graves trying to do its best to get through with the AoE. It's looking not too bad, especially as the CC comes through. It is looking like the stun might be enough. The Jinx is going to look to take it down. Another round, another upgrade, hopefully, for Brahu.
Yeah, Brubber made it, and the Graves was really good AoE into all the melee units of Phoenix. It was just doing so much extra damage. Even still, on 1 life, could potentially outplace Me First or 8th, who is also on 1 life now, but does hit the LeBlanc to Me First or 8th in that troublesome position we were talking about earlier, where it's multi-way contested LeBlanc, so like really delayed his power spike until 5-2. Is it going to be enough now?
Yeah, and for the people joining just now, remember, this is final lobby for the day. We already have 4 players converted to tomorrow, waiting for these additional 4 players. This is the first of 2 games that these 8 players will compete in, and after that, 4 will get eliminated, and 4 will advance to tomorrow, and being so close, or at least confirmed for Tactician Crown, because we already have Darknoof. So everyone who is confirmed now, the top 4 will also advance to Tactician Crown as representative of the Americas.
And Phoenix with this Yasuo's blade work onto the back line will be taking down Me First or 8th. It might be in 8th place. Brahu is the only other one in danger of falling out, and he will fall out as well. Looks like it'll be a 7th for Brahu and the 8th for Me First or 8th.
Conda taking a couple losses. He's so close to being able to level up. He actually has enough. No, he doesn't. He's 1 gold off of being able to level. Even still, wouldn't have any units to play. I mean, Conda on 1 life, but Marcel P and VCLF on 2. So kind of similar situation. If he can just win maybe 1 or 2 rounds with a good positioning, he could eke out some extra placements here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he has 1 life, and of course, that possibility going up against Soju, who finds the Corki 2-star, looking strong, hasn't done the full roll, and is still 40 gold. So this is the moment Conda needs to beat Soju to have a chance to still be alive, and of course, try to find the rest of the upgrades.
Getting massive Gargoyle Stoneplate value. The Samir will try its best to get through the board, but as the Ornn falls, so does Conda here in the bot 4. It will be a 6th place for him, but Marcel P looks like they lost as well.
Yeah, Marcel P going out in 5th. Marcel with the least amount of points coming into this game. Although the gap is not huge, still very, very much in the running to make it next game, but will be an uphill battle.
BSLF, good in points here with 51. Just trying to ramp up here with the Saya. Finds the Saya, level 8. Doesn't find the level 9 that is so important in this comp, but has the emblem to compensate 7 Stargazer for him. Trying to find the Jhin that is so important for the additional AoE. And for now, the front line should be enough to hold on. Doesn't find the Nunu 2-star. So BCLF only with 1 HP. Difficult position now coming up against Upset Max, who's pretty strong right now with the Jewel Gauntlet LeBlanc.
Lightning Jewel firing away at these main tanks as the Meepsy does lots of damage. The QSS in the backline does allow this Xayah to not get knocked up there, and the great TG for this Jhin, hopefully carrying him through this fight, but the front line for Upset Max is too strong. VCLF falling out in 4th place.
Yeah, Upset Max will start the game with the Caretaker's Pantheon, full opened. Got a tie playing 0 units against Marcel P, but was able to recover playing the 5 Shepherd line. Despite being contested, he did hit that LeBlanc too early and was able to hang on until the other players died, and then he was able to 2-star his front line with Morgana and Nunu. And now it's looking just really strong with Little Buddy's really good attack speed augment for the LeBlanc. A lot of times you can see how much value of Little Buddies you get just by counting the 3 costs on your board. So he only has 1. The Alawi is the only unit who doesn't contribute to that augment. So really good setup for Upset Max.
Yeah, 100%. Looking for maybe the Bard on the later stages of the game. Looking for the Sona 2-star, but for now, low on gold, 20 gold. But being the strongest right now, 7 win streak, as you mentioned. And now going up against the Corki, from Soju. Good ult there coming up for the Nunu, trying to win additional time. And the LeBlanc ramping up. Access to the backline from the Riven being taken out by the LeBlanc. Another Corki, the only one doing damage. Great win here for Upset Max and has already won against both of these players. So he's the favorite right now, trying to find gold to go level 9 and be even stronger.
I mean, this guy's on an 8 streak. He is aiming for the top of this lobby. Just beat both of these boards, I would imagine. The Ghost beating Phoenixa as well. And so he's not quite able to level to 9 yet, but once he does, he's able to get maybe even some more power on this board that is running over everyone currently.
Yeah, absolutely. Soju also seeing a lot of gold, 50 gold. So overall, pretty close fight between the two of them. Soju will be able to make some significant changes to his board as well, and has the HP to scale throughout the entire stage. So will be really interesting. Soju looks like he's considering potentially going straight to 10, staying on 50 gold here.
I love the observer with the quick going to Soju, expending 20 gold to go level 9, and he just stopped. He's like, oh, no, I was joking. I'm not rolling now. And totally Jinx us here, giving a chance. Phoenixa, strong with the Jinx. Normally a comp that now will start to fall down, but because of the artifact, is still holding strong. And now going up against the true Upset Max, this is a huge or very, very difficult face-off. I don't think it's enough, but of course the front damage, the full focus damage here on the right could try to make Phoenixa as a possibility, but there's just too much tanks. There's no way just to rush around anyone. Velvet is out, so no access to backline.
Yeah, the Jinx wasn't quite able to take down the main carriers. It did target them for a little bit, but not enough to drop them down. This board not known to win lobbies. Upset Max does have the possibility for that, but I'm curious about Soju. We have lots of gold to spend still, and lots of uncontested forecasts. Very curious if we'll try to 3-star one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the value of this Jinx roll is you can roll on stage 3. You can win stage 3 when everyone else is seeing a lot of gold. But the trade-off is that you're weaker in the late game. So Phoenix, I think, getting a 3rd here, I think he's got to be pretty happy with the result. I don't think he's going to be able to outplay Soju Upset Max.
No, this is double misposition. Putting the hull breaker there together with a unit and not moving it onto the left. We saw the expression there, hands up. He know he missed. He needed to move the Maokai to the left, and now he's not healing cut. He's not getting the additional resources. So this is the fight to win for Soju. And finally finds it out. Phoenixa needs to just drop it out. I mean, a small mistake that is huge for him is still summing 6 points.
And it looks like Soju beat Upset Max as well, whether it was the Ghost or the Real. This is going to be very difficult, though. With the amount of gold, Soju is still sitting on, looking to go level 10 here soon and possibly put another unit on this board. Soju's in the driver's seat, looking to make a statement here in Game 11 of our regional finals.
Yeah, I think going 10 is a really smart play. He only needs to win one more round against Upset Max, so maximizing your final board strength. Also, you just get really good odds rolling on level 10. If he survives to stage 7, which with 65 HP, you're going to survive. You have a pretty high chance of getting like 2-star Shen, 2-star Bard, and all these 2-star legendaries he's looking for. But I mean, he won last round. Maybe he can just close it out before then as well.
Fizz onto the back line, trying to take down this LeBlanc. Will do so in that cast there, so makes this have a little bit of hope in it. And the Riven's still alive. The rope proc allowing him to walk to the back line. Upset Max is down, and Soju wins the game.
No expression from Soju. He's just like, wow, my Fizz just soloed his backline.
Just another day of TFT for Soju. The Riven being the hero at the end, and not only at the end, he didn't have the Corki one, and in the middle stages of the game, that Riven was the one popping off, accessing the backline, and keeping Soju alive until he went to that, or planning to go level 10. So amazing to see a unit that normally is the secondary carry be the hero now for Soju and getting the first.
Thankfully, we have a desk to break it all down and set us up for our final game before we know who's going to the Tactician's crown. So, Necra, Gangly, take it away.
Thank you so much. Back with Gangly to talk about this last game, and also just, I think, give some flowers to Soju. Gangly, this is a competitor that I feel like has been very underrated despite the fact that he has had some of the longest history within TFT as an esport. And maybe it's just because of like his stream persona or what it is, but he has shown up to compete this set, winning 2 TFT Pro Circuit Cups, making a statement in this game, maybe making it to another Tactician's crown when it has been so long since we've last seen him there.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Soju has been a staple of the scene since the very beginning. He has been influential both as a competitor, but also as a streamer. And I think exactly what you're saying, because people see him as a streamer, sometimes it's hard to think of him as an elite competitor, but history would say otherwise. He made it to the Tactician's crown back in set 7 in Dragonlance. This set, he won not only his first, but his second solos event win. And I think that people are really starting to see him as like, wait, when Soju's locked in and Soju's trying to win, he's not just a streamer. This guy's actually one of the best, and he's outperformed some of the greatest players that our region has ever produced. He's really putting himself in to having this, maybe not quite Malala-esque run, but kind of like a Wajan Iverson-esque run of set 16.
I am so right there with you. I feel like they have already done a study on Soju's vernacular and basically creating the language of TFT. They've got to create a study for just like how this guy is so good at TFT also. Obviously, this last fight is so funny. Watching the Riven get into the back line there and just completely bypassing that giant anomaly Nunu. I was totally surely, Soju's built up this gold. He is going to have to go level 10 and try to win that way, but no, it's just cinema gangly. Soju with that win.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to that Fizz, right? Making into the back line, able to take out the LeBlanc there on the third cast of the Fizz, like the giant meeple coming out of nowhere to take out the win. So yeah, huge shout out to Soju for that win.
Oh, everyone's gonna hate Fizz forever after that one. But yes, let's take a look at the standings now that we have had 11 games completed. That means we only have one more to figure out who will be our final competitors in our grand final lobby tomorrow. Right now on the outside looking in are Conda, Marcel P, Who, and me first or 8th, which unfortunately might be living up to the namesake there in that last game, but he still has a chance to turn it around because there are only 8 players left and there isn't that big of a point spread right now between me first or 8th and Upset Max.
Yeah, even if you are there at the bottom, like you're saying with me first or 8th, a first place finish could theoretically get you into the top 4 there. I'm really impressed by Upset Max sitting at the top of that current threshold, being one of the newcomers to the scene who's been trying so hard to get into tier 1 on this signature style, willing to sell everything, open for it, flip the game on stage 2. And what I love is that he's doing it his way, right? He's at the door of the Tactician's crown and he is so close. I really want to see it for the newcomer.
And he's done an amazing job this entire regional finals. He was one of the first players to actually promote out of week 1 after having a very dominant performance from the first 2 days of competition. And I also just think like he overall has really scaled throughout that TFT competitive history. And so I think for Upset Max, for sure, I think that this is his breakout set. He was looking for one. This is it. He's on the precipice of that greatness. And so maybe this will be the first time that he gets to go to a Tactician's crown. But Gangly, there are 3 other hopefuls that want this to be their very first time to show up, show out, and actually be able to have that experience. While VCLF is the most veteran with 3, but we're still looking at me first or 8th, Who, and Phoenix also yet to make that global appearance.
And Phoenix in a pretty reasonable position, right? Sitting at 56 points right now, puts him in the top 4 currently as it stands, and is also one of the veterans of the scene. Back in set 9, I remember so much discourse coming out of like the battle of the study groups and Phoenix being in this K3 study group, this K3 Soju study group that was coming out of the woodwork and dominating. It was the battle of the Wajan Iverson versus K3 Soju. And despite that we've seen Phoenix in the scene for so long, his career has kind of ebbed and flowed. We've seen the Giga Garage Mode King turn it on and go really far, and then we've also seen Phoenix do some really silly things. I would love to see Phoenix finally make it. It feels like he's due. Would not surprise me in the slightest to see him clutch it out right now.
the Phoenix dad buff changing the garage
Yes.
into this beautiful masterpiece to have just the best games of TFT. You absolutely love to see it. But you're right. I mean, I think the biggest thing for Phoenix is I think this would also just be a huge statement. He's had a lot of great performances throughout Tier 2 Cups. You're thinking about even just like the Tacticians Cup from this set, which is how he qualified to actually play at the regional finals. But there's more to be said and more to be done for all of our competitors on this list. VCLF wants to make a historic 4th Tactician's Crown appearance, but does have a lot of competition nipping at his heels when it comes to the rest of these competitors. So let's see what this final game has to offer. Thrown back over to you, Sealy, Asa, and Hupeson.
Thank you so much, Desk. One game for the rest of history to make the Tactician's Crown. It will be a nail biter. We'll have more augment choices this game, so everyone can play exactly what they're looking for, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can look exactly for what you want, of course, making the race is more important. And you also want to detect your line, right, as soon as possible, because there are augments that are not that good, but in a specific line are totally broken. We saw yesterday, for example, the Lissandra Cho'Gath with the Find Your Center. So being able to fish a little more, always good in this level of pro play.
Yeah, absolutely. This game, more so than any other game we've seen so far, players are going to be looking for a really specific placement. Upset Max, I believe, is guaranteed through with just a 7th. So he might lean into some more like the safe line, saving HP. Whereas the players at the bottom, me first or 8th, Marcel P, Brabra, they really need at least like a 2nd in the most situations. Because it's only down to 1 lobby, the cutoff can change very drastically depending on how the players do. But the average amount of points is 4.5. So right now it's 54. So you expect it to be around 59, but there could be some variance.
And I think if you're Upset Max and you have that Primordian start, you're quite happy. Looking across our lobby, though, this first augment choice will decide a lot of the tempo. Will just be silver, but there are some really strong silver augments if you can get the exact ones that you're looking for. Specifically, we've seen Magic Roll being one that many of our players are searching for. So we'll see how many players can get that.
Yeah, Keiba Pass used to be pretty good back when Master Yi was a little more powerful. Also good for Corki, also good for any AD line such as Samira. Could be a decision here. Is the one that hasn't been rolled here by Brobro. Just trying to think about it. Has the Aatrox also as a possibility? Probably augmented power just to be a little more into the risky line. Knows he doesn't have a good start.
Yeah, augmented power a little bit better with the extra rerolls, because if it does give you a prismatic, you get a better choice of what you want to take.
I think something to keep in mind as we go through this lobby is that 4 of our players have made the Tactician's Crown before, but 4 have not. Upset Max, me first or 8th, Phoenixa, and Brahu are all fighting to get there for the very first time. And so I'm excited to see if any of them can pull it off and represent the Americas on the global stage. I do think that some of our players that really want to play for that top 1 have kind of taken augments that show that that's what they're playing for. Marcel P taking Expedition, wanting to get that Radiant item later on. And also, I think we saw me first right take Survivor, which is a very unique one if you're able to live long enough to cash that out.
It's like the word path of the silver. Yeah, go.
Yeah, it's great. It's great in his spot. It's generally considered a pretty weak overall augment since you have to survive to even cash out. But in a spot like me first or 8th, that 100 gold cash out could be the difference you need to get that first instead of a 2nd, which is really what he needs with his amount of points.
Marcel P doing what he has to. Needs to maintain economy as much as possible while feeding the expeditionists and selling in the last moment. Always doing that last moment. I call it in Spanish the engaña pichanga. It's like you mess with him and during the last moment you make the switch. And of course, very important here when people are scouting, they know exactly what you have. And just having a chance, that's the slightest chance to get the win or the loss here to maintain the lose streak is so important.
I love seeing him sell to 21 gold and then taking that one unit on bench, sacrificing it there at the end of the round to the expedition. It's just an incredible play. I'm very curious about who's Arbiter, see if he's printing Leonas. If he is doing so, that gives him very, very solid direction here early on in the game. Looks like it's just going to be gold, so no printing, which means no easy 3-star Leona.
We'll say the gold is really nice to hit early game for Bra, and it's also kind of nice for Marcel P, because as we saw last game, Marcel P actually ran into a situation where he played 0 units and fought someone else with 0 units, which is really, really bad for both of them. But in this game, Bra actually sold his Leonas, but he's holding on to the Primordians, potential econ engine there, and also upset max potential loss streak, but already has a 3 Primordian, so he's definitely going to keep that econ engine.
Yeah, decides to maintain Mipsy here. Very interesting. Maybe the Anima was a possibility for Ilawe, but he's thinking about it and decides to maintain, going for maybe a slight tempo from now on. He could have made 20 and just decided to maintain the Ilawe and the Mipsy for an additional round.
Better together, really good for those players that are going on those big loss streaks. But Steamroll is very warping if you can start to string together an insane streak, because that's 2 gold every round and also board strength through the units that you do get. And we see 4, 5 people taking this. And so we have lots of people that are confident in their boards. And I can tell you this, because the math would say so, they all can't maintain this streak.
That is I can confirm the math does check out. Not all 5 of them can win the next round. However, the Steamroll augment, it does give you 1 gold right off the bat plus a 2 cost. So if you win even just 1 round, that would be 5 gold total, which if you take like an RE gold on 2-1, it would give you 6. So even if you just win 1 round, you're already getting decent value out of it. Obviously, the players are hoping to win more than 1, and if you are able to win like 5 rounds with Steamroll, it's extremely, extremely powerful.
Yeah, we're seeing one of the streakers right now, and looking for that Steamroll as a great possibility is Phoenix. Holding strong, but full damage there for me. First of 8, good access to backline with the Vex, good front line with the Rek'Sai, and this could be the end, the early end of the Steamroll. Phoenix knows this is so terrible. He wanted to maintain not only the Steamroll, the win streak itself, and now the game just looks terrible. And we see him, he's laughing, he knows there's nothing he can do there, and of course, the mathematics start happening for the players.
Oh, yeah, brutal loss for Phoenix.
BCLF maintaining the streak, Me First or 8th maintaining the streak. So both those players will continue that. Marcel P, though, happy to be uncontested now on this loss streak. 39 gold, getting Expedition, has a good game plan for later on. Now it's just about how do we save as much HP as possible while getting these resources that we need to power our board up.
So VCLF, the only 100 HP going up against Soju. Can he keep this 100 HP into going to neutrals?
Yeah, Marwell Matrix for him, slamming Deathplay already, doing good with the Corki. Soju getting one of the book of Bishop, doing good for now. Obviously the Urgot great holder, at least for the middle stages of the game. And BCLF just trying to hold here. Wow. Best possible board with the Aurora, but Soju taking the win and maintaining the stream with a good possibility of making additional gold with Evelyn.
Yeah, Marcel P is going to be the only player to 5 streak into neutrals, although a couple of the other players, probably Soju and Me First or 8th, most likely still benefiting from that Steamroll, which is worth double as much as a small win streak. So overall, probably a lower econ for most of the lobby, with no one having the 5 win streak.
That's where some of these like reroll lines can really be powerful. Me First or 8th is playing around that Jinx, as well as Upset Max playing around that line as well with some of those duplicators. And so both of these players will probably be more in the driver's seat when they can upgrade those units and play, more of the consistent style rather than high cap, because the lack of resources in this lobby.
Yeah. Looking for that angle here. Steamroll still on place here for Me First of 8. Looking good. The Velvet is the one doing the greater damage here, being 2-star. So just trying to ramp up. Thinking about the IE here. Maybe if he faces someone very, very strong, he could put it in. And of course, it's not ideal, but it's a decent unit within this line. So let's see if that's the decision. Going up against someone who doesn't look very scary right now, Conda only having the Jax 1 and the Lulu 1 in the back end.
Yeah, Conda with a lot of items, but also playing 3 Timebreaker. No synergy from any of these Timebreaker units. Just give me a little bit of extra econ, which is what Conda is looking for. Conda's, I mean, it's just, you can see it's such a low econ lobby. Conda's level 5, only making 40 on 3-1.
I think this rewards players like Marcel P, who went on the big loss streaks, but also those who are still steamrolling, which is me, First Wraith, and K3 Soju, continuing getting gold and units throughout our stage so far. Conda rolling to stabilize, hitting both of these upgrades here is huge, but the front line is still lacking. We'll try and grab a 2-star Jax if possible. We do have the pair, and now the upgrade, so we'll be chilling on that. This is the medallion, and so we'll want to 3-star as many of these units as possible.
Yeah, beautiful for him. Very stable, finds the upgrade that he needs, and now he can pressure stage 3. That is exactly what you want in his spot. Me, First of 8, trying to maintain here the steamroll, decides to pop off here some units, and just trying to get stronger enough. Doesn't have a good tank here on the Maokai, just trying to protect him with the other side. And now Brobro looking very, very strong with the Ilawi 2-star, together with the Gwen. This could be the end of the roll, or the steamroll for me, First of 8.
Yeah, really strong for both these players. The Belveth is on the Gwen immediately, but the Gwen drops aggro with a Rogue. It's going to be a really close fight. It
Again?
really comes down to which one of these carries dies first, and it is...
Oh, it's so close. The Gwen is dashing around.
Yeah. The Gwen
Oh,
stayed
and
alive,
the
but just
shield
sword
from the
me, Force
BT.
Ray.
Massive there. It's going to be a
Force Ray.
big comeback.
Yeah, he got his magic roll gave him 4 components, and he actually YOLO reforged a full item and got a Bloodthirster. So actually pretty lucky that he got a usable item. Of course, like maybe a third of the items are AP items, which would have been pretty dead on his board, but he took the gamble and it paid off.
Yeah. Having good options there for Brobro. Good possibilities here. He should have won the last round. That was his plan, to try to improve a win streak, especially with this level of board. Looking very good. With the Shepherding, the 2 Rogue, and now going up against Marcel P, who has also the Rogue emblem. We know it's good on Corki. We see the line, the bench there, so probably will be going for that, for the Space Group line, that also can use it perfectly, especially for the aggro loss, right? You get the healing, you get the aggro loss, and you get good possibilities even with your backlane carries.
And I'm not sure, I mean, he took the spreading routes to try and go that way for sure, but reforged Stargazer into Arbiter, which is obviously not what he's looking for on this board. Arbiter, putting that in this late will not be super beneficial, but our god choices here, Soraka or the Evelyn, getting a bunch of gold for not buying units. Looks like Marcel P will be going that direction to try and just be the richest in the lobby and bully everyone off, whatever line he decides to play.
Yeah, based on the bench, it did look like potentially that Space Group line you can fit Gwen in for free to activate Rogue. Holding Teemo, Nasus, Ornn, really looks like he just wants to play into the Space Group. Takes a Nami from the Pengu reward.
Nice.
And he's not really going to try to win rounds anyway until he cashes his Expedition. So he's not too worried about not being able to buy units here.
And tough decision here, because you really want a mana generation item here. The Shojin or even the Nashor Tooth doesn't have the option here, so just idling a little, decides to go for frontline just to be a little stable, and we'll have to find the components later into the game. Phoenixia, meanwhile, finds the Samira 2-star, Samira AP, so a different Samira here, just trying to hold the items for now, and the frontline looking pretty decent together with the Tam Kench and the Ornn.
JG, i.e. no div.
Yeah.
Just some stats. It'll get the job done, especially when you have an upgraded 3 cost like this. It is just across the lobby becoming very interesting. Both of our players that were steamrolling are no longer, by the way, so we will not be getting any more resources that way. But the big news is, who is going to be rich enough to go level 8 on 4-2 and roll down? So far, looking at the lobby, it's only looking like the players at the top and Marcel P at the bottom.
Yeah, Marcel P is really going to need to hit very hard. He will get a Radiant item out of this Expedition cash out, so he should be able to spike. Will be very strong in this silver gold lobby where no other player has access to a Radiant item. The augmented power almost could be won, but lost the coin flip. Yeah, Marcel P, he's pretty much going to have to win every single round after this one.
Yeah, very tough. I mean, 25 now, 28 after this round, needs 33. So that's 2 additional rounds that he will have to feed the Expeditionist, and he's now 14. So actually in that bubble possibility is very, very close, locking in. He needs to have a leeway here, Jack. Maybe find something that gives him a little breather, or even rolling could be a chance for him to just be able to get there. He has 2 chances. He has now. The other one just need to find a 3 cost to put again, and it should be good to cash on 4-2.
I was hoping for the 1% 5 cost so he could get it this round, but that's not going to be the case. And so it's really going to be risky for Marcel. He's putting it all on the line here to try and go for that first place that he needs in order to make the Tactician's crown. And this is the kind of gameplay that, you know, these players are used to at this point. Marcel P is very familiar with this, being the regional finals champion from just last set. Had to play like this for a few games in a row, being in check, and we'll see if it pays off here.
Oh no, Nami, and for VCLF also, that's so many players with Namis already. I'm really concerned about all these players looking for these Space Groove units. It just seems very contested. Phoenix already rolling on level 8. Finds a Zaya 2, has also a Nami in shop.
Yeah, he's flexing a little here
on his board.
Yeah. It's like he wanted to commit to one of both. Probably, obviously, Space Groove is the priority, but finding the Saya means he will have to index into that front. Goes for the last Whisper here, so just trying to be strong enough and playing a flexible sniper here until he finds the actual board that he needs.
Marcel P didn't roll from what I can see. He didn't level. He's still fitting 50 gold. He lost. Is he alive? Yes. 3 HP, now cashing Expedition, and now it's go time. It is now or never for Marcel P and his life here in the tournament. We have to have a massive turn.
Grab back, that was the possibility, just rolling for chance. And now looking for the upgrades, Asa.
Yeah, just coming into that Space Groove line that we've seen so dominant today. Finds the Nami 2, which will be absolutely huge. There's a few different frontline options you can flex around. Worst case scenario, you can hopefully find this Orn 2, which he doesn't have yet either.
We could have had Jane Pair.
Ooh. Yeah, he's Orn paired, Nunu paired, and Tom Kench pairs. Gives up on the Nunu to roll more.
Blitz is huge here. Yep. 5 Space Group now on board, as well as the units and traits filled out. Going to be reforging Arbiter into Bastion, which is fantastic for this board. Now, we do have this Shen already, which is a very good unit on the board, but we could drop it for another upgraded frontliner if we do decide to.
Yeah.
Up again, Opset Max, and now the chance to...
Or Morgana, he'll be in a good spot.
Yeah. Yeah, totally agree. Not even the Orn to have a safeguard. Yeah, not even 1 2-star frontline. Anyone would be huge. Those 2 that you mentioned are actually the big one, right? The base of units. Marcel totally focused here, getting a win, but he needs the frontline with no gold. There's the Orn. This is the least one that we needed, but at least is something to breathe and have an option to roll the next round.
Yeah, it's better than nothing. With the Bastion emblem, he could go for the Morgana over the Shen and get a little bit more gold to roll, but he won the last round pretty convincingly. He's probably pretty comfortable to just sit on the Shen for now.
Something to note is Conda playing that Medallion Lulu reroll did take Construct the Champion and made 3-star Twisted Fate. So even more Medallion bonus on this board, really using that advanced loan and now taking it into something that was very high roll for that spot.
Yeah, great for him here, just trying to roll it out and pressure the lobby. Having double carry also so important. People always talk about the Lulu, but Milio does so much damage, has the bounce, and has the possibility to really kill out of the lobby. 2 away from the Jax, that is also very important to give time to the backline. So looking for that on level 7 will be difficult, but of course Conda still alive and trying to pressure if he finds the right outs.
Yeah, Conda's spot looks amazing. Oh, Marcel P, I don't think can take the blood pack, so he's
No, he
forced to
can't.
take the Soraka shield, which I think is
Wow.
might be the first time we've seen anyone take the Soraka shield all weekend, regarded as one of the weakest god offerings. But I mean, the blood pack is just untakeable. He can die on the god offering from this choice.
Yeah. I mean, the
will
shield
kill
was a
you.
little buff last,
true.
one set ago, so it's not terrible, but for sure you want to go for the pack. So at least a little option here for Mosepi that should be able to giving a little more time, at least combat power, to advance in the next round.
Yeah. Quite a lot of people actually taking the blood pack, not wanting to lose a very, very critical HP.
Marcel P getting another mana item for this Nami, so it will be doing even more here. Put the Rogue on there, but that was not the item we wanted, so we'll take that off and put more items on. The Blitzcrank having Rogue Emblem will be quite good. Curious where the Sunfire Cape will go. I imagine onto our Blitzcrank just to complete it.
Okay, Phoenix on the other hand, looking good, looking stable. It's not a big threat, but has the double sniper in. So space group together with sniper with the Saya is what the game gave him, and of course trying to use the items as much as possible. He had the Duke Gauntlet. The plan was to go for the Nami, couldn't find the Nami too, so trying to play around the Saya is not working. That's normally not the tech, the composition that you want, and we saw the laughter. It's not what he wanted to, and the game just gave him that. He had to do it, no option.
It's looking really bad for Phoenix. Only Marcel and Phoenix on 1 life. 6th place is so healthy with 40 HP. It's really unlikely for Phoenix to be able to make it out of this. Marcel has that Expedition Radiant item cash out, so he's actually sitting pretty strong. I mean, it's still very scary on 1 life if he goes up against a powerhouse, maybe like Conda might be eliminated, but Phoenix and Marcel both sitting on the Morgana pair and the Tahm Kench pair. So Marcel will probably be really happy if Phoenix gets taken out here.
Matchup will be versus Conda on the other side, who now has 3-star Jax as well and is 1 off this Pantheon. So we can see on the right side of our screen, Phoenix will have a very hard time into this matchup if we can't take it down. The backline access from Lulu is also quite strong. We're seeing the front line fall down quite quickly for Phoenix. The Samira trying to fight against the world. The cash out from Lulu will come through. The bounce from Milio. It will be a World Cup winner for this Milio. Conda taking down Phoenixa.
Wow. Phoenix at 56 points here, Asa. We're doing some calculation and we're aiming for 59, even more. And now with this placement, it's so tough for him. Doing a great run until now and probably facing elimination.
Yeah, this one game is such a heartbreaker for half of these players. Everything they've worked so hard for this entire set will be ended after this game. But hey, they still did make the pro circuit for next set, which is very, very important.
Yep.
But yeah, at 57 points, it's seeming almost impossible that Phoenix can make it. But it's a good job making it to his first pro circuit, I believe.
One thing to note for this lobby is K3 Soju. He is somebody that's already qualified for the Tactician's crown. So if he's able to maintain the current spot that he has in the top 4 of this lobby, the person that misses out on making it to the final lobby will still go to the Tactician's crown. So we are fighting for way more than just this final lobby here if you are in this lobby. So every placement, every point is what we're fighting for, and each of these matchups will be incredibly important, seeing who we can beat, who we can outposition, and who we can outplace.
Yeah, Bursty Corki here for Soju, having the secondary carry there with the Fate Weaver, Milio, so having good condition. We see Marcel P standing up from here, from his seat, knows this is a pivotal moment, trying to win here against Soju, but the front line is just holding too strong. Everyone is out, Velvet is out, and now Jinx against the world. Marcel P in a very, very tough position here. Only 4 HP, 1 life, and a dream to achieve once again Tactician crown. Dire position for him.
Absolutely. Soju playing that Corki 2 games in a row after we didn't see him much yesterday, but been seeing a bit more today, and he's doing quite well.
We do know that Soju and Dish Soap do study together. They do talk about the game, and it was Dish Soap's secret sauce yesterday. So it looks like he's just taking his humble 4-cost lines, hopefully to the top 4 here. The HP in this lobby is very interesting. We have many players at this 30 HP, and then Marcel P fighting for his life. Every single matchup will matter, and this is a very hard one.
Yeah, Marcel finds the Tamkens 2-star, having some possibilities here to preserve a little the Sunfire Cape. Access to backline from the Tamkens, it should not be a differential. Also, bumping to the backline here, the Blitzcrank getting some space in and now pressuring a little more the lobby, but the damage is just too strong. The Blitzcrank hitting, everyone takes the win, and Conda knows this was the moment for Marcel P to advance. Marcel doesn't believe it and knows he has a chance to keep advancing.
What a critical fight for Marcel P. Just one less auto attack from any of his units, and he would have been eliminated from his chances for the Tactician's crown. But he's still got a long road ahead in this game. Still needs to win a lot more fights as everyone is kind of coming online with their power spikes. Soju really waiting for this next round when he can get a third Rammus item would be a huge spike for Soju. But quite a few weak players in this lobby. If Soju is able to pick up a win, that would be huge for him.
It just hit Riven too, and is now facing Rahu on the other side. Things to note is that many of our players have this Evelyn Blessing, meaning that they'll take extra combat damage, but do have some durability. But it could change their placement here in this. Riven not wrapping onto the backline, but instead helping take out that front line with the Giant Slayer instead. The big Nunu knockup onto the backline for Soju will cause to be a big struggle here, but the Riven is staying alive for an incredibly long time. Soju securing another win, hoping to push himself into that top 4.
Yeah, Brower looking for additional tank, has the Ginzo, has the scaling LeBlanc, has the Ascension, just needs a little more time, and so you just being bursty and eliminating the additional threats as much as possible. Me First of Fate playing the Master G finally finds the good tank, that is this Tamkench, and now for a chance to try to hold up. Doesn't have anything particular here. Asa doesn't have an emblem, doesn't have a good artifact, so this composition also looking like it's not in the best spot.
Yeah, I actually like Me First or Ace line. This is where you can kind of stabilize off the Mastery and Kindred and then try to cash out the Survivor that'll let you get the Fiora 2 that really caps out this comp, but it doesn't seem like I don't know if he's going to be able to catch the Survivor going up against Soju's Ghost. Right here, it's looking like a close fight. Doesn't have any removers to move the items from his Maokai 2 to his Tahm Kench 2, which is what he really wants to do. He actually had one remover, but chose to prioritize the Kindred.
He will be falling down here as well. So will Marcel P. His chances in this tournament ended by Brahu falling out in 7th place. The risky maneuver, fighting back from 1 life, does not pay off.
Regional champion, a true competitor that we lose here, Marcel P, will not be advancing for finals, will not be advancing for TAC Crown, but I'm sure we will see once again coming into TPC or maintaining TPC placement for him. And obviously one of the players that has been, is a pro, a full pro of TFT, full confidence, always striving to be the best, and now has faced elimination and a great loss here for the America.
Me First or 8th on 1 life, going up upset max 1 life. One of these players will be eliminated from this game. Upset max does have quite a lot of points, so even if he's eliminated now, it's very likely to make final lobby, and this fight is not looking that close. Upset max going out in 6th. That would give him 62 points, which is guaranteed for Upset max to advance. So he only needed a 6, and he played the kind of the safe Jingshi role and was able to get it.
Oh, BCLF.
Oh, and we get the cash out here for Survivor.
Oh my God, 100 goal coming in deep, but you have to pick it up. I mean, sometimes is that not like fixed? I know some amulets like in the last round they gave it in, but of course he needs to use it right now. He doesn't want to wait an additional run. That's 100 gold to work with, and he decides to roll on level 8 just to stabilize and maybe trying to find a 3-star here.
Yeah, I think he realized that he already had the Fiora 2, but he recognized, oh no, Mr. Master Yi.
We missed one.
He recognizes that even with the Fiora 2, his board is not good enough to win, even with level 9. So he chooses to go for 3-star 4 cost, which is...
We're 2 off.
Often.
Still rolling it. Now we sold the Tahm Kenches and they come immediately back into the shop. We rolled so deep, weren't able to quite find it. We have 7 of each. Hoping we can just win one more round versus Soju or Konda.
Wow.
Yeah, I like the idea. It is kind of a long shot with how few copies he started with. Only three or four copies of every unit, and only 100 gold, which sounds like a lot, but when you're looking for 5 copies of a 4 cost, you actually need a bit more to be favored to hit. But I love the idea.
Oh, onto the backline, the Fiora taking down every single unit on Soju's board. Soju will fall out in 4th place, and that gives me first rate another round to hopefully find the game-winning condition for him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Soju's out. Soju's out on 4th place. That's additional possibilities here to roll. Doesn't find the Kindred or the Master Yi, but holding strong and looking for that important first place to have a chance to advance. He's the lowest in points of mid-first of 8, being true to his name and trying to find the additional Ambler. One of the Kindred, doesn't find it. I will try to risk one more round and then make a choice if we want to sell it off the board. So far, he's winning.
He's been really busy with making a lot of decisions, but I would love to see a remover on this Maokai, moving the items to the top catch. Oh no, it seems like he moved the anti-heal away at the last second, so this Jax is not going to have the Sunfire on it. Going up against
Fiora, though,
his 4 streak.
Hoping to wrap onto this backline just like we did in the previous fight. We're trying to team up with the rest of our team to take on the Jax. We'll go through there, but the Lulu is ramping up, doing lots of damage, blocking the Edge of Night. The Fiora down, the Kindred still ramping. Me first or 8th down. Konda and Brahu, the only ones left alive in this game.
Oh my God, Bro doesn't believe it. He's laughing. He knows he's in a great spot here. 7 points puts him at 59, and that should be the cutoff here. Bro in a difficult position since starting this round, trying to grid it out. He didn't have good placement. Same for Konda, playing the Lulu line, finds the Jax, finds the good early game to advance, and both of them with good position. Bro doesn't believe it. I love the happiness and the expression here.
VCLF has 60 points, so Bro actually needs a first in order to tie VCLF and join Upset Max, Soju, and Konda, who are through.
But here's the thing, Soju is most likely through to that final lobby, so 9th place does matter a lot. So it may be what he needed in order to go to the Tactician's Crown. Maybe not the final lobby, but the Tactician's Crown, but this final fight could decide and show us a preview of what is to come. It will be the very strong LeBlanc board versus the Medallion reroll on the other side. The stars raining down, Konda winning the final game of day 2 and securing himself his 2nd trip, the first time since set 6 going back to the Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, Bro might not make final lobby, but with Soju making it, maybe the 9th player ends up making the Tactician's Crown. Anyway, I'm not entirely sure who made the standings, but it'll be exciting to see. What a finish.
Yes, so important. So such a dramatic game in the end, having that possibility. Soju with a good spot. We lose Marcel P, and in the end, Konda making it work here, Jack. Amazing games, and now we should have the detail of who are being qualified for tomorrow. Important, Darknoon made it, Soju has made it, so we don't only have that 9th placement that you mentioned, we have the checkmate for tomorrow. Interesting stuff, and it should be a great final.
Thankfully, we have a desk to break it all down and show us who actually is moving on to tomorrow and the Tactician's Crown. So Gangly, Necra, show us who's made it.
Thank you so much. We are so excited to be able to bring those final standings to you and to celebrate our competitors that are going to represent us from the Americas at the Tactician's Crown. Gangly, this is always the best part. Not only do we know that we're going to have a checkmate format tomorrow because Soju has done enough to make it into that final lobby, but also we get a chance to actually send 9th place, who will not be in the grand finals, to the Tac Crown as well.
Yeah, as far as I know, this is the first time that our region has actually done that. This has been around for a handful of other regions. APAC has done this, I believe, multiple times, but this is the first time that the Americas will be sending our 9th place finisher. And I have a feeling that people might already know who was based on the player cam reactions that we saw there, but it was really cool to see both Darth Noob and Soju perform so well on the day to kind of stamp their domination of the domestic region of the Americas all set long and show, listen, we're not just around to win 1 or 2 events. We're here to take the whole thing. And I think everyone else was happy about it too, because it meant 1 extra slot opened up at regionals.
If you're talking about who I think you're talking about and who everybody's looking at right now, I think who also knows that that was a good enough finish in order to make it there. You can see it in the camera, the giant smile,
So
the
happy.
emotion, the second place, even though you know it isn't end up, it's not a first place for the game, it's still enough to be able to make it there. I love that giant smile that comes across his face.
It's just such a special moment that we get to witness live, right? And tonight, I'm glad we have like the player cams around too, because people work so hard to make it. And when they get to see an entire set or years of worth of practice and repetition lead to this one moment, we get to see that emotion of finally knowing that you've achieved your goal of making it to the Tactician's crown.
Where there is success and celebration, there is also heartbreak. As we take a look at our standings, you will see the competitors that did not get to be there at that final lobby, but it wasn't without effort. Marcel P, Phoenix, Me First or Eighth, they are all going to fall just a hair short of that finish line for the grand finals. But who is going to be there at the Tactician's crown, even though he will also not get a shot at the regional final title.
We talked about the newcomers to the scene, right? The players who have not made it to the Tactician's crown yet, being one of those, and we're seeing another one here, Upset Max locking in his spot. Soju, Konda, Upset Max, and VCLF will be the 4 players joining our already qualified players into that finals day for Checkmate tomorrow.
And for Darth Nub and K3 Soju, this is a chance out of victory lap. They knew they were going to the Tactician's crown already after winning a TFT Pro Circuit Cup. So now for them, it's about getting that regional final title on their resumes. And that is nothing to scoff at. That comes with a lot of prize money as well, which is just a nice little extra cherry on top of an amazing season for both of them.
The player that really stands out to me is VCLF. He's someone that we've talked about over the last 2 weekends as being one of the greatest Titans that Brazil had ever produced, and it felt like he had this fall from grace for a bit. And he really has found his footing in a world where Brazil and Latin America sometimes are struggling to keep up with the pure volume of players that that North America produces. VCLF is this giant Titan showing all the new guns why he was once considered the best player in Brazil, and maybe making an argument to regain that title for himself once again.
And after we ended up having such a dominant week from VCLF for week 1 in order to even qualify to the TFT Pro Circuit, gets a chance to go back to the Tactician's crown. Very excited to see what VCLF is going to be able to make of that, and even more excited to see what our interview guest is going to do tomorrow as we get a chance to sit down with Dank Memes and talk to him about this weekend. Dank Memes, first off, I just gotta say congratulations on making it to the TFT Pro Circuit. We are so excited for you, and I'm just wondering how you're feeling about it. You know, you had this tweet where you were like, hard work really pays off. You were really emotional about making it. So can you tell us what it means to you?
I mean, TFT is just my life. I have nothing else to say about that. Like everything I've done the past year or year and a half since I just stopped everything else besides playing TFT. It's just been working towards getting into tier 1. First it was making it to Worlds, making regionals, then I was getting to tier 1, and now being here and going to Worlds again, it's just it feels like everything I did is worth it to me.
Dank, you had an incredible run of having back-to-back Tactician's Crowns runs just a few sets ago, and then kind of followed it up by failing to make it into the TPC, and then coming close with 2 different regional finals performances, but not quite there. Can you just talk to me about what the last 2 weekends have meant to you to finally have this run and then not just make it back to TPC, but also qualify once again in the Tactician's crown?
Yeah, I think when you're sitting there in tier 2 for as long as I did, it really takes kind of a toll on your mental state, especially when you think one of you went to Worlds twice, you perceive yourself as one of the best players in the region, and then you're just sitting there and have to play against some maybe less skilled players on average, I would say. And then it really doesn't feel very good. But I think what really helped me is that I always had a confidence in myself that it's not my fault. Like I have confidence that I am one of the best players and I can make it out if I play well and I keep working hard. So that's like what I kind of kept thinking about. That's like the kind of mentality I used, I think, to make it back here.
So what does that hard work look like? Can you shed some light on what some of the preparation processes have looked like, or kind of where you've tried to put your efforts for player growth?
Okay, actually, I do want to say before I answer the question, this quote about hard work being talent, it's actually misinterpreted. The joke is that the people who play like the humble lines in the game are the hard workers, and the talented people are the ones who are just in there high rolling the whole game. It doesn't have anything to actually do with like working hard out of the game or being talented out of the game. Although I do consider myself, I do consider myself pretty talented. I will say. So it's not really that element. But
You could have both, but
yeah. No, but for prep, I think what really helped me this set was preparing through ladder. I think a lot of players in like the upper echelon of TFT consider ladder to be somewhat of like a joke, right? Because with tier 1 players not having to play ladder for ladder snapshots anymore, there aren't really that many good players playing right now. But I think for me, playing like ladder and getting like the like rank 1 ladder snapshots, I'm currently rank 1 right now, actually. But I think playing that really helped me. And I think that prep is definitely malleable instead of just like playing scrims all day.
Let's look forward to Tactician's Crown. Obviously, you have a whole nother day tomorrow of finals, but I would like to kind of hear, listen, the last 2 times you went to Tactician's Crown, you had reasonable performances. But obviously you fell short from the ultimate goal of winning. What do you think went wrong last time? What do you think will be different this time around?
Okay, honestly, like one big thing I would say is that the last 2 times it like didn't really feel real to me, I guess is what I say. And what I mean by that is like I felt like there's always going to be another opportunity for me. So especially because like the world is at a very awkward time zone for NA players, right? Like 5 a.m. in the morning. I would say I didn't really prepare as well as I could have. I didn't really take it as seriously as I could. Like, you know, I felt to myself that like there's always going to be another time, right? I'm a good player. Like, why would this be my last chance? And I think the past like experience I had over the past 3 sets where I wasn't able to like qualify for anything, that really will make me come here now and like take everything seriously, right? And you know, take every tournament like it's the last one I'll ever play. And I'm not going to let the opportunity go to waste again.
I love that. And so then how's the confidence level feeling, knowing that, well, you're making final lobby, you're playing tomorrow for a shot at the regional final title, but we're also playing on the same patch for the TAC crown. So are you feeling good and prepared for both of those things?
Yeah, I mean, I think all the players who goes to Worlds are super talented, super good, both talented and hardworking, as we said. But yeah, I think if I keep working hard, you know, 20 minutes every day, I can beat anybody.
There are very few players who make it to this caliber of play doing it entirely alone. Is there anyone that you'd like to shout out or give thanks to for helping you prep or just help you on this journey of TFT in general?
Yeah, for sure. So I would give 2 shout outs. The first is to my family, specifically my mom, my sister, my dad. They're always supporting me. My mom watches all my games. Every time I win something, she comes to my room after and gives me a hug.
Oh.
I love you, Mom. Thank you. And then second to my study group, the BK, Boom Kitchen. There's so many people to name, but I love all of them. I wouldn't be here if not for them. I'd probably have quit by now.
Wow. It does really take a village sometimes. But Dank Memes, congratulations again. We're wishing you the best of luck, not just tomorrow or at the TAC Crown, but also for you in the TFT Pro Circuit. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I love that. His mom comes into his room and congratulates him after a game win. That's so cute.
There's, you know, it's easy when you see like these streamers in TFT to just see them as like icons or like NPCs or just people that they play the game and you watch. And something I love about Dank Memes in particular is that he is such a great example of like the humanity of TFT. If you watch, I remember watching him at the last Tactician's Crown he qualified for, and he wears his heart out on his sleeve. When he's mad, he's mad. When he's sad, he's sad. When he's happy, he's elated. And there's something about that part of the game that is so hard to capture. And I'm really glad that we get to see him take another crack at the Tactician's Crown, because we all know he was capable of making it to the TPC. He finally made it here, and I think we're all proud to have him representing us on the international stage.
Absolutely. Dank Memes is just one of 9 competitors that are going to be there for the Americas, for representing our region at that global stage of the Tactician's Crown just next weekend. I can't believe that I'm saying that. But Gangly, we've still got one more thing to do, and that is to crown a regional final winner for the Space God set. And we've got 8 very capable candidates on our hands that all have to play checkmate tomorrow. So if you had to give quick, who do you think is going to take it? Who do you got?
Okay, well, listen. It's Dish Soap on an odd-numbered set. I think it's really hard to count him out, right? He won 11, he won set 13. He did pretty well in set 15 as well. Didn't quite make it all the way there. I think I would feel very foolish if I did not say that I truly believe in Dish Soap right now.
I think it's going to be Darth Nova K3 Soju, just end capping an amazing TFT Pro Circuit set for both of them and setting themselves up for the TAC Crown. I think I'm also with you. I think any of the 3 of them are really going to have some of the best shots, but we'll just have to wait and see. And that's why you've got to join us tomorrow. Same time, same place. Make sure you come to cheer on your favorite TFT competitors, and we're going to send off this set in style. That's going to do it from us here, and tomorrow we'll crown our America's Regional Final winner. See ya.